bro. They're so clean.
Can't be talking with this person no more. This is not good.
There have been many notable examples of YouTubers and streamers falling off. They burn out, their viewership is low, they get cancelled. But genuinely, in the year of our Lord 2026, this could be the fastest way anyone has possibly lost their career in probably the past 10 years. So as you know, and you do know because you've watched the critical video about it, there was a streamer called Lakari, and he accidentally leaked a notepad document that was filled with very, very bad things. Well, it was more of a link, and the link led to very, very bad things. And streamers know if they show anything on stream for even a brief moment, people will analyze that with an electron microscope, going over every pixel on your screen. Now, usually when a streamer shows something that they shouldn't on stream, there's two choices. First of all, you turn it into a clip farm. This is not an option for Lakari. I will get into why pretty soon. But the second option would be to immediately end stream, panic, do a Jake Gyllenhaal from Nightcrawler, grabbing the mirror, screaming into it, and then probably try to formulate some kind of response. But Lakari took a very bizarre approach that I don't think I've ever actually seen before, where he basically kept streaming because I assume in his head at the time, if he keeps streaming, it's presumed innocence. But then chat found out what he actually had on his notepad. They looked it up. It made its way onto Reddit, and then his chat was just absolutely flooded. I think he went from like 1 to 2,000 viewers to the end of the stream, basically bordering on 10,000 viewers. And despite all of this, he still somehow did not manage to overtake Iron Mouse in concurrent viewers, so unlucky. And then he had TTS on, so people started to let him know in TTS, basically mocking him, and he started to crash out on stream. And then they eventually pressure him to look back at his notepad, which only made the situation entirely worse. So for context here, Lakari is a 36-year-old Twitch streamer, which is basically a super wizard unk status on the internet, and he's known for streaming, unfortunately, League of Legends, gacha games, and he has a huge following, like nearly 400,000 on the platform. Now, he does have a running bit where he spends an insane amount of money. I think he spent about 60,000 USD on gacha games, and on stream up to $150,000 off stream. And he's also done other daring feats, like for example, collaborating with Trainwreck TV, where he used his face towel as a rag, a certain rag.
But that towel I didn't give you. You went and grabbed, and that's actually a towel that I used for my face. So that's why I was triggered when I walked in the morning. I'm like, yo, why is that towel sitting there on the bed? Are you being serious?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So getting into it, you can see Lakari streaming, all is well, just a typical day. And then the moment happens. He opens the notepad.
Hey, feeds. Let me at least add ways for list of champions in LA.
Now, obviously, when this was posted, the green box was actually added in post, so people couldn't access the link. But some insane Redditors that I assume were using about 25 different VPNs actually accessed the link. And these are the files. I'm not even going to bother reading them out, but it really is not a good look here. And then there was another tab that was opened on the notepad as well, and most people assume that it was abbreviated to jailbait. Now, again, like I said, most people in this situation, they would freak out, they would end stream out of pure panic. But Lakari took another approach. He actually tried to explain it, basically saying that, you know, he's super into hentai and he goes on these sites and basically just downloads a ton of stuff, even admitting that he has 3 terabytes of hentai downloaded. And he says that sometimes these sites he goes on to will apparently try to sneak very, very bad things like basically CSAM into those download links. Now, he says he saw what was in the text document and deleted it, but Windows 11 apparently saved it regardless.
I was surfing a site. This got downloaded. I opened up the text document. I saw what was in it. I deleted the text document. But the problem with Windows 11 is that even if you delete the text document, it apparently still stays there. So it was still there after I deleted it. I'm sorry, like I have like 3 terabytes of hentai on my hard drive, bro.
Now, usually I wouldn't cover pretty heavy topics on the channel like this, but the only reason I am really is because the rest of the stream, which goes on for about 6.5 hours, is just pure cope. Like it is actually 6 hours of A24 levels of pure copium. So first of all, he notices that LSF live stream fails when they stopped posting about XQC and Forza and actually started to talk about him. And there's this like pretend shock. It's basically porn levels of acting.
There's a fucking RSF thread!
And then on top of that as well, he basically says, well, you know what? I guess I gotta call for a lawyer.
Ruval League, definitely get a lawyer. Oh, I guess I can call for a lawyer.
For what?
Well, they're saying they're scaring me. They say I need a lawyer.
Now, at this point, his chat has been raided. There are people coming from Reddit, from other streamers, just from general gossip, and there's basically no moderation here. So people are just spamming loads of messages. The most popular ones were spamming the elephant emoji with address me, and then other people spamming trophies saying the porn acting awards, like, you know, he's pretending to be shocked. So what Lakari tries to do is pick out a single message that's like from his actual subscribers, like genuine messages, and he mistakenly makes a genuine message for someone basically trying to roast him.
Who's EDP445?
Now, at one point, Lakari does get up and he goes to walk away, saying he's got to go pee. Obviously, this is him, like, you know, probably having a borderline panic attack, trying to process everything. And he's gone for a really long time, to the point that chat basically summarizes that, you know, he isn't going to pee. He's probably booking a flight right now to a non-extraditable country. And then, which is really surprising, Lakari actually starts to get people on call, like friends are calling in, and then they're basically asking, you know, did you know about those links? No. And then the friend would ask, you know, how did you get them? And he just goes, because I download a lot.
I just want to ask you one thing.
What's up?
Did you know that was in that fucking links, in those links, okay? Do you know?
No. Listen, man,
So how did you get those links?
because I download a lot.
Chat then inevitably pressures him to, you know, look at his recents on Notepad, because the way Notepad works, even if you exit the Notepad without saving, it will still save your recent. And I know Charlie did the same example in his video, but, you know, if you open up Notepad, if you get like a link or you just type anything like blah, 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 you know, and then you close the Notepad, it's gone, right? But then again, if I, you know, open up and then I type in Notepad, open it, it's still there. And this happens like no matter how many times you close it or you open it, it's just always going to be there. The only way to actually, you know, not save it is to click here and then click you don't want to save. So if I go into Notepad again, it's gone. So Lakari shows his recents on Notepad, and people are basically speculating that he panicked and he basically tried to make a bunch of new text files to bump down the text file that he's shown on screen, because they all just say like, you know, like new file 1, new file 2, new file 3.
Fat for Fun? Fat for Fun is a hentai site. You also visit Fat for Fun? Yeah, I download a lot of that shit. Bubbles? Okay, that's literally, is that not the, that's the file with the sus shit in it. Like, it says one thing, but it has a bunch of sus shit in it. So I don't understand.
I know the accusations here are infinitely worse, but the energy here is really similar to that girl that was cheating in Counter-Strike. You know the one I'm talking about? She's regurgitated into videos like, you know, every couple of months at this point. She's caught cheating. She knows, and she kind of doubles down, basically saying, oh, Clara, this girl, Clara, I need to call her. She's done something with my PC.
Clara, let me just message this girl.
Again, like cheating in CSGO and this are universes different, but the energy does feel very similar here. Almost this kind of like doubling down as if to prove that, you know, you're in the right. Now, after Lakari comes back from his little pee break that was, you know, very long pee, went on for about 20 minutes. He comes back and you can tell his energy's different. He's probably psyched himself up in the mirror, put a bit of cold water on his face, because when he comes back, he basically just goes from ignoring chat pretty much entirely to realizing, no, this isn't going to go away, and he crashes out at chat.
I said my piece, man. I'm gonna keep streaming. We're gonna do viewers day. I'm done with this. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep streaming. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stream more because you. I'm not gonna sit here and take this bullshit anymore. My chat is way too toxic for me to be put down by some LSF who are virtue signaling, acting like they already know the full story.
It's such a bizarre shift because, again, like everyone watches JCS, right? Like everyone thinks they're now like an armchair psychologist. But usually in a lot of cases, when someone is wrongly accused of something, they do respond in anger. That's mostly because they feel personally wronged, so they don't even mean to, but they come across as aggressive, which kind of portrays, you know, innocence. But the fact he went from like 0 to 100 so quickly, it usually doesn't work like that. And even chat basically were just, you know, mentioning his cortisol levels spiking. I'm guessing because of like, you know, the whole looks maxing community memes. He has no idea what cortisol even is.
Cortisol? What does that mean? Oh, it's a stress hormone?
Now, a lot of people thought that Lakari was going to, you know, kind of burn out. He would stop streaming. You know, he'd realize, okay, this is bad. I need to end stream. I need to, you know, if I'm innocent, I need to prove that I am, or, you know, I need to end stream and probably go to a non-extraditable country. But the thing is, he he just keeps going. He's like, he's stuck in this loop of thinking, if I keep streaming, that means I haven't done anything wrong. It's such a bizarre thought process. And at one point, with no self-awareness, he starts playing Prison Escape Simulator, which of course was just memed everywhere. Now, at this point, the viewers were nearing 10,000 concurrent. Chat, like every 1,000 messages, you'd probably have one poor guy in chat still trying to support him. I mean, you had like, you know, release the Lakari files, FBI open up. You even had people like posting upward graphs as well of the cortisols spiking. And of course, because it was inevitable, the I show speed face. And the rest of the stream is, again, just more cope. Layers and layers of cope. Like, forget the Tower of Babel. This is the Tower of Cope. And like, he could turn chat off. He could turn TTS off. But I guess in his mind, it's like, if I do that, that implies that I'm hiding something. Therefore, I'm guilty. So he's just stuck. Like he feels like he can't do anything. TTS is just relentlessly trolling him, and then he's just saying that he needs lawyers.
I need lawyers.
Like people even donating to him saying, your life's over now, and you're just wasting one of your last 3 days streaming.
Dude, your life is over and you are sitting here wasting one of your last 3 days embarrassing yourself. We all see through this shitty attempt to laugh this off. Good riddance, fuck.
Even saying that he basically just hidden all the files in his recycling bin.
Bro definitely has all the files still in the recycle bin after trying to hide the evidence.
Now, I have mentioned the word cope a lot in this stream as well. Someone did an entire TTS trying to define what the word cope is.
Cope/KOP/verb, cope, third person present, copes, past tense, coped, past participle, coped, gerund or present participle, coping, of a person, deal effectively with something difficult. His ability to cope with stress.
And of course, you had the pseudo lawyers LARPing, mostly as Saul Goodman.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do. And so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent. And that's why I fight for you, Albuquerque. Better call Saul. Last thing you see before getting slimed out in the kindergarten playground.
And then on top of the LARP, other people tried to donate in, LARPing as like FBI Director Kash Patel.
Lakari, this is FBI Director Kash Patel. We have been informed of some disturbing evidence. See you soon.
See you soon, bro.
Lakari, Kash Patel here again. We have the watch, and he'll see you in Valhalla.
So you've got chat relentlessly going after him. You've got the TTS donors as well, but he also has this software, which is similar to what XQC uses, where like images can appear on screen. And it seems that chat can actually dictate what those images are. And those screenshots were what he said in chat, retroactively being used against him. And then pretty much for a long period in the stream, they just keep bringing up this gif of Saul Goodman being arrested. And you could also apparently submit emojis. Guess what they submitted? It was the notepad emoji, just relentlessly spamming it. So there were more developments outside of the Cope stream. Like for example, Lakari's ex-girlfriend actually put a statement out saying that she didn't know anything. She actually kind of suspected something because she heard of stuff in the past. She actually links this video saying Kuko goes through Lakari's degen folders in order to prove that, you know, she was looking for stuff, but she couldn't actually find anything like illegal.
You're not gonna tell them everything, are you?
So yesterday I asked Lakari how much of a degen he truly is, and he was like, no, I'm definitely a degen. And I was like, okay, prove it. Screen share me your folder. And he spent like 20 minutes compiling, and it turns out he's got like 10 different folders, because what happens is after a certain while he abandons a folder and starts a new one.
And you can see he does look pretty nervous when she's saying this. And then the new comments are speculating that he basically spent 20 minutes deleting very, very bad things.
Don't tell them.
You're a fake degen!
So what was the aftermath of this? Was there a big response? Did he stream normally the next day? No, he got banned. He got banned pretty quickly, actually. Not only Twitch banned him, which was to be expected, but Kick also actually banned him as well. And then other streamers tried to weigh in as well, like Asmongold apparently messaged Lakari saying you need to get a separate PC for that stuff.
Asmon messaged me, said, bro, you need a separate PC for that stuff.
But then he did actually explain later he didn't know how bad the things were in the actual text document until afterwards. I assume Asmongold thought at the time it was just like a funny haha porn leak or something. Nothing seriously damning. And then even came out later saying he feels really, really stupid for even DMing him in the first place.
I feel stupid that I DM'd him because I didn't know what the leaks were. And it's like, oh, you obviously shouldn't have said that, like, because like I didn't know what it was.
This went so viral, even TMZ is talking about it.
Streamer Lakari was live on Twitch when he accidentally pulls up his notepad, which appears to have some very questionable content.
You're a mercenary, a thief, an assassin. Anything it takes to bring silver to the table. You yearn for freedom, for you and your lover, but tied down by having to chase any money you can, just to survive the cruel streets you grew up in. As you struggle, being shafted by shady employers and playing Lockpick Simulator to find easy coin, a job finds you. A rescue mission, promising a great reward. Maybe enough to finally be able to take you and your lover and escape the depressing city you're both trapped in. As you descend into the dungeons, you feel an unnaturally dark presence. Doesn't matter. Anything they can throw at you, you can outsmart and trick your way out of. That's what growing up on the streets always taught you. As you search through the rooms near the entrance, you hear footsteps echo down a hall. An enormous silhouette appears in the doorway, and you prepare to run, only to realize the room only has one exit. You resort to fighting the monstrosity. It's a mutated mass of flesh holding a crude meat cleaver, and it has... I can't show that in the intro. I'll get demonetized. Anyway, it still looks humanoid enough, though. Its head an obvious weak spot. You charge, aiming for a quick kill, and you miss, idiot. The Fear and Hunger Discord server laughs at you for not making 29 specific moves beforehand, and the monster retaliates immediately, cleanly cutting off your sword hand with its cleaver. You now have no way to defend yourself, and no way to run, and are about to bleed out. As a last resort, you try to beg for mercy. You were cut down by the abomination, now with a smile on its face. Alright, that wasn't so good. Let's try that again. Now you're a knight, a holy warrior trained since childhood to be a master of close combat, sporting the same haircut my mom gave to me when I was 9, and unsurprisingly gets the most amount of fan art of all the characters. You are on a rescue mission, not for money. Someone special to you is lost in these dungeons, and you might be their only chance. Entering the cursed place, you too feel the darkness. But again, you press on. As your mind and hunger slowly drain, you believe that nothing in these dungeons can match your ability. You're not some mercenary for hire.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
The abomination falls before you, dismembered. One after another, you clear away the halls, somehow having more stamina than the lowest possible endurance build in Dark Souls 3.
Oh shit, that's me?
That is, until you come upon a ghoul, a product of the dark arts. This is no challenge for you, as you easily hack away its torso, but in return, it manages to nick your hand with its mouth. Surely it's nothing to worry about, right? But soon after, you start coughing, your heart stops, and you collapse. The infection which began in your arm has spread through your entire body, a progressive but slow death. All right, this really isn't working. Third try. You're a dark priest, uncaring for holiness or fair combat, unlike the knight. You might realize it's better to avoid fighting altogether. It's not like your frail body could wield powerful weapons anyway. You instead rely on magic, using the arts from various gods, like devastating black orbs that can one-tap even the most powerful enemies of the dungeon. And not to mention the most powerful spell of all, talking to bugs.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now.
You're not drawn to the dungeons to help anyone or for coin, but to pursue knowledge and secrets hidden away inside. Learning from your past mistakes, you don't rush inside. Instead, searching through the courtyard for supplies, hopefully for something that would cure an accidental infection. While searching a crate, you hear barking getting closer and closer to you. Before you can run into the dungeons, you're ambushed. You try to evade as a hound lunges at you, but suddenly you feel like somewhere your luck just flipped on you.
That was such a good joke. I'm so hilarious.
You now start to realize that achieving anything in the dungeons is practically impossible. Surviving 5 minutes more than your last playthrough is a total victory. So now you become the Outlander, a man hardened by the tundras of the north. The game won't explicitly tell you this, but he is from Sweden. That's also the same country where the sad wheelchair man's from. You're here to reclaim a sacred object that could avenge your fallen comrades, and you won't give in until you get it back. This attempt seems the most promising. It's your 4th playthrough now. You evade, scavenge, anything to stay alive. Dodging enemies is easy now. You've learned their behaviors and can rely solely on outsmarting them rather than brute forcing them, treating them more like a puzzle that needs to be solved. As you focus on what paths the guards are taking, you don't look where you walk and step on a rusty nail. All right, can't be that bad. It was literally a pixel on a screen. Oh god. Despite that, you won't succumb to the infection like the knight did. You're forced to saw off the infected leg. It's a huge sacrifice, but you're still alive. Only to forget the nail was there, turn around and step on it again. Now you've got to saw the other leg off and you're crawling around and you realize you might as well just restart the entire run. Seriously, did you not see the Sideshow Bob bit from The Simpsons? Also, if you don't want to wait 9 years for another video, I have a second channel where I upload much more frequently and I stream hilarious content like this.
Just imagine FNAF crew as your commissions. Well, they wouldn't fit through the door if that was the case, I think. Funnily enough, you say that. Funnily enough, I would be very safe if that was the case.
If any of that sounded like an enjoyable gameplay experience, you're a psychopath, and Fear and Hunger is the perfect game for you. You might also suffer from extreme masochism, but that's not for me to judge. This game is genuinely one of the most brutal and unforgiving experiences I've ever played through. Headless, by the way! But the real reason why Fear and Hunger is so talked about is because your character never actually improves at the start of each run. You do, by repeat playthroughs and learning more about the game each time you die. Your first and 50th playthrough, you'll start off the exact same. The only difference being the knowledge that you have starting the run. Look at this comparison to a first run compared to an expert with over 9,000 hours. Look how differently the two play out. The first run, the player takes too much time investigating things that aren't important. And then because of that, their hunger and mind slowly drain. Meanwhile, the 9,000 hours player knows only to interact with enemies that will actually have a benefit in doing so. The pro player also knows strategically which limbs of what enemies to remove to make the fight even easier, and also which specific dialogue options to pick to get the best rewards. Now let's look at a side-by-side comparison. Here's the new player and the pro player up against the Crow Mauler, a terrifying enemy. Both players do a coin toss in the same place. The new player picks heads. Unfortunately, it's tails, and he loses his head. Heck. Now, the pro player knows exactly what to do. He has studied thousands of hours on this game, and he knows that if he fails this coin toss, he's going to die. So he picks tails while using a lucky coin to double his odds. The lucky coin is put into play. It's 2 heads. Unlucky. He loses his head as well.
The game will regularly give you a coin toss at certain points, heads or tails. Failing these can be devastating. The best of times, you'll fail to find a completely game-breaking item in a bookshelf, and at worst, an enemy will commence an attack that will either one-tap you or take at least 90% of your health, and then you'll die in the next turn anyway because you forgot to treat the doornail that you stepped on.
Fear and Hunger is a game made by one guy, which is immensely impressive when you consider the game's different layers and endings. It was made almost exclusively in RPG Maker, which is pretty common for solo devs, especially the creation of horror games like that Aoni game that PewDiePie played 12 years ago, where he does that bit that if I repeat it, the video will get taken down.
It's right.
Miro Havarinen, the developer, who is Finnish. You know what? I'm actually really noticing a trend here with Finnish people making unhinged games. Anyway, he made Fear and Hunger in 2018 and is the first game he sold. Other than that, he hasn't really done much other work outside this series. Bruh. So for a first game, why is something so grotesque as Fear and Hunger? Well, apart from being Finnish, it's evident that there are inspirations drawn from horror game classics such as Silent Hill, Amnesia, and Soul-likes. Hearing him name those key points makes sense in the tone he set. He wanted to create this atmosphere of emptiness, hopelessness, and despair, and he has definitely achieved that. Not that, again, you need to try very hard when you live in Finland. His idea for Fear and Hunger was born during school. It came from him and his classmates asking each other questions about moral standings in a morbid setting, like a gross, grungy, probably horribly smelling dungeon.
Fucking animal.
Being in school led him to be able to work on the game while also furthering his thesis paper. Even though he was busy, he worked hard to make sure this game came to light. You might procrastinate your papers by scrolling TikTok, but Miro procrastinated by making the hardest, most rewarding game imaginable. Like, if you think about it, he really made a dark, morbid game about losing your limbs just so he didn't have to do his papers. That is god tier level of procrastination. As you may have already noticed, the game is a top-down survival horror, just like that game I talked about the other month. The big difference being that Fear and Hunger is made in RPG Maker, and because of that, it's very mechanically similar to JRPGs like Amori, the PewDiePie game, and early Corpse Party. Combat being the big difference between this and Darkwood, as instead of having to fight and dodge enemies in real time, all enemy interactions throw you into a turn-based combat arena. Because of this, combat doesn't require reaction times, so you don't have to time dodging enemy attacks or weave in shovel hits. But just because you don't have to have reaction times to win fights doesn't mean they're easy. If anything, this game is much harder, because in Darkwood, once you learned an enemy's pattern, they were fairly easy. You could even take some damage in the process learning how they worked. But in Fear and Hunger, one wrong mistake will usually result in you having a life-threatening injury that you'll have to carry with you for most of your playthrough. And that's the good outcome. The other outcome is you die straight away. Darkwood gave you multiple ways to deal with enemies by subverting them, and Fear and Hunger still has that. But Fear and Hunger's corridors are much more claustrophobic than the great outdoors of Poland's Darkwood. So combat is much more inevitable, and there's only so little you can do to an enemy in the overworld. Late game Darkwood, you could rely on gunning down enemies from afar with hunting rifles and AKs. But now, more than likely, you're going to be forced into turn-based combat. And if you don't know exactly how an enemy works through trial and error, you're going to be making a huge sacrifice in some way. That is, unless you brought the child with you, who's so useless, she's basically just a meat shield, hoping that she takes the hit so you don't lose a limb. You always have to spend your turn as effectively as possible, because every enemy knows the best way to kill you, and they're very good at it. Every decision, and especially every mistake you make in a turn, can have horrible lasting effects, which you won't even know about until you feel them. Even if you played the game multiple times, know the exact pattern an enemy works to beat them while taking 0 losses, there is always a chance that you can still miss, whether that's with swinging your weapon or watching as your 9th coin toss in a row goes tails, once again not letting you save when you're standing there with 10 health left. They say that Australia has the worst rate of gambling losses in the world. Well, clearly they didn't include Fear and Hunger in that graph. Even simply attacking is complex. In most games, you'd have a single health bar for any given enemy. But here, each individual limb is a separate target with its own HP pool. Enemies' limbs are what actually attack you. So by destroying a limb, you can remove specific attacks from the fight altogether, even reducing enemies to the point they can't even fight back, which you can then fully exploit. Like, for example, let's say you're wearing a ring that heals you once per turn. You can now just get infinite heals because the enemy can't fight back. Or you could even try to communicate with your opponent with no risk of them attacking for some juicy lore. For example, the enemy I mentioned in the intro, the guard, usually he'll attack you with his cleaver-wielding hand first for insane damage, which always results in the loss of a limb. But if you've already fought him before and know what he's going to do, you can instead prioritize destroying his cleaver arm before he can even take a swing. That is, if you don't completely miss on accident. Very embarrassing.
Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it.
This obviously doesn't kill him, as he still has his right arm, torso, head, both his legs, and, stinger. But at least you've got some breathing room. So let's try the other arm, which uses a special attack that you have to either guard against to avoid or flip a coin. And as you've probably seen, coin flips are something you don't want to do. But even if you cut off the other arm, the guard will instead start body slamming you for a consistent HP drain every round, which thankfully doesn't do near as much damage as the cleaver. Or he could also thrust his stinger at you. Yes, that's a real attack. And yes, it's blurred for the exact reason you're thinking. That's the reason why I used a censor mod throughout this video, because there is an insane amount of graphic sexual content. For this one, I ended up using an immersive one, so there isn't just a black bar or a pinecone pig on screen every 5 seconds. People are going to argue that I'm not getting the real experience and I just like money too much. Yes. And yes. Anyway, once you fight these guards multiple times, you'll actually notice how the right-hand coin flip attack only happens every 3 turns, starting on the second one, which means you can exactly predict when you have to guard to entirely avoid damage and not lose any health to the tackle. This is never taught to you. There's no line of dialogue. There's no hint that appears on loading screens. You would only learn this by sacrificing multiple characters just to study how this single enemy works. But with that knowledge, the fight becomes trivial and you'll basically never lose to them again. That is, unless you miss. Most enemies in the game function like this. They're basically combat puzzles that you need to solve to increase your chances of survival. I'd say the guards are the tutorial enemies of the game, and the main reason why most people didn't get past the first 10 minutes of the game. And also why the people that did are so locked down, they're currently having a mental breakdown that I'm going to bring my horde of Zuma fans to their secret book club. They're essentially the perfect filter for this game, because they can be brutal as a first encounter, but once you know exactly how to beat them, they'll never be a problem again. Oh, look at that. You see that T-Rex with a head bigger than its entire body? Surely that's easy to hit. Oh, congrats, you did it. But it did nothing and you died anyway. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Holy fucking AIDS. AIDS? So the safest approach is almost always to dismember first. Just like what you're trying to do to enemies, they'll cut off your limbs. Lose an arm, you can't two-hand powerful weapons or carry both a weapon and a shield to protect yourself. Lose 2 and now you're basically dead weight. Lose 1 leg and you'll actually be alright. That's pretty much the only limb in the game that doesn't really have many penalties. But lose both and you'll be crawling across the game slower than Roadhog can heal in Overwatch 2. That was a joke for the 7 people who still play that game, by the way. Some enemies can also target your head, and if they do, yep, it's GG's. Apart from losing limbs, most inhabitants of the dungeon can give you 1 of 15 all different, all amazing status effects, which include, but are not limited to, Infection, which needs to be cured with herbs that are relatively rare compared to the amount of times you get infected from random rusty nails. If you don't, you'll drop dead after a couple on-screen transitions. Blindness, which literally turns your entire screen black, making the game completely unplayable. Oh my God, that jump scared me. That is, unless your autism is so powerful, you've already mapped out the entirety of the game. Or have one specific item to cure it that is probably a bug, and I will talk about that later. And of course, my personal favorite, severe anal bleeding, which is, for the most part, incurable, will stay on your character until you die, and is a general pain in the ass.
Most playable characters have the ability to guard. Despite sounding incredibly boring, it's absolutely essential if you don't want to pay the dungeon health tax every single encounter like most games. Guarding gives you a damage reduction, useful if you don't trust yourself to down the enemy in the next turn. Yet another example of if you have the knowledge to predict the attack, you can completely counter the biggest dangers inside a combat.
But that's about where Fear and Hunger's fairness and counterplay end. Down in the dungeons, the real enemy is RNG. And you can't guard yourself against RNG. Coin flips to save the game, coin flips to avoid falling through the floor, coin flips to be able to get more valuable items, which range from absolutely unusable dog shit to instantly winning the game, which are, of course, all randomly placed. Even the layout of some of the dungeon changes with each new playthrough. The general structure of the rooms and where they connect stay the same, but the actual pathways and the entire room's alignment can be different. So the game relies heavily on randomness, which you can reduce with knowledge and metagaming. But when you think about it, isn't life also random? Unboxing your favorite food, crafted by your favorite influencer, only to flip a coin and there's going to be mold on the inside? Maybe if I buy 1,000 of them, finally I can get one without any mold.
I mean, that joke definitely won't be dead by the time this video comes out.
To me, Fear and Hunger is a true simulation of life. Imagine going to sleep on a bench in London, and given the current housing market, that's not really out of the question. Now, there's a chance that you'll be allowed to sleep peacefully until morning, letting you recover your strength and create a divergent point in time that you can go back to later. But there's also an equal chance that a malignant presence with a strong killing intent appears before you, disturbing your sleep. In that situation, you could do nothing but sacrifice your rest and exercise your God-given right to carry an unlicensed butter knife. However, there are still options. Combat may not be necessary. If you had something you could offer the attacker, like the forbidden scroll of iPhone 16 Pro with unlocked contract and 1 terabyte of storage, maybe, just maybe, the assailant could take it and part ways, avoiding the encounter entirely. Exactly like how you can sometimes avoid combat in Fear and Hunger by offering items or picking certain dialogue options. So then you might ask, if Fear and Hunger replicates life so well, why play it at all if I could just experience life firsthand? Well, for one, most people have already done that. That's why video essays on this, like my personal favorite, the most unfair chungus you could never call a bomb threat on, has nearly 5 million views. Meanwhile, the game itself has only a peak of 1,000 players. And two, the story is really good. It's basically like if they took every Dark Souls item description and turned it into an actual game.
Well, if it isn't our old friend
Cruelty Squad. And three, I'd rather get shivved in the ribs in a video game than in real life. Consequences are a huge theme in Fear and Hunger. I've already talked about the combat ones, like losing limbs or getting status effects, but realistically, you start building up your future consequences as early on as starting the game. Going into a new game, you're immediately thrown into a character selection screen, a decision so important that I'm gonna skip over it for now and talk about the difficulty. The game has a very standard difficulty select menu. Fear and Hunger is the standard experience. Then there's Terror and Starvation, which additionally spices up the game, adding more special events, all designed to make an unfair game even more unfair. There's also Hard Mode, which, and there's no other way to say this, is absolutely rigged against you in terms of difficulty. Let me make an example here. You watch me, right? No. So you probably know what Fallout New Vegas is, the funny trans game. Hard mode is like walking into the casino with a million chips and then losing them because they fell out your pocket right before you could play them on the table. And then you get banned from the casino anyway, your leg breaks, bizarrely for no reason, and then the game crashes to desktop. Apart from that, hard mode does actually reward you if you manage to beat it. Every single difficulty plays differently because of how many more added risks there are with the harder ones, completely shifting your priorities and promoting wildly different play styles. From someone that always picks the hardest difficulty on any game, for your first couple of runs, swallow your pride and just pick normal mode. Otherwise, you won't be able to make it 2 rooms deep into the dungeon. 9 times out of 10, I always play on hardest difficulty because the game gets too easy later on and therefore becomes boring. A great example is Dying Light. The opening hours on hard mode are brutal. It takes about 2 stamina bars to kill a single zombie. That's too much to even have fun. So then you improvise, you kick zombies off ledges, you kick zombies into spikes. You change the way that you played the game to accommodate its difficulty, and you're having fun in the process. You're not just mindlessly killing zombies, you're actually using the environment to your advantage. But in Fear and Hunger's hard mode, you've got no party members, and if you fail a skill check to search a bookshelf, you get bit by a rat and poisoned. I'm being serious. Please just start the game on normal. You will thank me later. I started the game on Terror and Starvation, and that was the worst mistake I made in my life. Why is everyone saying I'm cooked? Is that Tails? I'm good. No, okay, no, never mind. Never mind. That's because even the technically easiest difficulty is insanely punishing and will require maybe dozens of restarts to get it right. One thing you need to remember, there is no shame in save swimming. After all, every save is earned with blood, sweat, and absolute Every save is earned with blood, sweat, an absolute untethered rage at failing another coin flip, and now he's outside my bed again! You might also notice there's a secret 4th difficulty, something so unnerving and punishing, no one could have predicted it. But more on that later. Oh, and if you already know what it is, don't ruin the fun for everyone else, all right? You're probably watching this while scrolling on TikTok. Coming back to the character select screen, you're offered 4 different protagonists to choose from, all from distinct backgrounds, playstyles, and reasons for entering the dungeon. Out of all these characters, there are no bad choices, except for the Outlander. Never pick the Outlander. There are some people out there who will meticulously meta-analyze the game to create a tier list of just how good the characters really are. This might influence your opinion, as you see characters put in S tier. Surely that means they're absolutely broken and a great meta pick. And while that might be true, remember, there is no single overpowered character in the game. Well, they all are, compared to the Outlander. What makes your character overpowered is the knowledge you bring into each run, and also if you can find an empty scroll, but again, more on that later. I like to think the characters are purposely placed from left to right in terms of how accessible they are to new players. So really, you should start off with the Mercenary, having easy access to some of the best utility skills right from the start, letting you acclimate to the game by playing it safe and using that time to learn its mechanics. Like how he begins the game with an ability to have an incredibly high chance to escape fights unscathed, or pick the Knight if you just want to kill people. And doors. Because for some reason, there's no siege technique in existence greater than the leg sweep for a slab of metal. The Dark Priest, meanwhile, many people will gravitate to. He's literally me, as he fails over and over to show his feelings to a single female. He's also the closest thing you'll ever see to a pyro viewer in real life. And the Outlander is a Swedish man, with his brain rotted from inhaling the fumes of only the finest of surströmming. You might be baited into picking the Outlander because he starts with a bow, and that is one of the few weapons that can actually kill in the overworld, and you can avoid combat entirely. But trust me, don't do it. Memes aside, there aren't really any bad choices out of the 4. Even the Outlander can be made to work if you know what you're doing. That being key though, since like I mentioned before, knowledge and experience are the biggest difference makers in the game. So again, for the first couple of runs, it's probably best to stick with the Mercenary. After you pick a character and a difficulty, you'll be served with a "so fast you'll miss it" choice box, asking if you want to play the intro. You should always play the intro. In most games, the intro would just be, a short introduction, maybe a prologue to the story. Oh my, sad shiny stone. Time to walk around. Time to walk around. Time to walk around in dungeons for 40 minutes straight. But here, it's effectively your character creation menu. You get to make choices for your character before they enter the dungeons. The choices you pick shape the kind of character you are and also grant starting items and abilities. The Mercenary story starts out as Birmingham's happiest resident. You were born with the soul of the endless. That makes you yearn for freedom and forces you to push your creativity to its limits. Oh my God. You put your creativity to test in the most harshest of environments. You were born and soon abandoned in the capital of the Eastern Sanctuaries, Jetaiah. You had to choose at a very young age to either become a pickpocket, a burglar, or try to struggle and lead an honest life. Becoming a pickpocket lets you learn steal, letting you take items from enemies during combat. This is an amazing ability because it allows you to get some of the best and unique loot in the game. Becoming a burglar lets you instead learn lockpicking. Your life spent learning thievery certainly didn't go to waste. You learn to live with constant fear and danger over the years. The crude streets of Jetaiah teach you valuable lessons. A fairly useful skill, letting you get past locked doors without having to either go around them or destroy them. So now compare these options to picking an honest life, where you just get money. You struggled through your early life, but managed to get by as a merchant of sorts. Your skills of haggling and speech improved over the years, and you also managed to gather some savings. However, your endless soul yearned for more. You couldn't just become a family man, grow fat, and make a living as a mere merchant. You were destined for more. Money that, spoiler, you won't actually be able to use until you're halfway through the game. Money really has next to no value in this game. As you grew older, you took part in various mercenary armies and learned the dirtiest tricks to stay alive. You were taken in by a notorious veteran highwayman, and you joined his little band of criminals and ex-soldiers. During one of your many raids, your brigade got ambushed. The odds were seriously against you. You could have just abandoned your comrades and kept your life, or you could have fought to your last breath. You get a pretty clear moral choice here. Are you an opportunist who will give up anyone for a chance to escape? Or are you honorable and will stand your ground with your fellow men? Dishonorably running away instead lets you learn escape plan, which is one of the best abilities in the entire game. It's completely passive, functioning effectively as a stat boost, raising your escape chance so high you'll almost never fail to run away from an encounter. Every character has the option to flee an encounter, but only the mercenary can improve his chances in doing so. This is incredibly strong since most enemies don't drop any worthwhile loot, and choosing to kill them always carries the risk of having your HP taxed. Moreover, there's no XP or direct leveling up in the game, so killing regular enemies for the most part is pointless. So if you can run away from every encounter you come across, you'll end up in a much better position. Standing your ground and defending against the ambush once again rewards you with money. Money! Not many survived the ambush, but that just meant the mission rewards got less takers. You were one of the lucky ones. So great, all you got for being honorable and fighting valiantly were some more coins. This is for you. The Good Boy Award. You might also notice that picking the more morally dubious option here rewarded you with something much greater than, you know, just more coins. And this works really well to incentivize players to actually pick the bad choices instead of ending up, you know, like Mass Effect, where 92% of players ended up picking the good Paragon option, because as we know, everyone would rather just be nice as there weren't really any consequences to doing so. And this in turn led to the Renegade options being seen by almost nobody. That's why on YouTube, most videos where you pick the bad option in the game always has infinitely more views than the good option. Everyone wants to be good because being bad is apparently messing up your playthrough. Fear and Hunger, meanwhile, handles this much better, as trying to go for moral superiority will usually carry some sort of price with it. Not really a punishment, but you are missing out on much greater rewards. Characters you meet don't treat you differently over the opening choices you picked either. The only person who judges these choices is you, the player. But in reality, no one is going to survive the dungeons of Fear and Hunger by being a good, honest person. You traveled across the land in your raids and eventually settled down in the kingdom of Rondon, where silver was loose as long as you were up for getting your knife dirty. One day, you got an ominous task from the officials of the kingdom. You were to be paid well in silver if you get a captain of a fabled mercenary army out of the dungeons of Rondon itself, from the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. The morbid place has been used as a wartime prison by the kingdom, and for some reason, they need an outside sword like yourself to infiltrate their very own stronghold. Something is clearly not right about this mission, and you have felt nausea since the moment you agreed on the job. But you are short on silver, and the reward is all that matters in the end. You spent your last night in the kingdom. You now get a choice between going to a brothel, stocking up on food or healing items, or running straight to your mission. Going to the brothel gives you some alcohol, mostly useful for regaining your mind, as of course it's common knowledge to treat depression and insanity with just 3 sips of beer. This also gives you chlamydia, because of course, why wouldn't it? Fortunately, it's merciful enough to not affect gameplay. Stocking up on food and healing items is exactly what it sounds like, just getting some more items to start with. But rushing straight to your mission, when it does sound like a bad idea to go unprepared, is the single best thing you can do, as it teaches you dash. Dash, similarly to escape plan, is a passive skill. But rather than boosting your escape chance in combat, it helps you avoid being caught in the first place by practically doubling your movement speed. I don't think I have to explain why being twice as fast is good in a game where 90% of what you're doing is running around, touching barrels, and trying to not be touched yourself. The only thing that counters the dash, of course, is the humble rusty nail, which will never fail to hit you while you're drifting around corners avoiding enemies. If, however, you skip the mercenaries intro, you won't get to make any choices, instead getting a preset loadout with lockpicking and escape plan. Not too bad, but it kind of takes away from the experience when you aren't the one making the choices. And like the mercenary, the knight gets their own intro with backstory. You were born with the soul of domination that makes people around you bend to your will. You are a natural leader, but you might often end up blind to self-criticism. If your birth sign wasn't enough to warrant a future of greatness, you were also born into a wealthy, noble family. At an early age, you were sent into training to become a holy knight of the kingdom of Rondon. Bloody hell. Training to become a squire was a harsh school that spared no one, no matter if you were from a noble origin or not. A practice sparring match between you and a well all-season squire took place at the central training grounds. It is said that a fighter shows their true colors in their first fight. This applied to you too. When you saw the sword coming your way, you... Instead of being a desperate mercenary that can do the funny Sonic run, the knight has been trained for combat her whole life. You even get to choose what style she'll go on to adapt, either dodging away, focusing on movement and learning fast attack, or blocking the attack with your shield, learning defense stance. Now, you might think, using simple logic, that defense stance would be some sort of damage reduction, while fast attack would let you completely dodge attacks with your mobility. But in his infinite wisdom, Miro, the developer, has decided that actually putting your shield up is much more effective at completely evading attacks than, you know, being fast. Meanwhile, fast attacks have nothing to do with dodging, despite the option literally being quickly stepped aside to dodge it. Instead, buffing your agility and giving you an extra turn for the rest of combat.
That motherfucker's cheating!
Don't get me wrong, this is still very, very useful, but the choice of words doesn't really make a lot of sense. But then again, not much in this game does. As time went on, you proved out to be a gifted fighter and a valuable asset to the kingdom. However, the kingdom of Rondon claimed to follow the will of the gods in its pursuits for more power, but all the rewards seemed to fall into the laps of the elite and the noble, sitting comfortably behind the castle walls. Ruthlessly, the kingdom would expand its reign, reducing the feeble citadels to ashes and bloodstains, enslaving the poor womenfolk whilst every man is slain.
I hate them!
Only to spare a child or two, that its legend may grow. Your devotion was shaken. You were all but ready to retire from the army, but your family insisted, no, they demanded that you stay as a holy knight, or else you'd bring great shame to their noble family. You are now given what sounds like a major life-defining choice. You can either take the easy way and stay as a holy knight, earning a completely useless gift of 20 silver from your family. You swallowed your grief and doubt and decided to stay as a holy knight. In the end, you could try to fix things from the inside, you figured.
I mean, I don't talk to my family. They're irrelevant.
Your family gave you the gift of 20 silver coins. Just as things seemed too dark, you saw a light in the darkness. Or you can rebel and break ties with your family completely. At this point, family ties weighed no more than strangers you met at the dirty streets of Rondon. You completely cut ties with your family without hesitation. Just as you're about to flee from the army, things took an unexpected turn for you, for which it seems that you gain literally nothing. Like I said before, morality doesn't pay in the world of fear and hunger. You met a captain of a small mercenary army who seemed to share the same ill will towards the kingdom of Rondon as you did. The common folk were starting to gather around the charismatic leader, Lagarde, who shared humble origins similar to farmers and villagers alike. There was definitely something otherworldly in his stature. Lagarde saw potential in you, and with warm words, he almost seduced you to join his band of mercenaries. Thanks to your rigorous discipline, you took a high position in his army, in the Knights of the Midnight Sun. I'm sure they have no association with the good boy Reddit players in Dark Souls 3. Your army was growing fast in both size and influence in the western regions. The Kingdom of Rondon would first use your services to their own benefit.
Look like a Puerto Rican whore.
Whoa. But soon saw you as a possible threat to their modern reigns. Something changed with Lagarde as well. He kept more to himself and studied ancient texts and occult. He became obsessed with some relics and artifacts that gave you ominous feelings and terrible nightmares. Things would only spiral towards madness even more when Lagarde decided to raid the northern capital, Aldegard. Without a warning or negotiations, Lagarde killed everyone who stood in the way between him and this mysterious ancient relic. It was this small overblow that was enough of an excuse for the Kingdom of Rondon to turn common folk against Lagarde and justify his imprisonment. As the troops of the Rondon army marched towards your clearly smaller army, you had to choose which position to take in the coming encounter. Here, you can choose between protecting the rear or spearheading the assault. Whatever you choose will determine your starting equipment, letting you start with either a longsword, an eagle crest shield, a plate mail, and leg guards. Or an iron spear, an iron cuirass, and arm guards. You'll probably want the latter set though because of the arm guards. These are very valuable since they prevent arm loss, and a lot of enemies have attacks that specifically target them. Leg guards do the same for legs, but they'll usually be pointless since there's almost no attacks in the game that specifically target your legs. No matter what you choose though, the outcome of the battle stays the same. I lost my left arm. You cannot hold the eagle crest shield with one arm.
The Black Knight always triumphs!
The Knights of the Midnight Sun lost the fight. Many of your comrades were slain, but you managed to escape the battlefield. Lagarde was taken as a captive and to be used most likely as propaganda. You knew you didn't have much time before he would be sentenced to death, so you had to act fast. Even if it seemed like a suicide mission, you decided to save Lagarde from the prisons he was held in. Before leaving for your desperate journey, you decided to stock up on equipment and items. Now, this brings you to a similar choice that the mercenary had. You can either stock up on equipment or food, or if you chose to cut ties with your family earlier, a seemingly pointless choice, you can also rush after Lagarde into the dungeons, learning dash just like the mercenary. Even though for this, you technically have to waste 2 choices for it. But despite that, it's still absolutely broken and definitely worth losing out on some worthless money and a few common items.
What the fuck was that?
This also completely undermines my point about moral choices being worse, since here, rejecting the corrupt Order of Rondon actually does reward you. But this is a video essay, and I needed to make everything sound super dramatic. If you don't want to play as a holy knight, or a woman, you might have chosen the Dark Priest instead. Born with the soul of the enlightened, you were always seeking restlessly for new knowledge and secrets hidden from the common folk. This trait started to show itself at a very young age, as you were chosen to become a dark priest upon the birth of you and your twin sister.
There's 2 of them!
Typical to such occult rites, you were pitted against your sibling with ritual daggers and challenged to fight each other to the very last breath. Unfortunate for you, you were born with a fragile body, and your sister easily overpowered you and had her dagger on your neck, waiting for the final blow. She, however, showed mercy and withdrew her dagger. She stepped away from you as your high priest masters glared gleefully at the event unfolding before their very eyes. Now, instead of having a cozy life with your rich parents, focused on training, you're thrown into a battle to the death against your sibling right from the start, and you lose. Which actually foreshadows how absolutely useless this character is in physical combat later. Your sister spares you, and you're given a choice. You can either be an absolute dick and backstab your sister in the spine like a spy from TF2 the second she turns around. You stroke your dagger to the spine of your sister, and she collapsed to the ground. The High Priest seemed especially pleased with this and prepared you for your Ascension ceremony. In the Ascension ceremony, you were to resurrect your deceased sister with necromancy and use her as a ghoul. You did this, and the cold corpse of your sister brought a smile to your otherwise emotionless face. After your ascension to Dark Priesthood, you were to leave the temple grounds and learn occult on your own in the Dark Pilgrimage. Now, however fucked you think it is to stab your own sister and raise her corpse to serve you, this probably isn't even in the Watch Mojo top 10 of bad things in this game. You're also given the option to accept defeat instead, admitting to yourself just how useless you are. The Dark Priests got no place for the weak, so you were thrown down to an underground well. There, you were meant to quietly wither away. Instead, you fed on insects and other small critters that shared your fate down in the darkness. With time, you learned to understand the language they spoke.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
With the aid of your new slaves, you eventually grew strong enough to climb up the well. You creeped upstairs to the temple and noticed it was the nighttime. At least now you have the chance to get your revenge.
I will have my revenge!
By locking the exits and burning the entire place to the ground.
Burn it to the ground!
Vengeful in how you'd been treated, you set the temple on fire, jammed the exit door so no one could escape, and then ran away. Only muffled screams could be heard coming from the temple. This will teach you the pyromancy trick, or alternatively, you can run away like a little bitch and get an alchemy book. Whatever you do, you end up on a path of gathering knowledge alone. You even pick the god of which you want to dedicate this important time to. Watching live leak videos and tweeting more than 5 times a day improves your affinity with Grogeroth. Dressing up as a femboy and drinking none other than Monster Zero Ultra aligns you with Sylvian. If you thank the Lord above more than Twitch's most performative Christian, you'll gain affinity with Allmare. But if you reject all these well-known temptations and delve deeper to realms that have been lost for so long, then the god of the depths will smile upon you. Whichever path you choose, they all lead to the same place. You traveled across the Western continent, learning about different gods, deities, blood magic, and all known sciences. Your studies didn't come without their merit. You were acknowledged by the top scholars of the modern times. You were finally granted a pass to the great libraries of the Kingdom of Rondon, and now had the collection of all known history and science at your grasp. You learned of a certain man who was prophesied to begin a new era for mankind, a man meant for greatness. But why would you need to share the spotlight of the gods with any mortal man? Prophecies are only for those who are weak enough to bend their sorry fates. You need to find this man and learn more. To your current knowledge, he would be found imprisoned at the notorious dungeons of fear and hunger. I do like a CinemaSins bit, but they haven't been relevant for 7 years. Yeah, you could do like a CinemaSins bit, you know. And title. Ding. You know, that kind of thing. You decided to stock up before your travels. Again, you can choose to pick up some items to start out with, or if you chose to admit defeat and didn't burn your temple down, you can pick dash, which again is always worth it. This is the reason why you have to make some sacrifices to be able to even unlock it in the first place. So those are the 3 decently powerful characters. But then there's the Outlander, who in the first sentences of his intro foreshadows how it feels to play as him. You were born with the soul of the tormented. You are destined to struggle in every step you take in life. You know the game is good when it immediately tells you that you're destined to get screwed over. Ultimately, this makes you stronger physically and tempers your iron will that rivals the will of the gods themselves. You had a balanced childhood in the city of Aldegard, with both of your parents always present. Your father taught you the art of war. Your very first step was to choose your weapon. I'm not sure whether the art of war is the actual art of war from Sun Tzu. I'll be honest, I've never read the art of war in my life. I just remember the soldier from Team Fortress 2 referencing it. You can either pick a bow and some arrows or an axe and shield. It honestly doesn't matter too much, but at least with the bow and arrow, you can later learn a skill that lets you one-shot enemies in the overworld instead of being forced into regular combat, so it's probably the better pick. Winters grew colder and summers shorter, which resulted a great hunger in the north. The fine men of Aldegard set sails to the unknown west in a desperate attempt to find food and riches to feed the people. You had grown into your manhood and boarded the ship. After months of sailing, the sea saw no end, and the crew was struggling. Some laid weak under the deck, while some embraced the cold, dark sea.
Hello, how are you?
As the weak met their fate, the rest indulged in the greatest sin. You can either cannibalize your comrades, learning Devour, or try to not give in to the hunger and learn Bloodlust. Both of these are, to say the least, completely worthless. Devour is less useless as it lets you eat corpses of enemies, and that restores some hunger. Although make sure to search the corpse before eating it, since apparently the Outlander is just so hungry, he will eat any loot there might be to take. And Bloodlust is, it's incredible. Its main effect is getting a 50% damage bonus, which sounds great. The downside is you lose control of your character. He'll now randomly attack on his own, out of your control, like he just dropped a medieval perk. Amazing payoff for the chance of being one-shot, because now you can't even guard or use items. So it's probably best to just take Devour, since it's better than having another suicide ability, just waiting for you to misclick it mid-fight. As if the trip wasn't gloomy enough, when you finally found land, it was something no one in the civilized world could have ever imagined. From the far reaches of the world, you found the dark continent of Vinland. The continent had never been touched by a civilized man. The land was tainted by ancient deities and gods you had never even heard of. The things you witnessed there left a mark in you that could never be washed away. Some of your comrades lost their minds, while others tried to pillage anything worthwhile before leaving the macabre place. You get another choice, this time whether you want to take souvenirs from Vinland or just get out of there. Running away now will let you pick dash later, but you might be curious what the souvenirs might be. You'll find a soul stone, a valuable item, but you'll probably end up finding a lot of these in the dungeon anyway. I will get into soul stones later, but they're essential to learning new skills. But on top of that as well, this is the only intro choice that has a coin flip. If you want the soul stone and fail the coin flip, your character gains a huge permanent debuff to evasion and damage taken, meaning you're suddenly in one-shot range of most common enemies. This is of course very fair and definitely worth risking for what is effectively picking the binoculars in Dark Souls 1 as a starting gift, despite the fact that you could find them 5 minutes after starting the game. An ancient artifact was bought from the Dark Continent. You knew it was a mistake, but the choice wasn't in your hands. You knew something bad would follow sooner or later. The bad omens would soon reveal themselves, as sometime after your return during one of your many hunting trips, you came back to your village, only to witness your worst fears come to life. A mercenary army had raided your village. You witnessed your home village burning, your family slain, and the artifact stolen. Those who survived the raid described the army and its captain. He was the famous captain from the fabled mercenary army, Knights of the Midnight Sun. You immediately packed and left after him. The man would witness the iron will tempered both in the freezing north and in the dark continent of Vinland. You learned that the man has since been taken into the dungeons of the Kingdom of Rondon, into the notorious dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Again, you pick a choice of preparing or running straight to the dungeon, same as always. The reason why I went so extensively over the intro is because, if you didn't notice, 2 of the characters are going into the dungeons specifically to rescue Lagarde, while the Outlander actually wants to murder him. I'm definitely sure this won't cause issues later down the line. After getting through the intro, you're finally thrown into the game. There's no more introductions. Right as the game begins, you're stood outside the dungeon entrance. I've already talked way too much about how brutal this game can be, so you might rightfully be tempted to want to prepare before heading down. There's some crates and whatnot around the entrance. I mean, it can't hurt to loot a little, even though you're probably definitely going to die. But as you keep searching barrels, you might see this small little text at the bottom of your screen. This is your first gentle nudge that maybe it's not best to overstay your welcome outside. Your next clue being the XL bullies that were recently banned in the UK, named Sunshine and Sweetness, instantly jumping on you and throwing you into the first combat encounter.
My dog is the softest, most, I cannot tell you.
If this happens, you might as well restart your run, since while you technically can escape from their combat, especially if you pick the mercenary with his flee ability, they're much faster than you in the overworld, even with dash.
That's a new world record.
Meaning you'll be stuck in an endless loop of escaping and entering combat and escaping and entering combat. That is until you finally fail the skill check to run away and you get kissed to death. And if you thought running into the dungeon was going to save you, well, once they've spawned in, they can actually follow you inside, which is again a magnificent design choice from Miro, as this works wonders as a casual filter.
What do you want with the player? I want him dead.
Making sure the only people that don't refund the game after this point are only the most special of players, or an even worse breed of people that never play video games and instead watch streamers do it for them because they're poor.
I love playing games.
Anyway, this fight is obviously skewed against you, and you should never try to fight here, which actually ends up as a theme across pretty much all of the game. Killing enemies rarely gives you any good loot, and most of the time it just takes away precious resources and screws you over in the future. If you somehow manage to actually take the fight and win, how the hell did you do that? Which is especially hard considering there's actually 2 hounds in combat instead of just 1, like the sprite would suggest. Even after all that, randomly getting 0.0001% hits, you will be rewarded with absolutely nothing. But what kind of loot would you expect from a dog? There's no experience in the game either, so this fight will literally never give you anything of value. And if you think you have to take it to clear the outside as not to be attacked again, fuck you. They just spawn after you sit in the dungeon for a while. This is entirely designed as bait for the kinds of people who would go through the game trying to clear every enemy. They're not a danger. Unfortunately, in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, you are not the danger. You're the one entering hostile territory, and you really can't afford yourself the luxury of trying to truly cleanse the dungeons of everything. The game works hard to create a feeling of powerlessness in the player as a way to really hammer in the difficulty, and this fight portrays this beautifully. You know it achieved it if my best advice for you is to run. Well, technically, the plan here is spawn in, ignore the dead horse, which you can beat for some reason, run around spamming space on as many barrels as you can until you see the barking is getting closer, then run into the building. You'll probably manage to search everything if you do this, but even if you don't, you can always come back later when the dogs are gone. And there's plenty of barrels anyway. So, PewDiePie reference.
You little buggers, I hate barrels! That's why I hate you!
Thinking about the inside, you can head into the dungeons immediately if you don't want to bother with looting. Either through the main entrance, which will take you right into the inner walls, or through the basement back door. Even though you might think the basement would be safer since you're not, you know, walking straight in through the very obviously guarded front, it's just about as deadly, and it really doesn't matter. You might as well flip a coin for it. Get it? Get it? It's an old game. I'm not flipping a coin. You step inside the darkness. You feel your sanity decline with every passing moment. An unnatural hunger begins draining your strength. The darkness all around seems to close in on you. You finally go inside the dungeons of fear and hunger.
Fuck off!
And true to their name, those will be the main mechanics you'll be fighting against your entire stay in the dungeons. Hunger is pretty self-explanatory. You have a hunger meter. When time goes down, eat food. It goes up. But you are telling me right now you have never played an early access build survival game in your life. As the bar gets lower, it'll actually shave off your max health. And if you don't eat by then, you can straight up die. It's a pretty standard resource drain mechanic designed to push you further into the game and seek out more food. Since, you know, barrels eventually run out of moldy bread. And at some point, they start stacking lunchly instead. And no one's eating that. You can make safe areas in Fear and Hunger by killing all the enemies, but Fear goes a little bit deeper. Alongside the Hunger bar, you have a Mind bar, a resource described as the character's ability to cope. I do like how that word has absolutely no meaning anymore. Thank you, Internet. This is the game's second most important resource after health, influencing both combat and the overworld. Most importantly, this is what you use to cast spells.
Blows up pancakes with mine.
And also some skills, because apparently using leg sweep just takes such a huge toll on your mind. Spells are, for the most part, insanely strong, which already makes your mind incredibly important. Some enemies can actually attack your mind instead of your health, which can be particularly annoying when they end up targeting the designated spellcaster every single time. But mind also represents your character's sanity. It decreases with time, same as hunger. And as it falls lower, they start wanting to leave. There's a lot of specifics regarding the party members you can recruit and how you can keep them from leaving you, but the best way to usually do that is to keep their mind stat high. When I mean high, I mean a literal high, since you restore the mind the same way you do in the real world, through smoking tobacco, opium, or just drinking to forget what you were even scared of. There's also some really bad milestones for the player when they decrease their mind to a certain extent. The first time you drop below 50 mind, the game will start talking to you about how scared you are and how you want to go home. And maybe, you know, this is just too much. Maybe you need an easy way out, which it graciously provides by teaching you how to game end yourself. Can I say the word? I don't know. Am I going to get yellow dollar signed? I hate this website. Which is, of course, the most powerful skill, as it effectively one-shots the target and costs no mind to use. The next milestone happens if your mind falls to 0. The game then spits in your face for not being able to hold a stat above the number 0 and permanently gives your character panophobia. To explain exactly how screwed you are when this happens, you can find a book right next to the entrance called the Book of Fears. When you first pick it up, your character first finds a guest book and reads off some passages. The nightmare has taken a toll on me. I'm devolving into something far less than the man I once was. All the high morals and ethics have no value here. The things I've done to survive. There was no place for a little miscreant like me in the warmth of the sun anymore. I am part of these dungeons now. Part of this never-ending nightmare nightmare. Just one more cog in this machine of fear and hunger. In a way, I find it comforting. I have a definite place in this wicked world, but I'm writing this here as a warning for anyone who happens to step down into the darkness. Do leave if it is still possible. These are clearly the writings of someone who's had to endure the dungeon for a long time, broken by its nightmares so much that they couldn't even resist name-dropping the game yet again. You could also interpret this message in a meta sense, as in someone who's already gone through the game and, let's be honest, the genuine torment it can induce, warning us about it. It even fits that people who would play Fear and Hunger definitely do not go out into the warmth of the sun. Trust me, if this game had like any kind of messaging system like Elden Ring, you would see stuff like this everywhere. That, or they just try to write out Mr. Beast over and over, or Fortnite. Elden Ring players have two jokes.
I want to go home, and then edge.
Under the guest book is the Book of Fears, which kind of, but not really, teaches you about another mechanic, phobias. Your starting character will always have one, randomly selected from the ones inside the Book of Fears. Necrophobia, fear of death, dead, and corpses. A perfect example is my subreddit, Phasmophobia, fear of ghosts and ghastly figures. Not to be confused with the game where you run around for 20 minutes trying to scan ghost orbs only to get one-tapped. Rhabdophobia, fear of magic and otherworldly powers, which is exactly what people will claim that they have when they get banned for spamming 27 slurs in a row in ranked chat, claiming that the ban was otherworldly powers.
Come on, game. Get your priorities right.
Erotophobia, fear of sex and genitals. I mean, you're watching this video, so. Zoophobia, fear of animals and beasts. This is a reference to a YouTube video Leafy's here made 8 years ago where he talked about a woman that wanted to sleep with her dog. Teratophobia, fear of monsters and malformations. Cry of Fear had a game before it called Afraid of Monsters. And in a secret ending in Cry of Fear, the protagonist of Afraid of Monsters can be seen running over the protagonist from Cry of Fear. The conclusion? Fear and Hunger and Cry of Fear are in the same universe. Now, sometimes in combat, you might see that someone in your party has a little yellow exclamation mark next to their name. This means the enemy you're fighting is triggering their phobia. So, for example, fighting the jagged jaws from the start of the game will trigger zoophobia. This applies a negative 50% evasion buff, as well as increasing the damage taken from physical attacks by 50%. Obviously, this can be crippling, especially with enemies you're forced to fight like bosses. So you end up having to play around your party's phobias and making sure the characters that have their phobias triggered are on full health so they don't just get randomly one-tapped by a regular attack. Phobias are one of the few elements in the game with each character that is random. The beginning choices you make determine your character's belongings, and also what abilities they start off with. But phobias will always be randomly generated. They're not tied to any character or preference or choices. It is random every single time. So in theory, if you wanted to, you could create an entire party that was scared of furries. You might notice though that panophobia is missing from that list. That's because it's not a phobia or something specific. It's a fear of everything. So once your mind goes to zero, you better get used to that yellow exclamation mark because you'll be seeing it every single fight. Yep, have fun never dodging an attack again and getting one-tapped by every single rusty knife in the building. And before you ask, no, there is no way to cure it, even if you raise your mind afterwards.
You can technically remove it in a few ways, but this is about as much as a technicality as it is an exploit.
Come up with anything?
Which, to be fair, you'll see soon. The game's mechanics are just a consequence of the finest of spaghetti code.
I don't call Fear and Hunger Fear and Hunger. I call it trial and error. As far as the intended gameplay is of reaching Zero Mind, this will ruin your character permanently. There is actually an item that can technically help you here outside of bugs called the Ever-Watching Talisman, which completely prevents phobias as long as you have it on. But that just moves the debuff further down the line, since now you're stuck with this specific talisman in your accessory slot. Accessories, by the way, are some of the most powerful items in the entire game, and you will be forced to skip out on pretty much all of them just to avoid panophobia, which ironically you could have prevented completely by wearing another accessory which restores mind in combat. Coming back to the dungeon itself, apart from the fears, which is guaranteed to spawn next to the entrance, the rest of the room layout is random, in big quotation marks. Since this is an RPG Maker game that could reasonably run on a drowned laptop from 20 years ago, it obviously doesn't have real procedural generation to make it really roguelike. That would not only take a lot of effort to actually make work within the world and the scripted events, but also would make your CPU fan sound like it's about to take off. Instead, it has a couple of pre-made templates for each room, which are randomly selected for every run you do. I assume this is most likely because to get the full experience, you have to replay the game multiple times on different difficulties and characters. So this at least spices the game up instead of having to go through the exact same layout just to die to the same rusty nail you didn't see. Oh my god, because your brain had turned off seeing the same room for the past 20 runs. If you couldn't tell, by the way, I really don't like the rusty nails in this game. This, of course, means that if you play through the game enough times, you can end up just memorizing every single map variation. But if you got this far, you probably won't get bored of the game just because you know the layout of the corridors. At that point, you're in too deep. You touched the dungeons and they changed you forever. Changed you into what you are now, an active member of the Fear and Hunger Discord, a fate worse than death. I got in the script here to show a mentally diseased message. That will not be hard to find in that Discord server, believe me. The only thing the game really randomly generates for the map is the loot, which, if you think I'm going to break down every single one right now, no. There are 299 unique items in the game, and I'm not doing another Cruelty Squad tier list. Wait, but the Cruelty Squad video's on 10 million views. All right, fine. I'll talk about some of it. So barrels, boxes, any containers you can find will usually have some random common loot, like food, crafting items for torches, herbs, or even sometimes weapons and armor. For the most part, all the consumables have a place in the game. Some are definitely better than others, with the others being absolutely useless. Dirt. I love dirt. Dirt. Oh, I love dirt. Dirt! I love dirt. But there's no inventory capacity or, regrettably, any weight system. Mark off fat jerk on the clipboard. Okay, that's a good one. Yep, there we go. They'll laugh at that one. So it's not like you're going to be throwing away health potions because, you know, you found better ones. Weapons and armor, however, are different since a party member can only actually have one on them at a time. So what you'll find out pretty early into the game is that they fall into two categories. Small stat boosts that are so minuscule and pointless, you will never even notice the advantage you're getting. That is, unless you're being a sweat and looking at every single weapon. Sometimes the game will try to tell you about an item through its Dark Souls item descriptions, like this ring of still blood, which prevents bleeding. It's also cursed. I wonder what that's about. Oh, right. I can't take it off anymore.
Why should I keep it? I think you should leave the ring behind. Fuck off.
Doesn't sound too bad. I mean, it's still got the positive effect. Except I just got this accessory which prevents bleeding and infection and limb loss. And now I can't put it on. Or how these bone shears, which basically double my attack that I found right at the start of the game. Surely this is like an insanely lucky roll, right? Now, you would think that right before fighting a guard and missing their left hand on the first turn because the shears have a hidden negative 50% hit chance. You lose an arm, and now you can't even defend yourself because the weapon is two-handed. So yes, even the loot, the objectively advantageous items, if you don't apply them properly, you will lose. Except the shears. Just never use them. Apart from regular boxes and barrels, you can find more specialized loot in the entrance in the form of bookcases. There's even an entire small library of them in every variation. These, as the name suggests, please God, don't let me spell it out for you. It's books. All right, this is the book loot pool, which is incredibly valuable. I understand that 90% of my audience has probably never actually read a book in their lives.
Ninja's book on gaming.
And no, the control layout to a video game or those manuals you bought as a kid do not count. But generally, books are thought to be the best possible conduit for knowledge. And they function exactly like this in Fear and Hunger, letting you either learn more about the world around you, like the ones about the gods of this world, or straight up teaching your character how to cook the perfect meat pie in dungeon conditions using only 3 simple things: a perfectly fresh egg, flour, and ethically sourced meat. Alternatively, they can also teach you how to make a pig out of pine cones, which, while it sounds completely pointless, is actually a way to get infinite items for free. Since the pig is a symbol of such good luck, it actually has a 1 in 4 chance to generate a random item from its pool every time you enter combat, which you can then run away from and trigger again and again And again, this item, by the way, can solo carry your run if you have the hours to spare to keep going and running away from combat.
It can generate effectively infinite amounts of healing items, alcohol, as well as just straight up food, since it also has raw meat in the loot table. So even if you aren't lucky enough to pull dried meat for cooking, you can just conjure up some actual fresh meat to grill, all thanks to the Pinecone Peak.
And to be fair, you can always cook more meat pies with the ethically sourced meat.
Not ethically made, ethically made.
But this is mostly just common loot. What you're really after with bookcases are the coin flip ones. There's another small mechanic I actually haven't mentioned yet called lucky coins. These exist solely to trick you into thinking you have any kind of hope when flipping a coin. It doesn't increase your odds at all, but instead adding another coin to flip. So keep in mind, heads or tails is 50% because there's two sides. But then if you want to pick heads and you flip your coin with the lucky coin, you still have a 25% chance of getting tails. So one of the rarest items in the game effectively halves your chance of failing. But there's still a chance of failing. The only saving grace is your character, no matter what choices you picked, will always start with 2 lucky coins. My favorite thing to do is predict heads and then somehow get 2 tails. But realistically, you'll always want to keep these lucky coins specifically for coin flip bookcases, as these have the best loot pool in the entire game. There's a bunch more crafting books in their loot pool, but instead of helping you make gourmet British cuisine, they'll let you live out your dreams as a perfectly mentally stable alchemist. By letting you craft any of 9 vials of random chemicals, you can then proceed to throw into the eyes of unsuspecting children. Or they can even let you make skin suits so you can walk past guards unmolested. If anything, this reminds me of the totally fake game that Rockstar made in GTA 5 with Michael's fat son playing it on the TV. That's GTA 5 Righteous Slaughter, by the way. You die in that game, and at the end it just goes, molested. Right, okay. But all of this is actually the low end of high-tier loot that you can get from these bookshelves. Some of the other things include a Book of Enlightenment, which lets you save immediately, anywhere, anytime, without having to even flip a coin. A book that teleports you to a secret area of an ancient city you won't even know exists until 3/4 through the game, which can also save you from a complete mineshaft collapse. Necronomicon, which also has a coin flip in itself once you read it to straight up kill you. Oops. Or gives you a random magical ability from one of the gods, Grogaroth. And on top of that as well, don't like the ability you got, just save scum to completely mitigate the issue. Use a coin flip on a bed to then do a coin flip in a book. Great game design. Or you can get any random scroll which will teach any character you want the spell that they're inscribed with. That is, unless you find the empty scroll, which sounds bad, right? I mean, it's a blank scroll. It has no magic on it. It's useless. Except if it's empty, that means you can write anything you want on it. Literally anything. As long as you find a literal piece of paper and a quill, which, guess what, you'll probably find in the next few rooms because it's regular crate loot. Because the items are randomly generated, that means you can technically go up to a bookshelf in the starting room of the game, flip a coin, and get a literal cheat item that lets you get anything in the game. Like, for example, the very fair and balanced spell of being able to no-clip anywhere you want. Is that not enough? Well, maybe get another 7 empty scrolls from the same bookshelf, because the loot generation system that takes up the rest of the game is absolutely bugged. But this, of course, goes 2 ways, since you can either waste all your lucky coins on bookshelves and still fail the coin toss because the game has no fun allowed on its Steam page, or you can succeed the toss but get your 7th copy of the Scroll of Bloodlust, which I already talked about earlier being one of the objectively worst spells in the entire game. This is also where Fear and Hunger differs from other games like it, as there's no actual item progression. I mean, there can't be, considering it's all randomly generated. Other RPGs, you'll often have planned roadblocks that require you to get some sort of item to progress, or even have loot containers with exactly what you need for the next fight. I'm told that this is called game design, but here it just doesn't matter. A run can be doomed from the start simply because you rolled wrong. This also extends to pretty much the entire game. I mean, I've talked a lot about how difficult the game is. But it really does all come down to a coin flip. Randomness decides half the game, and the other half is just a knowledge check you probably won't be able to pass unless you've already played through the game before. This, I completely admit, is unfair. You're never really going to get better at this game unless you put a huge time commitment into it. But this is exactly what makes the game special. I mean, there's also the comprehensive story you discover after you read every single book in the game. But most people know about that, not from the game itself, but by watching video essays, kind of like what you're doing now. Fear and Hunger itself is pretty simple. If you couldn't tell already, considering it's literally made in RPG Maker, it's just a framework built to brutally show you how dark the universe Miro created is. Not only through the obvious way, the atmosphere, dodgy moral choices, and story, but by messing with you on a meta level, literally making you feel the despair as you lose hours of progress to a single unlucky event. Losing a coin toss in this game can almost feel as unfair as a random crash that could corrupt your save file in any other game. Sometimes you really can't win, and here you're put into an even darker, more hostile reality. Whichever character you pick, at the end of the day, you're just some guy who got taken out by a rusty nail. And you're going into probably the most dangerous place in the known world. From the start, you're in a losing position. There's a sort of human compulsion to do the impossible, and this game does an amazing job of making you feel like it genuinely is, while also spitting in your face and calling you a bitch boy. But after going through all of its jankiness and genuine attempts to make you miserable, you can legitimately say that the odds were stacked against you and you still managed to beat them. And there is really no better feeling than playing against something unfair and still coming out on top. So yeah, if all of that went over your head because you weren't actually queuing for a game, TLDR, book good, phone bad. RNG makes game hard. Thank you, Fear and Hunger, for sharing this profound philosophical statement with the rest of the world.
No need to thank me.
Mechanics aside, the entrance does actually have a lot of points of interest, despite it being literally the first room you'll probably enter. There's that library I mentioned, but also what looks like a small office with a cage in the middle of the room. There's a girl inside, which sounds really weird, because why would a child go into the dungeons, and how did she end up in a cage? You can ask her if she's actually a monster, but she won't respond as she can't stop crying. I'm sure in a couple centuries, when they invent an iPad, she'll be fine. The first time you find this, it looks to be insanely obvious bait. When you interact with the cage, the game even says the girl is hiding her face from you, so it sounds like, you know, the standard horror trope of le spooky child is actually le monster. Something one of my favorite games growing up, Fear, shamelessly stole 13 years earlier. But regardless of all that, it actually is just a child. So if you didn't free her here, you are officially the villain of the game and get yourself the worst ending possible. One of those statements is true. Or maybe both. Depends if you picked heads or tails. You can either pick the lock if you got the ability in the mercenary intro, use a small key you can find as loot, or use a red vial to straight up melt the lock instead.
Time to ring some music.
Whatever you do, the girl will now join your party. Though she's less of a party member and more of a liability because, I mean, you know, it's just a little kid. She comes with no abilities, she has 5 base attack, and can't even equip any regular weapons. This means she's only really ever useful as a meat shield, which is something to be encouraged by the developer, since she will literally throw herself in front of fellow party members if they're about to die, or she's meant to be used to perpetually stack spam blue vials on your main character to heal them. If you're lucky enough, you can still teach her spells from scrolls. So again, one coin toss on a bookshelf can make a character that's designed to be a liability into a one-shot machine that can actually steamroll half the game. But even if you don't end up taking a scroll, it might just be worth taking her with you, even if all she can really do right now is spam items. And it feels better to have an actual party member with you rather than just you walking around all on your own. And you'll definitely need a party with you, since apart from the girl, almost everything you encounter in the dungeons wants to murder you.
Can I have a smoke? No.
In the entrance, it's mostly just guards. Literally deformed prison guards corrupted by whatever took a hold of the dungeons. I've talked about these guys already, and they're nothing really special. Like I said before, despite being beginner enemies, they're extremely punishing the first few times you fight them. But once you figure them out like a puzzle, they become pretty trivial. There's also a ghoul that usually spawns next to the exit. This might genuinely be the easiest enemy in the entire game. That is, unless he decides to take a bite out of you, which will probably leave you infected. If you don't have a green herb on you, then lol, unlucky I guess, go reload a save. But you can also kill him with absolutely no risk by using your mouth.
Lightning bolt, shoot from my fingertips!
Not joking, by the way. Talking is a legitimate ability that you can use in combat.
Fuck off!
There's no Fallout charisma check or anything. It's all just done with simple dialogue options. But their results can be pretty interesting and can also help with world building.
Give us your lighter.
Asking the ghoul its origin immediately reveals that he's just a corpse risen with necromancy. You try talking to this wretched soul. What is your origin? The prisoner slurs something in uncertainty. The prisoner seems to be a dead man standing, brought to life by some wicked magic. It seems that there is only a fragile belief in life keeping the ghoul on its feet. You might be able to shake the belief fairly easily. You're basically handed the solution to the fight on a silver platter. You can tell him that he's just a product of necromancy, and he can't comprehend this and instantly falls apart. The same way that you could make a really impressive tweet talking about the inner workings of modern society and questioning where we came from and the things we'll achieve in the next century, only for a gimmick account to quote tweet you saying bro duck cap, crying emoji, skull emoji, and get 50 times more impressions. Bro duck. Now, despite dialogue seeming to be very effective, it doesn't work so well with other enemies.
Just fucking piss off.
Most enemies will respond to you, and talking can sometimes even give you items, or at least stall the enemy from attacking. But again, this is the knowledge component of the game. You already have to have the hindsight of where talking will actually be useful and where it just steals a turn from you. If you take the ghoul fight as a lesson that there's always an alternative way forward, you'll just get beaten into submission by the next guard, who smiles as you ask him to stop fighting. Because Fear and Hunger really isn't trying to be Undertale here. Because there are probably 5 people that think they can pacifist the entire game like it's Undertale. I love you. You can also talk to your party members outside of combat. This is mostly just learning about who they are, but the girl specifically actually has a mechanic related to it. When anyone tries to leave your party because of their sanity being in the gutter, you can try to prevent them from leaving. You get a dialogue box where you can choose to let them leave or try to persuade them to stay with you. Now, talking to the girl actually has a different outcome. Instead, if you tell her to leave, the game graciously lets you have another dialogue box to make sure that you made the right choice. And also on top of that, to make you feel scumbag for abandoning a random child in the middle of these dungeons. Regarding the ghoul, you can still keep talking to him. Like the game says, he's a product of necromancy. And if you pick the Dark Priest, you might already have the ability to raise the dead from the intro. This, of course, triggers a coin flip, and if you fail it, unlucky. Looks like you're gonna have to fight him again.
I'm back.
But if you succeed, you raise the ghoul back up and even get to name him. This has led the Fear and Hunger community coming up with only the most hilarious and original names for anything they manage to resurrect. I gave a Reddit gold for that one. But more importantly, if you summon the ghoul, you can actually get some explanation to where he came from. Skibbity Chungus tries to form words. He would like to tell you about his tragic past as a human sacrifice for the older god Grogaroth. How Skibbity Chungus worked as a guard in the Rondon prisons built inside the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Without his consent, Skibbity Chungus was dragged to the lower levels where the Dark Priests drained him from all his blood. It's horrible enough to have been unwillingly taken as a sacrifice for a god, but they actually had to raise him from the dead just so he can complete his guard quota. Exploring more of the dungeons, apart from the office, there's also a kitchen where you can cook any raw meat that you can find. Pretty useful again, since hunger is one of the main elements in the game. There's also a section of wall roomed off by collapsed rubble. The hallway is collapsed here. Makes you wonder how the rest of the old fortress holds up. Now, you can blow it open if you have an explosive vial, which sounds like a very bad idea considering this corridor caved in already, and exploding it probably won't help with the structural integrity. But it does actually end up working and nicely clearing you a path. Inside, you can find another coin flip bookshelf, a chest, which is another coin flip container, and a bed, which is another coin flip. You can either save the game if you succeed, or get attacked by one of the enemies in the room with you, which makes sense since it's not like there's a safe zone around the bed. But what happens if there are no enemies left? Not in the entire dungeon, but just in this room. Well, technically, the game isn't supposed to ask for a coin flip at all.
I don't really want this.
If you clear the room that you're in, you actually get an area of respite where you aren't constantly in danger and can get a good night's sleep. However, because the game is so completely broken and people will cope that this is a feature, if you try to sleep in the bed before clearing every last enemy out, it will still keep asking you for a coin flip even though there's nothing to fight you anymore. So instead, you'll be woken up to a strong sensation of killing intent, apparently coming from thin air. And if you want to retry the coin flip because there's no danger, you can't because of the adrenaline you got from being attacked by nothing. So you'll have to walk around the area until you manage to hit the correct trigger that decides, okay, you can go back and try and sleep again. Now, this seems like a small pet peeve. I mean, if anything, it's an annoyance at most. But also, it's definitely an oversight having to deal with a planned punishing feature, especially when some elements of the game are actually tied to how quickly you can make certain progress. There's also another small chamber where you can find some symbols on the ground. One of them you might already recognize, since it's the icon of the game and also appears on the tail side of the coin that you flip. This is a ritual circle, and there's even a book in the corner that tells you what it does. Sacrificial circle for the elder gods. To appease gods or gain favors from them, this is the place to offer your gratitude. Grogeroth, the destroyer of men, yearns for human sacrifices. Sylvian, the god of fertility and love, wishes nothing more than the act of love in her name.
It's bringing love. Don't let it get away.
Break its legs! Interacting with the circle now gets you some options: sacrifice and show love. I want to point out, at this stage of the game, you should not use this. Your only party member right now is a literal child, but that somehow didn't stop deranged psychopaths from trying it anyway. I will now piece myself for this job. Thankfully, at no stage of the game can you ever do this, and apparently, before the game was even released, you would get instantly one-shot by the gods instead. The other option is to sacrifice her, but this will give you nothing worthwhile at this point in the game, since all it really does is increase your affinity with one of the gods. Increasing affinity is great and something I'll go over later, but it doesn't actually give you any abilities directly. Apart from that though, this is the first place where the game starts pointing you towards the gods, powers that rule the world of fear and hunger.
I'm gonna go to bed.
The two mentioned here, Grogeroth and Sylvian, belong to the old gods, representing the primordial forces of the world. The old gods as a whole are not considered to be around anymore.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
At least not as the main driving forces.
German 985 here.
Worshipping them can still connect you to them, and certain actions you take in the dungeons will let you use their power, but they don't really rule this world anymore. But you can still see their influence from long ago. That symbol on the tail side of the coin, like I said, belongs to Grogeroth, which just shows how deeply he pervades society even now. The book next to the ritual circle tells you a little bit about the gods, but if you want to get even deeper into the lore, you'll have to get a library card and go looking for unlooted bookshelves.
It's a pornography store. I was buying pornography.
Thankfully, since this is just lore, you won't have to flip coins for it. To give room for new generations, for new trees to grow and usher, the prior forest needs to be burnt down. Such is the rule of creation. Creation and destruction. One does not exist without the other. The destruction is called Grogeroth, the destroyer of men. A man fears destruction, because a man gets accustomed to peace and quiet. The man grows fat and afraid of change. But change is inevitable, just as is Grogeroth. But there is no need for fear, as the destruction is of pure kind.
This is pure.
It does not target one man specifically, it just exists. Interesting note on Grogeroth, he is a curious kind, more so than many of the other older gods. To relive the feeling of fear, Grogeroth wears bodies and skin of men and women alike.
$45 thermal from Zara. Micro penis, 35 euros.
He might still be walking among us, for God's sake. Masked under the skin of people and hanging bodies, blessing us with his blood magic. Grogeroth embodies destruction. That's basically all the info that matters from this book. Because fortunately, you don't actually end up finding out later down the line that someone in your party was just a skin suit for a god. Because he is destruction. Causing destruction appeases him, which explains why he wants human sacrifices in his name. One thing that's interesting though, even though he sounds like an outwardly evil god, he's talked about more like an event, a natural disaster, as opposed to something outwardly malicious. Sylvian is the goddess of love, lust, and creation. She created men and women at the dawn of time. From the very first moments, she loved her children greatly. Over time, her love blossomed into a more obsessive form, and she would try to guide her children more and more. Once she realized her children would never be able to return the same amount of affection back to her,
Why you gotta be such a bitch?
her love took a more twisted form.
Sad news. What the fuck?
Sylvian would shape mankind more to her liking and more into her own image with her gift to people, the love magic, otherwise known as the flower magic. For a brief moment in ancient history, mankind fell into a craze of fleshy delights. As a synchronized mass, a sea of naked people in the middle of coitus would pulsate and waste away their days. There are still cults dedicated to Sylvian to this day, but many believe she left mankind behind a long time ago. Sylvian is, to an extent, Grogaroth's counterpart, creation. Her followers manifest it through love, which is why showing love at a ritual circle increases your affinity with her. Looking at the two gods outwardly, you might think that this is the classic le bad god and le good goddess, but keep in mind, like many themes in this game, nothing is black and white. Grogaroth is destruction, and he has killed countless people. He wears the skin of people on his body, but at the same time, he's not openly malicious. He doesn't do it for fun. He does it because destruction just exists. And Sylvia, on the other hand, she sounds great. She, you know, created people. But then mere humans couldn't return that love back. They never could. So in a sense, they were punished for it. They were malformed into something disgusting and unrecognizable. For now, at least, none of this is relevant to what you're trying to do anyway. Unless you're the Dark Priest, of course. In which case, you already have an encyclopedic knowledge about the gods anyway. And you probably already sacrificed the girl and made some kind of cope post how it was all worth it. Although, if you're the Dark Priest, you might as well necromance that ghoul back to life and sacrifice him instead. Which is actually really messed up because he was killed, resurrected, only to be killed again, and then resurrected again, just to be killed again. But you know what? The guy that wants you to destroy everything, he probably likes you a little bit more now. There's not much else in this room, but you should probably make sure that you loot everything you can. Food is pretty common to find anywhere, but healing in the form of blue vials and herbs is incredibly important and scarce, even on normal difficulty. And believe me, you do not want to be stuck running around looking for green herbs when you get infected 5 floors deep into the dungeons. If you stumble onto the ghoul I mentioned earlier, you'll probably find the exit leading to the courtyard. The mist here carries the same odor as the dungeon air. 6 naked, because of course they are. Bodies hanging from their lynching spots. Like many other corpses in the dungeons, it's not like it matters who they belong to anymore. A partly decomposing body is hanging here. Aside from the bodies, the courtyard is actually quite peaceful. There's no enemies here, and you can even find some herbs, barrels, and even a stick. There's also a well that you can look inside. There's a well here. It reeks of death inside. Now, you're given the option to jump in. If you've been listening to me ramble about how unfair and brutal the game is, your neurons will fire, and you'll arrive at the simple conclusion. Don't do it. Stuff like this is surely just put out as bait to test how immersed the player is. Because if you really put yourself in your character's shoes and you're really in the game, you probably wouldn't risk getting one-tapped by full damage. Otherwise, though, you'll probably just press it because the monkey brain sees interaction. And also, it's kind of funny to see what happens. It appears to have been a mistake jumping down here. Is that it? Am I actually soft locked? Is that really, like, there is no way out? Even though I really do want to press that button, I do want to jump into that well. I'm not going to risk it, and I will come back to it later. And apart from that, there's actually something more important in the same courtyard. Usually there'll be a wooden door with some red markings on it that spawn here. Though, depending on the dungeon layout, it can also spawn in the entrance room instead. Interacting with it, and you can't actually open it, even with lockpicking. You try to open the door, but it doesn't budge. An unknown force is keeping the door shut. There doesn't seem to be anything you can do. There are markings on the door that look similar to the text found in Eastern sanctuaries. This obviously isn't a regular lock, but some form of magic that's holding the door. Magic. If you're playing the Dark Priest, you can open it already by using counter magic. But even on the other characters, all you have to do is briefly go into the next room. Here, you'll always find a group of figures wearing the same black robe the Dark Priest has. They're interesting enemies in their own right, but I'll talk about them later. All you need to know for now is if you kill 2 of them, you're guaranteed to find a purifying talisman and a soul stone on their corpses. Interacting with the door now, and the talisman reacts to it. Purifying talisman seems to react to the markings on the door. Using it opens the door for you, though it does also destroy the talisman. Behind the door is a small chamber with a book and a weird pedestal. The hexen creates a connection to the gods, both new and the old. To get closer with the gods, you must work your way up and gain their affinity. With each circle, you get closer to them. The new gods only pass on their knowledge to those who share the same birth sign and soul with them. Iterating with the pedestal, you get 2 options. Use the hexen or curse the equipment. Choosing to use the hexen brings up this huge chart showing the abilities of the gods. This is your main progression and leveling system for the rest of the game outside of items. The actual chart can be a little bit unreadable at first, considering it's in 240p. And navigating with the arrow keys is basically impossible because they're mapped out in the worst way possible. And 90% of the time, you'll be stuck mashing a key just to see if you can accidentally get to the ability that you want to. Like, for example, you want to get to the ability node on your right, so you press right, but that takes you up. So you want to go back and then press left. That actually takes you left instead of taking you back. So now you're 2 nodes off course, and you're probably starting to realize the system is yet another thing designed to make you break. It's kind of like how boomers would boot up their PS2 console and then purposely ignore the console, hoping that if they didn't give it any kind of attention, it'd work as intended. But yeah, despite looking and operating in a very obnoxious way, it's relatively quite simple. Every god, both old and new, has their own set of abilities. On the left, you have the ones associated with the new gods, which, if you remember, is tied to your character from the intro. Every character has a different soul that they were born with. The Endless for the Mercenary, Domination for the Knight, Torment for the Outlander, and Enlightenment for the Dark Priest. You can only unlock abilities from the souls that you already have, so unfortunately, you won't be able to min-max. On the right, you have the spells associated with the old gods. These ones you can learn regardless of what soul you have. All they care about is the affinity that you have with them. You can even see how much affinity you have and how much you need to be able to unlock the spells by looking at the rings around the god's symbols, which, to be fair, is a very neat design. I just wish I could actually get there to unlock the spell. Affinity itself is a different topic though. I already mentioned how you can get affinity with Grogaroth and Sylvian, who are relatively straightforward, but the other two gods are a bit more complicated and come up more later. As a rule of thumb though, praying to a god whenever you find a ritual circle or a statue will raise your affinity. Doing it in 3 separate areas gives you a full tier, though you'll also have to pray to the god the statue is actually dedicated to, otherwise you'll lose affinity. If you pray more than once in the same spot, because the game knows you're a dirty little cheater, you'll lose affinity. So the gods kind of start caring for you if you start spamming them with the divine equivalent of e-begging.
My queen, do you even have feet?
But just having the correct soul or the god's liking doesn't let you have all the abilities. You also need lesser souls if you want to actually learn them. That's where soul stones come in. Whenever you have an empty soul stone interacting with an enemy corpse, you're given the choice to trap their soul, which you can later use. This obviously makes soul stones incredibly valuable, but still, regardless, not worth getting from the Outlander intro. Because again, first of all, you've got to play Outlander. And then secondly, you're probably just going to want to use dash anyway. You can find these in a multitude of places, usually chests, and this actually lets you progress your character in a more permanent way than just finding consumables. The skills you can learn from the Hexen I've already mostly mentioned, since all the intro abilities are actually those trees in case you didn't pick them but still want to learn them. The Endless tree for the Mercenary also has another completely broken skill, following dash, steal, and lockpicking on guard, which lets you hold shift in the overworld to get a short speed buff, which lets you pull your weapon out. If your drawn weapon connects with an enemy in the overworld, you'll actually be given a bonus turn at the start of combat. So that's 2 free turns before the enemy is even allowed to hit you back. You could also just abuse it to get around faster, since there's no penalty to holding shift. Aside from that sheathing and unsheathing noise that starts to get really grating after 20 minutes of constantly listening to it. On top of that as well, it can just completely break after some events in the game and stop working for a while. Again, working as intended. Domination has 2 additional skills, Counter and Leg Sweep. Counter gives you the counter-attack buff for the rest of combat, which makes your character hit back every time they're attacked. Except, not really, because for some reason it only works on physical attacks, and a lot of enemy attacks are coded as non-physical, which makes this ability almost completely useless. On the other hand, Leg Sweep is insane because it instantly removes enemies' legs. The doors in the game are also, for some reason, coded as legs. So yes, if you learn this ability, you can bypass any door in the game that has HP and completely obliterate any reasonable sense of progression. This is, of course, another intended feature. Like, I'm not joking, 90% of the speedruns in this game are from people using the leg sweep feature to break down doors and get to the end of the game in about 5 minutes. The Tormented tree, blessedly, doesn't actually include Bloodlust. So if you didn't pick it in the intro because you're a normal functioning person, you won't be forced to waste precious souls on making your character worse. But you do get 2 other skills, Warcry and Marksmanship. Warcry is very special because it also actively makes your character worse by making the enemies focus completely on you. This is amazing to use if the Outlander is your main character, and you can't be asked to press escape and quit to menu. Somehow, this still isn't as bad as Bloodlust, mostly because we've already established the Outlander sucks anyway. So if you have him in your party, rather than playing him, he can at least serve as a meat shield. You can even give him actual armor, so maybe he won't die in 2 turns. Marksmanship, on the other hand, is actually alright. Wait, what's that? There's an Outlander ability that isn't complete trash? It teaches your character how to use a bow properly, since normally shooting a bow at enemies in the overworld, you'll probably only take off a limb or two. But with marksmanship, you can actually one-tap most regular enemies, so you don't even have to risk combat to clear the way, except when it doesn't, because some enemies can be immune. But these instances are so rare, it's not like you'll be wasting your arrows very often. Still, it's nowhere near enough to make me want to pick Outlander. And then there's the Enlightened tree, which has only 2 abilities, mostly because Dark Priest also worships the old gods, and you'll already have max affinity with the one that you choose in the intro. The abilities here are Counter Magic and Greater Blood Magic. Counter Magic you'll have by default on the Dark Priest. I mentioned it earlier, all it really does is let you open sealed doors like the one that you used to get into the Hexen, and also instantly dispel necromancy, so you can one-shot that ghoul earlier if you're too antisocial to talk to him. Greater Blood Magic is more interesting, as it doesn't actually do anything by itself, rather improving other abilities. It only affects Grogorath spells, and not even all of them, so unless you have affinity with him, it is completely useless. And even then, all it does is lower the spell cost and remove the coin flip from necromancy. It's alright for consistency's sake, or if you don't have a reliable way to restore mind, but otherwise, it just wastes your soul stones. But that doesn't really matter, since, like I said, if you have the Enlightened Soul, you want to be using Old God spells instead. I won't talk about them yet, since you'll probably only start unlocking them much later, but generally each set of a god's spells is connected to what they represent. Grogorath mostly has spells that cause destruction, or use that destruction in the name of creation with something like necromancy. Sylvian's magic mostly keeps you and your party alive, healing them or even forcing enemies to attack a specific target. Allmare has exactly 1 spell, and it won't come up until later in the game, so I'll leave that for now. And the God of the Depths only cares about the ultimate supreme life form, the beetle. So his spells let you command insects and also birds for some reason.
The birds will make a certain noise telling me the brand muffins are here. I don't have to go to the front.
Apart from spells, the Hexen can also let you curse weapons. This usually costs a lot more lesser souls than unlocking abilities, depending on how strong the weapon is when you're trying to curse it. Curse weapons will usually have a bit more attack than their regular version, and also get access to otherworldly damage types, which in turn let you deal damage to ghosts. But most of the time, it's kind of not really worth it. The damage boost itself is nice, but most fights you probably won't even notice the difference. And throughout the game, you don't actually end up fighting ghosts very often. So I guess if you don't have enough affinity with Grogorath to get otherworldly damage spells, cursing a weapon for cheap just to have it is probably not the worst use of a soul stone. Going back to the inner halls and maybe pretend for a second that you didn't kill the priests. Instead, you can get some more exposition by talking to them. You try starting a conversation. What is your origin?
I am but a wretched being on holy pilgrimage. All the priests of the Western world dream of delving down these dungeons.
Which god do you serve?
We serve all the gods. Despite the common folk blaming the dark times of the old gods, we also value their teachings. Grogorath, Sylvian or Allmare the Ascended One, the original destroyers and creators.
Grogorath?
Grogorath, he who was followed by death and destruction.
Sylvian.
The goddess, she is the separate to Grogorath, and brings forth new life and love.
The Ascended One.
He who died for our sins. He who binds us all together.
New gods.
Roughly 800 years ago, mankind decided to take reins in their own hands. We had suffered long enough because of the neglect of the older gods. New gods will bring us closer to the paradise.
What are these dungeons?
The dungeons of fear and hunger, a nexus for different planes of existence. These dungeons are one of the last places where a man can still be his creators.
So these priests are here because the dungeons seem to be somehow connected to the world's gods and its magic system. They also explain more about the divide between the new gods and old gods. While the old gods were the original divine entities, they seem to have been neglecting humanity. The new gods instead are human-made, either completely created by humans or just humans who ascended to divinity. Fighting the priests, by the way, is really easy. They have 2 attacks, throwing their lantern at you or chanting to the gods to smite you down back to your last save. The chanting will only start on turn turn 4 and results in a coin flip attack. Funnily enough, you can completely stop it by either using counter magic, which makes the remark on how you're one of them.
You are another priest of destruction, it seems.
But alternatively, you can literally just talk to them, which completely breaks their focus and causes them to scream at you.
Do not disturb my chanting. You are ruining the summoning.
How rude of you to interrupt them killing you like that. And the lantern attack, while kind of dangerous since it does set you on fire, only has a 33% chance of actually being used. And considering how you can one-tap the priests by attacking their torso, you'll probably be fine. But if you're the mercenary, since they barely ever attack you, you can easily take a turn to steal, which can often result in getting a Book of Enlightenment, which you might remember I already mentioned before. It's incredibly rare coin flip bookcase loot, basically letting you save for free without having to flip a coin. It's good to have one of these in your inventory if you're barely clinging to life and don't want to afford to fuck up another coin bed flip. Yeah, bro, don't sweat it. I only have 2 party members. I'm sure we'll be able to one-shot the skin grant. I died. All good. I saved with a Book of Enlightenment beforehand. Oh, all right, time to restart the run.
What's important to mention is that even though you can steal a Book of Enlightenment from them, if you kill them, you'll never be able to find one on their corpses. There's probably some deep lore there about how the book degrades when its owners die, or how the enemies destroy items just so you can't get them. But really, this is just an excuse to make stealing viable and not just a way to loot enemies without having to actually kill them.
I mean, when you use the book to save, it literally crumbles in your hands. But also, if you do kill them, there's a completely different loot pool to what you could steal from them. There's a talisman and a soul stone which were relevant to the Hexen, but they can also drop their weapon, the priest's lantern, and their robes. The lantern isn't actually a weapon, but a throwable. It only does around 30 fire damage, but it always hits its target, which means you can just go for the head, and in most cases, end the fight in one hit. Definitely worth saving, just so you have the chance to one-tap an enemy if you're about to die. While the priest's robes are kind of shit at actually protecting you from anything, they supposedly give you magic defense, which it turns out is a pointless statistic that doesn't actually change anything. Actually, the defense statistic is exactly the same. These do literally nothing, by the way. Defense is used once in the entire game, in a single attack from a specific enemy. In reality, defense is just an arbitrary number that's supposed to tell you how strong your armor is. Except what it doesn't tell you is that every armor is only protective against specific damage types, like slashing, piercing, or fire. What each piece actually protects you from is a literal mystery unless you consult the almighty spreadsheet. Or sometimes you might be able to gather it from context, like the armor description. In the case of the priest's robes, the magical defense actually means you take less damage from otherworldly magic types, which, by the way, doesn't even mean all types of magic. Because, for some reason, as much as people love to slurp on this game, Fear and Hunger has the most pointlessly convoluted damage system. So you may have noticed before when talking about the abilities that skills like Counter, for example, only work on physical attacks. Now, this isn't the damage type, but more of a category, I guess. It's not really meant to be known to the player, it's mostly for game logic. Now, the existence of the physical category implies the existence of the magical category. This neatly groups attacks into 2 separate categories. So now every spell can have an element that would usually be associated with physical attacks. So the spell, Chains of Torment, for example, is magical piercing, because it's a spell that pierces enemies with chains. Alright, so far, pretty logical. Except when you look at that spell, when it's used by an enemy later on in the game, it's not magical. It uses a secret 3rd category, Certain Hit. And this is where most of the bugs with combat abilities come from. They were designed to deal with specific categories of attacks. I mean, it makes sense that a counter stance won't do shit to a guy throwing magic at you, but then you have an attack like Tackle, which is what most enemies will use on you when they run out of arms. Obviously, this is physical blunt, right? Well, no, fuck you. You can't evade a tackle from an enemy approaching you from a distance that can't even keep proper balance because he doesn't have any arms. The guard trying to thrust you with his stinger? Surely it'd be easy to avoid. He has to aim with his hips, and surely he can't control it all that well. Actually, no. Every guard in the dungeons has achieved full, flawless locomotion with their dick, and it's actually completely undodgeable. Meanwhile, an attack from a huge entity that flies up in the air with insane speed and literally splits you in two if you fail a coin flip, nah, that one you can actually dodge. Even if you fail the coin flip, which is supposed to represent you missing a dodge or the enemy hitting you perfectly, if you have 100% evasion, you end up dodging it anyway. The game's logic is a genuine mystery to me, and I feel like realizing how completely botched it is actually is what made everyone in the dungeons go insane. These are just a few examples, by the way. There are a lot of other completely pointless certain hit attacks that make absolutely no sense. Like a guy lobbing a rock at you and will never miss, and of course it isn't physical because of that. Because of this bizarre categorization, not only does the game end up having these idiosyncrasies, but also it just breaks it. Because now, counter, which is only supposed to work on physical attacks, won't work on certain hits. And you can't make it work on certain hits because then some magic attacks will get countered, which again makes no sense. But this also affects another mechanic, evasion. Sometimes you'll miss attacks on enemies, especially the head. This works in two ways. Sometimes enemies will miss attacks on you as well, so going into the game and seeing just how devastating attacks can be, you might want to spec into evasion. Take defense stance maybe to buff it every combat, avoid phobias so it doesn't get lowered, but then you realize that all of this is completely pointless, because evasion doesn't do shit against certain hit attacks, which, as you'll play the game more, you'll see that it's most of them. It makes this stat completely pointless, even in a meta sense, because you would have to literally go into the game files to learn which attacks are certain hits and which ones your build actually works against. And that's not even all, that's just the general categories, because then there's elements. These are the damage types I mentioned so far: blunt, piercing, slashing, fire, otherworldly, leech. Wait, why is that even a separate damage type? And also none. None is its own damage type. I'll explain in a second. For the most part, these make sense. A cleaver coming at you is slashing. Enemy throwing a ball of magic at you is otherworldly. Getting beaten to death by a mutated abomination is blunt. This, thankfully, makes sense. I did complain earlier how the game doesn't really tell you about which armor protects you from what, but most of the time, you can kind of guess it. Like any armor heavier than just a robe will probably protect you from blunt, slashing, and piercing. The hardened leather vest will protect you from fire as well, which, wow, look, it says that in the description. How generous. You'll never know the exact values, you can't really min-max, and you'll have to rely on the completely arbitrary defense value to tell you which one has the biggest stat. But as long as you can understand that trying to use a chainmail hood to prevent being hit from blunt force trauma from a rock is probably not a good idea, you should probably be fine. Although I will say that most armor doesn't really have much of an effect, even if you match the pieces to the correct attacks. Like that priest's robe, which supposedly helps with magic. Yeah, it reduces otherworldly damage by a whopping 5%. Lamau. This is also the case for most armor pieces. The biggest universal reduction you'll probably see will be around 10%, with some having bigger reductions for specific types, like the chainmail hood having 20% reduction for piercing attacks, so you don't just go relying on armor to set up fights for you. Even if you look out and get a set of plate mail from your first barrel, it doesn't mean you still can't get one-tapped just because you're too confident. So the entire system is actually kind of reasonable once you learn about it. But what if an attack type doesn't have an element, or more accurately, has the element none, or leech for that matter, because this type has no resistances associated with it anyway, and is used by one single spell in the game, making its existence completely and utterly pointless. Wait, no, sorry, doors are completely resistant to leech damage. Amazing. If an attack has no element, then no resistances work against it, so you'll be taking full damage, making armor even more pointless.
Genuinely, thank fuck that only 2 enemies in the entire game use this type. Even though armor is already kind of weak, at least it's something.
Getting some good gear at least makes you feel a little bit better about combat. Even if that was taken away, it would be pretty much hopeless. Now, coming back from that short tangent, which I'm sure the Fear and Hunger Discord will prove me wrong in 5 seconds and lynch me, the priest's robes aren't actually as useless as I made them out to be, because if you somehow manage to get them before murdering the priests by getting insanely lucky and dropping them from a crate, I guess, putting them on, you'll find you dress up to look exactly like a priest. So now they'll treat you as just another one of their own, and even talk to you instead of trying to set you on fire while screaming Tibetan throat singing.
Greetings, brother. Have you come for the holy ceremony as well? The time is now. The times the prophecies have foretold. Is there something you would like to know?
You now get to ask the priest all about the gods to get a better understanding of the religious system. Asking about the old gods lets you specify which god you want to talk about.
Tell me, which god do you serve?
Asking about Groggoroth mostly tells you what you already know. He's the embodiment of destruction as a counterbalance to creation.
Where there is creation, there must be destruction, such is the cycle of life. Common folk often portray Groggoroth as a being of evil, or entity that must be avoided by all costs. But it's not the whole truth.
Asking about Sylvian, the priest seems to point out what could be the reason behind humanity not wanting to worship her anymore.
Sylvian, the goddess, she once loved us so, but you can love too much. That is when lust, sex, and addiction take a form of disfiguration.
This is an obvious reference to the goon baiting TikTok streams you'll see recommended every 2 seconds, where lonely randoms donate thousands of dollars just to have a woman say their name. The idea about a goddess of love being depraved and disfiguring her followers is not actually unique to Fear and Hunger. The most popular example actually being Slaanesh from Warhammer 40k. Technically, they aren't specifically the goddess of love, rather being the embodiment of excess in the name of pleasure. But also, they were literally created because an entire spacefaring race started holding continuous ketamine-fueled orgies. So, you know, in a sense, there's probably a parallel to Sylvian to be drawn here. And most of Slaanesh's followers actually end up growing crab claws for whatever reason. So there's also the aspect of disfiguration there. You can also ask about Ulmir, also referred to as the Ascended One earlier in the priest's combat dialogue.
Ulmir is the most recent of the older gods, but that's only because he made himself apparent at such a late age. He has existed for eons as a seed of his father.
You can also ask about the other old gods, long forgotten so that you don't even know their name.
Yes, there are countless older gods, less known in these parts of the world. God of the Depths has an especially strong influence in these dungeons.
Everything here said about the old gods is not really new information, but asking about the new gods gives you a literal info dump about exactly where they are.
The older gods have left this earth for us to suffer. There are but traces of them left anymore. We don't know if it's a trial for the mankind, but they left us in ruin, in what feels almost as out of spite. The new gods are for common men and women. They ascended to power to bring an end to the era of darkness. The new gods offer values. Values of greed, lust for power, inhibition of sex, and desperate seek for new sciences to replace the old. They are the saviors of our time.
So the new gods really are just people ascended to godhood to replace the old gods who abandoned humanity. The priest hails them as saviors of humanity, but then again, even from the characters' intros, you can tell the world is still corrupt and doesn't seem to be getting any better. It might be connected to the values the new gods bring, being greed and lust for power, which are usually considered bad in most media. But, you know, I'm not really a philosopher.
Talking to the other priest gives you less of a lore dump, fortunately. He actually explains some more mechanics to you.
I am a wretched worshipper of Ulmir, the Ascended One, the Christ, the one who died for our sins. On the empty scrolls, I write the name of our Savior. Oh, Lord, as the next verse I would plead him, give as the final third verse I would ask for cheese, lantern, short sword, or even a book about our Christ. I could ask for anything. That is exactly what I would get.
This is how empty scrolls work. The same empty scrolls I mentioned earlier as being literal cheat codes for the game. If you got one early into the run and used it before talking to this guy, you probably ended up losing it, since if you make any mistake writing it out, they immediately get consumed and you get nothing.
How do you spell moldy? Does it have a U in it? I'm not spelling it wrong, man.
This is as easy as putting in a space in the wrong area by accident, and the scroll will just not work. Even better, you have to know exactly the name of the item that you want. So for now, it's probably best to just leave the scrolls be, since what item are you even going to want at this point in the game? I mean, yeah, they are literal cheat codes, but without knowing what can actually help you, there's no point in wasting them. I mean, you could get an endgame accessory right now, but it most likely won't actually carry you through the game on its own. And you don't even know any actual strong items yet anyway, so it's best to save it for useful when you learn more about the game. Talking to the priest also makes one very obvious reference clear. Ulmer is basically Jesus. I mean, he literally just called him the Christ, saying how he died for our sins. The ritual these priests are conducting literally involves someone being crucified onto the statue. And if you interact with it, you actually get the choice to sacrifice the guy for yourself. Doing so gives you one prayer's worth of affinity for Ulmer, which is pretty worth it since there's not many places you can actually pray to him aside from ritual circles. There's one more tidbit about the two priests as well. When you go into their inner halls, you'll be able to hear their chanting straight off the bat. Again, like I said earlier, I called it Tibetan throat singing. And that's not even a joke, because what you're hearing is actually a type of chanting practiced by Buddhists in some monasteries. It also has a very small mechanic associated with it. If you kill a priest, the chanting stops, which makes sense because they're the only ones singing. But if you kill one and leave the other alive, you can still hear the chant, but now it's much less frequent. Obviously, this is a very small thing, but what's funny to me is that you can actually see this attention to detail in small things like this. And on the other hand, the rest of the game is barely holding on against all the bugs. Apart from the two chanting priests, there can also be a third priest depending on the version of the room that you got. But if you talk to him the priest robes, he'll just make a prayer to Ulmer.
Oh Lord, kill heretics.
Which thankfully doesn't seem to be working, since they definitely seem to think you're a heretic when you aren't hiding your face. Apart from the priests, you can also find a small wooden stool with a hole in it. There is a bloody toilet hole. You could fit through the hole. You see nothing but darkness. The smell is awful, however. The smell is a mixture of death, blood, feces, and semen. You're now given the choice to jump in. I've already said before that jumping in random holes, especially a toilet, I mean, there is literally nothing you can gain from this. It's basically the equivalent of reverse skibbity toilet. But maybe, deep down, there's still hope within you. Hope that if the option is there might be something inside. Maybe this, I don't know, leads to a secret or a shortcut. It's specifically set up to be unappealing, designed that no one would want to go in. And if you're a completionist, you know, you'll just have to check what's inside. So you jump in, and you end up in the shit pit. There's nothing here, obviously. Seriously, if anyone actually falls for the most blatant bait ever in their first playthrough after experiencing the entire beginning of the game, there might actually be no hope left for them. Stupid. Just like there's no hope for you now, since you actually can't leave the shit pit. It's not like you can climb the slick, feces-covered walls. But Fear and Hunger wouldn't just let you get soft-locked like that. You know, it's not their style. It does actually give you a way out by teaching your character game ending. So you can at least go back to your last save with whatever is left of your dignity at that point. Apart from the toilet, there actually are some useful things to find here. A small office decorated with flags of the Kingdom of Rondon you can tear for some cloth scraps. Also with some bookshelves and a diary you can read, which also gives you a small key you'll find if you can't pick. The diary seems to have belonged to the captain of the guard, probably long gone by this point. Captain Rudimir, 16th of January, 1590. Torter once again went too far with his wicked methods. The prisoner was but a child, but already he had to go through so much torture that he shit himself more than he bled. I must say, I'm afraid of Torter to a certain degree. Sometimes I think I would do this world justice if I just offed him with my blade. Very few know, but Torter used to be a famed holy knight of Rondon back in the day. He was able to achieve great fame at a very young age, but during our holy campaign against Eastern territories, he was captured. Everyone presumed him dead. He died as a war hero. He should have died as a war hero. But 5 years later, when we occupied the eastern capital, Jestire, we also found what was left of Torter. He was but a shadow of his former self, a disfigured hunchback man with barely any resemblance to the great heroes so many adored. I'm sure during those 5 years, he went through every method of torture. He now puts to use himself. Just to honor the memory of Torter the White, I let this monster live today, although I see great contradiction in my words here. I mean, seriously, it's so bad the captain of the guard is scared of him.
Whoever Torter is, it seems he's a rare instance of a monster created outside the dungeons who was drawn here for whatever reason. Maybe he was just hired to torture the prisoners by the kingdom, seeing as he'd be adept at working with the tools after having used them himself for years. And his methods are in line with the rest of the game, brutal and cruel, taken to the edgiest possible degree.
Apart from the office, there's also what looks like another ritual room, except instead of a circle, there's a huge amalgamation of people in the middle.
Bring us more food, human.
Asking it what it wants to eat will only give you another option for getting rid of the girl.
We want that fresh girl, man. Give us the girl, you prick.
I mean, you could do that, or you could take one of its heads instead. There's also the option to leave.
Oi, where do you think you're going, you prick?
At this point, it's probably better to just kill it instead. So you rip its head off, except that does nothing because it has 30 more spare. Fortunately, the human life ray does absolutely nothing. It just
badly. Hey, seriously, man. Oi, you fucking stop. Can't you see I'm suffering? You want us to beg or something? You're the one who's gonna die here, fucker.
But let's say you pity the creature. Cursed with a British accent, it was doomed from the start. Or maybe you think it's some sort of quest. Maybe you'll even be rewarded for it.
That's what your mama said afterwards.
No, again, this is just complete bait. If you do this, you get nothing. Technically, there's a little bit of a special dialogue later if you manage to feed it again, where it tells you how it was created.
Bring us more food. What do you want to know for? We want the same as you. But Sylvian and Sacrificial Circle, man, they can fuck a man up. You don't know when to stop. The hunger grows.
So this is a group of people that ended up carrying out a ritual to Sylvian, which then turned them into this abomination. It's interesting to see this because you might remember you also have the option to show love at the circle as an offering to Sylvian. Maybe it's worth checking out later.
That's all you get for giving the girl up, by the way. So you end up losing a perfectly good party member to get pieces of lore about maybe the most pointless character in the entire game. Just like the toilet before, this is the game trying to drive into your skull that just because you can do something doesn't mean that you'll actually get anything out of it. There's something better to find here than just bait, though. If you look around, you might stumble into a library, much bigger than the one in the entrance. Hopefully, you found some lucky coins on the way. But what's more interesting is that there's a figure standing there, reading a book. They don't look hostile, so maybe you can talk to them?
Huh? You are with the same mind still? Please, leave me. I'm not here to make acquaintances, and I fail to see what worth chatting with you would bring.
This is the Dark Priest, one of the characters you had the choice of picking back at the start of the game. He'll obviously not appear here if you're playing as him, but otherwise you can find him here and ask him who he is, although he won't be too happy about that.
The Dark Priest seems clearly frustrated by you.
My name is Enki, a priest of destruction. Did that feed your curiosity?
So at least you can get to learn his name, Enki. It's funny how if you picked him, you don't actually know how to get it. In his intro, you have to find him on another playthrough for that.
You can also ask him what he's doing here.
What does it look like? I can see how a brute like yourself wouldn't understand the meaning of libraries.
Clearly he can't see that we too have been enlightened to the truth of just how insane books are. You can talk to him again, but he'll just start getting more annoyed at you.
Listen, I am through with this conversation. It brings no benefit to either of us. Leave.
Even the game outright tells you that you should probably drop it. The Dark Priest doesn't seem to want your company at the moment. It might not be a good idea to bother him. But if you don't take the hint, you can keep pestering him.
You just keep talking to me in hopes of gaining even the smallest advantage in this darkness, do you? Dark priests are generally frowned upon in the suppressed modern societies. But then we suddenly become a valuable asset when we're facing eternal darkness. Well, your survival is none of my concern. In fact, you would most likely be more valuable to me after the horrors of these dungeons have had their way with you. I'm through with you.
You seem to have angered the Dark Priest.
At this point, he stops responding. You can still attack him, but there's not really any point to it. He doesn't drop anything interesting, and you'll just end up losing health for nothing. Yeah, nice one.
Although if you fight him, you might notice he'll be using the spell Hurting on you. Funnily enough, you can actually find an empty scroll right next to him with the words, "Oh Lord, teach Hurting." It's small, but kind of funny how he's using an attack he only just learned himself. You can also interact with another similar lectern nearby, but this one wasn't used by Enki, rather having some weird book pages you can take with you. Apart from the books and the priest, the library is also special in another way. This is one of the rooms where the game decides to remind you about managing your resources, as walking in will trigger a mind check for your entire party. In this case, the girl. If she has less than 50 mind, she'll break away and not want to continue. The girl is holding her head and shaking visibly. She seems hesitant in continuing at all. Asking her what's wrong will show you how bringing a child deeper into the dungeons maybe wasn't a good idea. The girl is looking at you with teary eyes. She looks to be in complete shock. If this is the first time she's had a fear episode, you'll be able to comfort her and she'll power through and continue with you. Or you could just straight up tell her to leave. She's looking very distraught. She's almost bursting to tears. This is where if you talk to her a lot, a dialogue box will show up making sure that you made the right choice. Truly amazing how useless it is. Otherwise, if you've already talked her out of leaving before, you'll just have to leave her here. She'll now leave your party and stay in the library, and she won't be able to join back unless you give her some pure vodka or high-quality zins. 90% of the time, this probably won't be an issue, since the only reason her sanity was so low is that you just forgot to refill it. So you can talk to her and she'll join back like nothing happened. But if you manage to run out of anything that restores mind, you've probably lost a party member for the rest of the game. You'll have to leave her and look for something that restores sanity, like alcohol. But once you leave the room, there's actually a 25% chance that she'll die every time you transition to a new room, presumably of a, I don't know, fear-induced heart attack, which, as you know, isn't optimal, since unless you know necromancy, there's a limited number of party members you can have. But this actually ties into a sort of exploit you can do with the entire party leaving mechanic. There's a limited number of party members you can recruit, but also your party size is limited to 4, including your main character. So if you go through the game and recruit the girl, who can't really fight, and have 2 other decent party members, you won't be able to recruit anyone else that might be more useful than just, you know, spamming vials or guarding every turn.
What you can do, however, is get her mind low. Bring her to a place like the library and make her leave the party. If you aren't a monster and don't want her to die, you can just give her something to restore her mind, but not talk to her again so she doesn't join back, thus opening up a spark and keeping her safe from dying of fear and hunger, since she won't even have to eat while she's waiting on you, which means you can beat the game's title if you do this, securing another complete mental victory.
Just please make sure to actually restore her mind before leaving, so you don't accidentally come back to a corpse. There is actually one more thing to find in the library. If you search all the bookshelves, you'll find one of the books is actually fake. This is a mock-up bookshelf. None of the books are real. If you look through all the bookcases back in the entrance, you might have found the one specifically rigged to contain a mock-up book. If you bring it here, you can put it into an empty slot inside the bookshelf. Mock-up book fits perfectly into an empty space between books. Holy mother of English. I have learned how to spoken today. This causes the bookshelf to move, revealing a secret path leading outside into the backyard. Similar to the courtyard, the backyard is an outside section of the dungeons, giving you some peace from the jungles of the halls. Although it can never stay too peaceful, so there's still some random hang bodies, you know, just to make sure and remind you of the game that you're playing. There's some herbs on the ground you might want to collect, but before you do, you'll stop by an arrow almost taking...
Hold it! I see. Seems like you still retain your sanity.
Well, it's reassuring to see that I'm not completely alone here. Tell me, are you even?
Realistically, you'll probably want to say no here, and you can get a regular cookie-cutter response about how only time will tell. Or you can straight up tell him that you're a danger to society, at which point it turns out the question was completely pointless, since he ends up coping how everyone is evil in the dungeons.
Is that so? Well, I suppose no one in these dungeons can call themselves saints exactly.
After coping, he'll just tell you what you probably already know. You're going to die.
But your presence here just means these dungeons will claim one more victim. And the evil residing here will grow that much stronger. If I were you, I'd try to escape these ancient walls by any means necessary. For your sake, I hope our paths don't cross again here.
None of this is really new information, but hey, it's, you know, good to see another actual human in the dungeons, not counting the Dark Priest who gets pissy after more than 2 seconds of social interaction.
You might also have noticed that this is another one of the characters you can pick in the intro, the Outlander. If you did everything right, you should always have this cutscene whenever you start a new run and reach the backyard, as this means your main character isn't the Outlander and you have a chance of not being curb stomped. As a character, the Outlander is actually pretty chill. You can talk to him more after the cutscene, and for the most part, he seems to understand just how dangerous this place can be. He'll even warn you about it.
Stay cautious in the dungeons. The evil in this place is of pure kind. It's not here just to torment us. It's not here to spread its roots into the surrounding world. Even if the dungeon's vile traps and the cryptid monsters would lead you to believe otherwise. Its interests already past this world, and this place is a mere relic from its long history.
You can ask his name, and just like Enki, this is probably the only way you'll actually be able to find out, since it's never mentioned in his character intro.
You can call me Rangvalder. I'm an Outlander.
You can also ask him why he's going into the dungeons, but we've already heard about it back when talking about his character intro.
I am here to find a relic that a certain person took from my people. This man is imprisoned somewhere deep down below.
After you can see the difference between him and Enki, he's got no issue telling us about his objective, even though every character is after the same person, creating an obvious conflict of interest with your main character.
Obviously, he doesn't know that much, but he's still more willing to share information than the Dark Priest. Although it doesn't feel like he's just trusting or anything. He's really so confident in his ability that if you attack him, which obviously you shouldn't do since it's mostly pointless, you can see it even better since he plainly just says that you have a death wish.
I would make a joke about how ironic it is, considering I've spent the entire video talking about just how dog shit he is as a playable character, but lore-wise, he's probably the only one that has a reasonable chance of surviving the dungeons. Not only is he adept at combat, but he survived more dangerous situations than any other characters. I mean, he even has the experience with the same evil that's tainted the dungeons. You can ask him about him being familiar with whatever is down here, and he'll bring up the trip to Vinland from his intro.
Yes, my God. The northern people of Oldegor. We found the dark continent of Vinland from the far reaches of the west. The moment you lay your eyes on the crooked mountains and the twisted forest of those lands, you feel the presence of a greater evil.
Whatever happened in Vinland has shaped him into who he is now. And because he's already experienced the evil once already, he might actually be the only one of the characters to properly be prepared to venture downwards.
After hearing all that, you might want him to join you, even though he's a bit mid gameplay-wise. It'll still be useful to have another party member. Unfortunately, asking him to travel with you, he'll just say no and doesn't give a reason. Maybe it's safer together?
No doubt it will be for you. But for the time being, I won't be traveling with you.
Which is kind of fair, considering he only just met you 20 seconds ago, and the only reason he hasn't tapped you in the head is because you aren't naked, can speak in full sentences,
I have to go to work.
and haven't attacked him yet. At least he'll keep talking to you while he's here, and you can ask him more about his home country of Oldgard. Can you tell me more about Oldgard?
Y'all would love to. Oldegord is the kingdom of all the warrior tribes of the north. Oldegord breeds the finest, the strongest, and the bravest men and women known in this age. We also have a long history in sailing and as traveling merchants.
There's some obvious parallels to Scandinavia, in case you didn't notice with his name and the way that he talks. After talking to the Outlander, you might find that the backyard is just mostly empty. There's some barrels and crates, of course, a lot of herbs, and a small dagger on the ground. A simple dagger is laying on the ground. It reminds you of your childhood, when your father used to teach you swordsmanship with a similar dagger. It might be a suitable weapon for children, but for adults, it's too small.
Funnily enough, this text will show up every time, no matter which character you're playing with, which means that canonically, every character had a father that taught them to fight, even the mercenary who was explicitly abandoned soon after being born. This is either a mistake, which after witnessing the game so far wouldn't be too surprising, or maybe he had an adoptive father at one point that we just never learn about. This is never brought up in the game, by the way. It's just interesting to make the connection.
Once you pick the dagger up, you also get a choice to give it to the girl, which makes for a nice, heartfelt moment. You give it to the girl and she seems surprised to get a gift such as this dagger. Seems like she's not used to kindness of any kind. In any case, the girl seems excited about the dagger.
The game saying she's not used to kindness of any kind just makes her sound even more tragic. Not that we really know any of her backstory, but considering she's ended up alone in a cage inside probably the most dangerous possible place, it couldn't have gone well for her.
In the middle of the courtyard, there's also a huge statue, very reminiscent of a crucified figure. This is pretty blatantly dedicated to Olmir, as I've mentioned earlier, so you can get some more affinity by praying to him here. You can also see much more of his resemblance to Jesus. I mean, it's not like this wasn't obvious already, but it even goes as far as to have the halo and stab wound on its side. This kind of implies that the crucifixion might have gone down a similar way as it did in the Bible. In which case, is the Bible canon in Fear and Hunger? Gods? They're real?
I mean, a lot of the events surrounding Olmir just happen to reflect exactly what happened to Jesus in the New Testament, apart from the overwhelming parallels I've mentioned already. There's also a hidden spell you can only learn through either a scroll or by asking Olmir for it directly with an empty one, which literally lets you multiply bread and turn water into wine, not only giving you practically an infinite source of food and effectively refunding its 15 mine cost, but also making me go insane after I realize how completely shameless the references are. There's also another spell that's only available in scrolls that straight up lets you walk on water.
I actually don't know what to do with this knowledge. It has no impact on the actual story of the game, but stumbling on these, in-your-face references feels both amazing and incredibly idiotic at the same time. Subtlety is dead. Olmir aside, there's also an NPC you can find behind the statue. Like everything else in the backyard, he's completely non-hostile. He just asks you to leave him alone.
Leave me be, please. I'm turning into a butterfly.
You can talk to him more, but he won't elaborate on how he's supposedly going to achieve that. He'll just repeat that he's going to be a pretty butterfly. You can also attack him like pretty much everything in the game, but it just feels cruel. He'll keep begging you for mercy and asking you why you're doing this, which, to be fair, he does have a point. It's not like you actually gain anything from killing him. In fact, by killing him, you're locking yourself out of a unique reward, as if you come back here after progressing the game far enough, you'll find a shiny item on the ground where he was standing, implying his transformation actually worked. The item is the butterfly soul. It can't be used at the Hexen, but instead as an accessory. Its effect is pretty strong. It buffs your evasion by 50%. At least that's what you'd think, because so many attacks in the game are actually certain hit, and it totally ignores evasion.
It's kind of funny looking at it, knowing the soul is useless, since it was clearly meant as a good reward. Like, killing him is supposed to get punished by locking you out of a nice item, but realistically, it's just completely pointless anyway, and killing the butterfly will have barely any consequences on you in the first place.
There's one more important point of interest here, which I can only talk about thanks to the existence of this Fear and Hunger sensor mod. In the left corner of the backyard, you can find a group of naked people in masks mid-orgy. Pretty blatantly, these are worships of Sylvian, bringing themselves closer to their god by having sex in a random field. Interacting with a woman at the entrance, she'll give you an offer to join them.
Welcome to the meadows, O traveler. Let us ease your suffering. The first one is free.
These are the bunny masks, and there is an actual purpose to them, even if you aren't a degenerate gooner. If you decide to join them by going up to the guy in the middle, which of course fully heals your entire party and increases your affinity with Sylvian. After the first time, you can join them again, but since only the first time was free, now you have to make a coin toss. If you do actually fail the coin toss, you get stuck in a trance like other bunny masks and can't snap out of it. I mean, to be fair, this is probably the least gruesome way to die in these dungeons. That's all there is in the backyard, but if you have an explosive vial with you, you can actually access a hidden area closed off by this rubble. This leads into another hidden backyard area where, oh my god, not again, man! You immediately get thrown into combat because somehow there's dogs sitting and waiting in this random area with no food, no water, and the only way out was caved off decades ago. Heroic Fear and Hunger Dog doesn't eat or drink for 7 years to sit in wait to bite the player character. If you want to search the hidden backyard, you'll have to deal with them. And now you've been in the dungeons a while, you might have got the hang of things and be a little bit more prepared. Mechanically, the Jagged Jaws are relatively simple enemies. Just like the guard, they have a coin flip attack you have to guard against on your second turn and every third turn afterwards. The dogs only have one other attack, which is a pain to deal with because it can cause both bleeding and infection. Both the coin flip and bite are used by the head, so you can't even counter them by attacking their legs. You might as well try to go for the torso kill immediately, but it's also important to mention that you'll always be fighting 2 Jagged Jaws at any time. The dogs will always attack every turn. There's no mechanic to use here, you're just put in a damage race, and your only hope is that you have enough blue vials and girls that you can throw at them to sustain yourself. But if I have to give Fear and Hunger one thing, it would be that it is really creative with its combat, because there's one more thing you can try here. Talking. Obviously, you can't talk the dogs into diplomatically leaving, but trying to interact with them lets you try something other than screaming. You can use some of your items. You can give the hounds some rotten meat, although this does absolutely nothing, probably because they have a much fresher meal in front of them right now. But you can also throw a stick, which makes the dogs completely forget they were trying to kill you and go fetch it for you. However, this doesn't get you off the fight completely for free. It'll still do its coin flip every 3 turns, but it won't do its regular attacks anymore, letting you at least minimize the damage you take. The game even points you into the direction of using the stick here. Back in the courtyard, you can find a few laying around. And even here, literally the only items you can find on the ground are sticks. I'm afraid to admit it, but for once, this might actually be good game design. Once you kill the Jagged Jaws, you might realize that there's not really anything hidden in the backyard. I mean, there's sticks, some weird mound thing, which the game just calls a thing. You can inspect it more, but it is literally useless. Not even late game, it has a purpose. It's just a squishy, warm, anthill-shaped thing that smells of tobacco. It has no use and absolutely ties into nothing. Absolute cinema.
But if you're a true Funga follower, there's actually a singular breadcrumb left for you regarding this. You might not know it, but Fear and Hunger didn't actually start out as a game, rather being a YouTube role-playing game. By that, I mean Miro would create a story with his own world and would let the YouTube comments decide what the characters would do next.
The entire project and idea is super interesting, and it's definitely worth checking out. It only ended up being one 5-minute long video and gives you a look at how the game's story actually started out. Anyway, in the video, after entering the dungeons for the first time, the main character sees it, an anthill-like object in the corner. This is it, the secret backstory. Truly an amazing journey it has taken to find this. It's a slot to put your hand in, but it doesn't matter. This is the absolute peak of lore, and it's shameful that there aren't any game theories on this subject. Apart from the thing, there's also that tree in the middle, with corpses feeding into its roots. Obvious Darkwood reference here. Something, talking tree, this is all actually a dream. Wolfman, my beloved. Instead of burning it to the ground or kicking the corpses, you can go inside it, which is an interesting idea, considering that you can literally see people be consumed by it. But what else is there to do here anyway? Going inside takes you into the thicket, a huge mass of roots and vines creating green walls around you. The first room is just a corridor. The next room is just a dead end with a messed up mushroom man standing there menacingly. Again, another Darkwood reference down for the count. It doesn't seem like you can really go any deeper through here, or maybe you just don't know how to yet. At this point, it's probably best to leave it for now and go back to the inner halls, since there's actually an entire section still left to explore out there. Walking around the halls, you'll eventually stumble into a room full of torture devices. This is where you're actually supposed to go, since the backyard is technically a secret area. Going up to the torture tools lets you take a skinning knife with you, which unlocks the ability to skin enemy corpses. This is completely useless, by the way, as many things are in the game, unless you have the Assassin's Handbook, one of the books from the rare loot pool.
Reading it lets you craft skin suits out of guard skins and pale skins. Equipping them makes you hidden from guards and ghouls respectively, which means they'll never even aggro onto you. You'll still go into combat if you touch them, but this does open up a possible stealth mechanic within the game. Very worth making use of it if you manage to get the book, even if it's just to save yourself the time of going into an encounter you've beaten so many times before, just to get stinged for 20 HP anyway.
There's also another kind of guard you can find in the inner halls that the skin suit really helps with, the elite guard. He's not exclusive to this part of the inner halls, although I didn't mention him before since he's got a pretty low chance of actually spawning. The main thing about him is you shouldn't fight him. Just don't. In general, fighting enemies in this game is pointless since they don't have any good loot and you could just end up losing health even if you play it perfectly. But in his case, it's not even about losing some health. He's basically a raid boss that will really mess you up most of the time. Unlike the regular guard, there's no easy cheese strat here. His attacks, since he has 2 weapons instead of just a cleaver, and his arms have just enough HP that at this point you probably don't have a chance to one-shot them. In general, these guys have way more health than the regular guard, do much more damage, and are basically impossible to completely shut down unless you have a strong party or spells that do enough damage to kill him instantly. If you get unlucky enough to have him spawn here, honestly, just run. The skin suit comes in clutch, of course, but if you don't have it, don't even bother trying to get close to him.
Also, an interesting interaction with this guy is that if you use steel on him, you can take his Morning Star, except he doesn't give a shit and just keeps hitting you with a weapon that you've just stolen from him. This is also the case with the regular guards, but at least with them, it's plausible that they have another meat cleaver attached to the, their loincloth or something. But this guy apparently just has another Morning Star hidden under his armor, which is, again, genius game design.
As long as you outrun the elites, or maybe even bait him to a different part of the room, you should be free to explore the rest of the torture chambers. As you walk through the corridor, a man will come running at you.
Ah! No, wait. You're the sane one, right? Right? Yeah, of course. I'd be dead otherwise now. I don't have time for this. Listen, I've been lost in these dungeons for what feels like a lifetime. My sense of time has become blurry. It might be years, months, or I fear even just weeks. I just cannot handle it any longer. I feel my mind giving up already. I just can't. I don't know what business you got here, but if I were you, I'd run out as fast as possible. If escaping the place is even possible anymore, that is. What was that?
He'll run away to a side room, leaving you in the hallway. There's nothing actually coming for you, by the way. Though if you go back to check what he was running from, you'll step on a button that triggers an arrow trap, which I want to point out, the man didn't actually trigger, despite running at you in a straight line through it. On one of the layouts, there's no arrow trap. Instead, the back wall is replaced by iron bars. You can make out a figure standing behind them, but nothing else. Wait a minute, is that a Silent Hill 2 reference? Did they reference my Pillow Man game? There's something waiting for you on the other side of the bars. It's probably for the best it's stuck on the other side for now. You can go back and talk to the guy from before more since he just sits in the cell. Apparently running away 5 meters was enough to escape whatever was chasing him. His name is Buckman, no relation to the Australian sex tourist in Far Cry 3.
Why? This is relentless. Behind every corner, something new awaits to harm me.
You can ask him about his genius plan of hiding in a cell until a guard inevitably comes by.
In case you haven't noticed already, these dungeons are filled with unimaginable horrors from the depths of the darkness. One more terrifying than the last. But the most sadistic one would have to be the torturer of these dungeons.
You can tell at this point the well of creative names has ran dry, as the torturer's name is literally just torture spelled slightly wrong. And also, you might remember, this is the same man that the captain of the guard was talking about earlier. If his methods are as he described, then Buckman has good reason to be hiding as far away from him as possible.
You can also try telling Buckman to get his shit together, but he's coped out of his mind.
It is not that simple.
Honest to God, he just needs to lock in. Going past the arrow trap, you'll find some more torture devices and tools, and also the door leading deeper down, which is locked so hard you actually can't even lockpick it. Going back before you hit the corridor, your character gets the RPG Maker equivalent of a quick time event. Someone or something is walking towards this room. You have the choice to hide, to see what it is, or try to ambush it. If you hide, you'll see a figure go into the room muttering to himself.
I could have sworn Stupid mind. Stupid mind.
After which he'll walk away. You could also just stand there and wait, in which case he'll approach and talk to you. A wretched-looking person walks out of the shadows.
Oh, you're not the one I expected. Who might you be? I have something to show in case you'd be interested. Would you like to see it?
You can see from the text bubble he's Torta, the man Buckman warned you about. Knowing this, you'll probably be smart enough to not go with him.
Are you sure? It's your last chance.
The wretched man has saliva dripping from his mouth. He seems clearly excited. Saying no again gets him pissed off enough he attacks you.
Don't you know who you're dealing with here? This is my domain.
Ambushing him works the same, since it throws you directly into combat anyway. This fight is pathetically easy. Torta can only attack with his dagger holding hand, which you can easily cut off. You can also just one-tap him in the torso without any issues, since unlike the other enemies in the dungeons, he's basically just an old man. Talking to him is interesting though, since after meeting Buckman, you can actually sell him out to the Torta.
You can still surrender and be a good child. I need new test subjects. I'm a doctor, you see.
Wait, I know a test subject for you.
Oh, what are you talking about?
There is a man hiding in a cell.
Yes, please do go on.
I'll show him to you.
Good, good.
What in the name of Almen? Did you rat me out?
Yes, this little piggy will do. You thought you could just run away from my treatment, piggy? Your running days are over.
No, can't you just please let me go? I can pay you my weight in gold.
Does this place look like a place where gold still holds value? I thank you for this beautiful test subject. As a token of appreciation, you can have these.
He then gives you keys to the locked door leading down, as well as 2 light blue vials, which are incredibly strong healing items, healing 80 health points compared to 20, which the standard blue ones heal.
I might have misjudged you before, but now I see what you're made of. You're a weasel without a backbone, one to rat out anyone just to further oneself. I mean this as no insult. That is the only way to survive here.
You have just condemned one of the few normal people down here to a cruel death.
Are you amazed I've got a penis? Is that the big surprise?
Coming back later, you'll find him tortured to death, unsurprisingly. If you speak to Torta afterwards, he'll also tell you to bring more people for him so he can do his research. If you ask him what he's actually researching, he just says he's investigating how far human resilience can go, and that he has a mission to torment people, to maybe find secrets within them.
This is all just a delusion of his mind, of course. Asking him about his mission just makes him rephrase that it's more like he's trying to find meaning in life rather than someone actually telling him to do this outright. In other dialogue, he'll even say how he didn't choose to torture people, but it chose him. And now it's all he knows, making it his purpose in the world. It feels like he's not just another mindless killing machine like the others down here, but a shell of a person corrupted so thoroughly he has nothing to do in life but torment everyone he can. And having read the captain's diary, it's clear that he was already broken before the dungeons. Even still, he fits right in with some of the other monstrosities with his sadistic methods, which is probably why he can thrive down here.
Anyway, at this point, you'll be doing the world and himself a favor by putting him down. Although, if you, for some reason, take pity on him hearing this, I would like to remind you again, he just tortured an innocent man to death. I mean, he gave you some good items for giving him up, sure, but is it really worth it to leave Buckman to maybe the most painful death possible for 2 light blue vials? Because, spoiler, you can actually get the keys by killing him anyway. And even better, if you make different choices, you can also just end up on the torturer's table instead. Because guess what that thing was that Torta wanted so desperately to show you? Another thing you could have done as well before even walking out of the cell Buckman's hiding in is to save by sleeping in the bed. Failing the coin flip here, you'll see Torta visiting you while you sleep, and you won't even get the chance to fight back before he throws you onto his torture table. Like, again, seriously, just kill him. It's healthier for everyone. It's like the only choice in the game that has no downsides. You can just take the keys off him and go your way, although you can also speak to Buckman first to tell him you got rid of the torturer.
You managed to get rid of the wretched torturer. Absolutely magnificent. But the dangers of this dungeon don't end here.
He'll have regained his composure, but he still won't want to talk too much, even if you ask him exactly what he's even doing down here.
Well, it's complicated. Let us trade words later in a more secure environment.
You can also ask him to join you, but he's not ready to go deeper down yet.
Ah, you are heading towards the darkness. I apologize, but not this time. I will catch my breath here for a while.
Once you leave the room, he'll disappear to wherever the dungeons can be considered secure. After getting Torta's keys, you can get to go deeper down into maybe the most blatant shock value location in the entire game. Level 2, the Blood Pit. It's not actually a pit, instead being a straight corridor, though it is filled with coagulated blood and bodies, so that kind of tracks. The naming conventions get crazy from here. The level, by the way, refers to literally the floor level. You've officially gone deeper into the dungeons, instead of just bumbling around on the ground floor like earlier. If you want to go even deeper, the only real point of interest in the Blood Pit is a huge hole in the ground.
If you haven't learned your lesson about jumping into random openings yet, this is the perfect time to hammer it right into your skull, since going down completely destroys your legs and leaves you down in the caves with no way to get back up. So yes, unsurprisingly, jumping down into an unknown pit is actually a bad idea, and is also for some reason a reoccurring theme in Fear and Hunger, because this is, I think, the third pit already, and this is still very much early game.
The hole obviously isn't the best way to progress, but the caves are level 4, so technically this does take you further in. So maybe for now it's worth coming back to later. You might instead be tempted to search parts of the Blood Pit. You know, maybe there's some items still left on the bodies. Doing so, you immediately get told that your character has a bad feeling about this. Again, the game is outright breaking the fourth wall to tell you, do not do this. Just because you have the option to do something in game doesn't mean you should do it. If you go against your character's better instincts, you'll meet a fun new character called Nazra, a talking head belonging to a supposedly incredibly powerful wizard.
Who disturbs my sleep? Can't you see? I have not retained my whole body yet. You insolent fool! I need more fresh blood for the ritual!
This, of course, throws you into battle. Now, because he's literally just a floating head, Nasra won't directly attack you. He'll just keep laughing at you while you try to go through his 9,000 HP health bar. But on turn 1, he'll start summoning something, which you can gradually start to see appearing behind him. If it gets close enough for you to actually enter the fight, you're instantly dead. So, yeah, have fun with that. Realistically, if you ended up in this fight for whatever reason without knowing what you're doing, it's fine to just run away here. You won't lose out on much, although it will mean that Nasra won't ever appear to you again, which I'll come back to later. On the topic of dying, there's actually another interesting thing about the Blood Pit. There's technically a way to completely bypass the path you took to get here by simply asking the nearest guard to violently murder you. This gives you a roughly 1 in 3 chance to get thrown deeper into the pile of bodies inside the pit instead of getting a game over. Although this is only marginally better than straight up dying, since you won't have any legs left and you'll be forced to crawl your way for the rest of the game, if for whatever reason you didn't just reset. There's a bunch of bonus post-death sequences like this in the game, although they're never actually helpful. They either leave you crippled or make you watch your character die in the overworld instead of getting a quick game over screen.
They make for good bait, since if you're on your first playthrough, they don't give that glimmer of hope that maybe dying just puts you back somewhere instead of wiping you out, only to be forced to watch an even more brutal murder of your character.
Oh, by the way, there's also a randomly spawning enemy here, the Lizard Man, who will of course kick your shit in at this point in the game. He's got some standard dismembering attacks. His head applies poisons, nothing you haven't really seen before, but which will still completely kill your run. But he also has a fun little mechanic with his shield, which applies counter-attack. This ability is special since it's the only thing in the game that actually uses your defense stat. Yeah, remember Remember that stat that I said that was absolutely useless? Well, here it basically determines whether you take literally no damage or get immediately killed the second you attack the lizard man, since the shield applies counterattack to himself, just like the knight ability. So technically, alright, I take it back, defense isn't fully useless. That is, if you're planning on fighting the lizard men, and I think there's like 2 or 3 in the entire game, aside from some out of bounds areas you aren't even supposed to know exist. The design of the blood pit is wide enough to let you avoid him completely, and it's just pointless fighting him. His loot isn't too bad. He drops a pretty decent two-handed sword, and maybe sometimes also a ring of rates, which lets you restore health in combat, which, don't get me wrong, is insanely good, considering doors also count as combat encounters, so you can just keep trying to force one down and heal for full for free. But again, it's not really worth losing limbs over. He can also drop a shield, which looks identical to the spider shield from Dark Souls, which I've been told apparently endangers passivity. Fortunately, not too much of an issue down here. Going down some more stairs, you'll end up in an actual location that's more than a straight tunnel. Level 3, the prisons.
Wow, it's the prisons. And weren't you looking for a guy imprisoned here? Well, you know, fuck you, he's actually in a different prison entirely. This one just has 4 trillion guards, and he's little flying pieces of shit.
This might actually be the single worst enemy in the game. Not because the cave gnomes are strong, I mean, they die in one hit and they basically have one attack that does a maximum of like 12 damage, but because every attack has a 1 in 3 chance to cause infection and a 25% chance to cause bleeding. And what's even better, every time you fight them, there's actually 2 of them, just like with the dogs. And on 1 turn and every 2 turns, another one spawns in just to make sure you have enough resource drain in the game. You know, in case the first 2 weren't bad enough on their own. If you fight them normally, you'll usually kill them all by the 3rd turn, which also means you'll have to tank at least 5 hits in the best case scenario. After doing some very advanced calculations, I can confirm that there is exactly a 13% chance you walk out without a new strain of rabies. If you like these odds, I'll also remind you that there are multiple spawns of them in this room. So then you'll basically go down to 0% chance of not getting your own infection meds taxed.
All of these calculations assume it's just you and the girl in the party, since, let's be honest, the girl won't be killing anything with that 20 damage dagger of hers. Best she can do is tank an infection, since unlike us, her missing legs don't slow the party down.
There is technically something you can do in this fight because cave gnomes are literal freaks of nature. They won't understand a thing you say if you try to talk to them, unless you make a non-discernible sound with a funky little character at the end. This will put the gnome in a confused state, which forces it to skip 2 turns. This seems great until you think about what you're actually doing, which is wasting an action to make one gnome skip 2 turns instead of killing him and making him skip every turn. And then you're leaving yourself a target which will keep summoning more gnomes later on, even if the first one's dead. And by the way, if you choose the wrong talk option here, you'll instead summon another cave gnome. So yeah, have fun misclicking by accident. But thankfully, there is one single technique that helps you here. Huh? This is how you counter the gnomes. Since apparently their vision is entirely based on movement, I've mentioned before how usually it's worth it to just not fight enemies most of the time, and yeah, this just blatantly reinforces it. I actually don't know if this is a bug or not, but honestly it does feel intentional, since what else are you going to do with these guys? If you keep running away, you'll hit the your party couldn't run jackpot eventually, and then you'll have to tank the attacks anyway. Just absolutely no counterplay to this enemy except to dodge and weave around them and never actually get into combat.
Cave gnomes aside, the prisons themselves are pretty interesting. Most of the time you're walking on metal walkways over some gigantic chasm, probably connected to the caves, hence the cave gnomes appearing here.
All the cells are built into solid rock though, which raises the question, why did they build the prisons here? What's the benefit of sticking each prison cell in the wall of a chasm when it just forces them to build these huge catwalks? Considering this is Middle Ages technology we're talking about. And also there's like these random lizard statues everywhere as well, which if anything would just obstruct construction, unless they built those as a bonus afterwards for whatever reason. You could say that maybe that a floor collapsed and they had to rebuild the connections later, but then are you seriously telling me that it collapsed just perfectly to leave all these cells intact and just take everything else with it? It's just really bizarre from an in-universe perspective, but looking at it from a game perspective, it's actually really clever. The game's atmosphere was already blatantly hostile towards the player, but now you are literally suspended above a huge void in a dungeon known for having pieces of it collapse. Having these walkways also means that not only do you have little room to maneuver between enemies because they're so tight and you end up, you know, getting stuck in cells trying to outrun guards, but also there's no walls between any of them. So so enemies can aggro from basically any direction. About those enemies, cave gnomes are not actually the only thing you'll have to worry about, as there's actually a new fun variant of guard for you to get killed by. This time, holding an entire ballista. He'll fire at you when he spots you in the overworld, so you'll have to decide quickly if you want to close the gap or run away. He's a bit more special compared to normal guards, as that he won't chase you, instead only being locked in place. The trade-off is that he's usually placed in the middle of the room, guarding the only walkway you can actually make progress, so you'll probably have to fight him either way. In combat, honestly, he's probably the most simple guard variant to kill. Just destroy the arms and the torso, and it's just free. Unless, that is, you happen to miss. Since not destroying the ballista on turn 2, at the very least, is crippling, and at the worst, well, you know the drill. Apart from the ballista, he also behaves like a normal guard, so expect to tank some tackles and maybe a stinger thrust, but at least he doesn't have the coin flip attack. If you don't want to take the pretty small chance of missing a hit on the ballista, there is actually something else you can do to boost your odds a little. In fact, this may be the only instance of the player benefiting from not playing mercenary, since if you're not playing him, guess who's right there, sitting behind those bars? You can free him with a key or a red vial, which he'll be very thankful for.
Oh, hey. You got me out of here. I'm Kahara of the South, a mercenary at your service. Well...
You can ask him what he's doing down here, but he doesn't want to give anything up to you. Maybe scared that you'll take the reward for his mission away from him.
I do have a mission here, but let's save that story for another day, yeah?
Alternatively, you can ask him how he ended up in this cell, but he doesn't seem to want to talk about what happened.
I was caught by one of those malformed prison guards. Ugh.
Your conversation took an awkward turn for some reason. Whatever you ask him, he'll ask to join your party straight after.
Would you mind if we traveled together for a while?
It's a bit suspicious considering how he was dodging every question just before, but you might as well get another party member that can actually fight for you, right? He's at least better than Enki in that he'll join you instantly rather than getting pissed that you even dared to talk to him. He's kind of dog shit as well as a party member since he doesn't have a single ability and you can only really use him to attack. But I guess it's better than the girl since, you know, he can at least do some kind of damage.
After getting Kahara, you can guarantee an easy kill on the ballista guard, which frees up the entire area to explore. He'll also usually be right next to this huge office area, which has a couple of crates and what looks like a lever. Although, unfortunately, it does have an elite guard standing right in the middle. And if he sees you, he'll set course immediately to chase you. So you might think to try baiting him, you know, maybe put down a bear trap, since for some reason those are in the game. Normally, they'll take out an enemy's legs, so you think you'd be able to bait him and then just walk in and one-shot him in the head, because if the legs are taken out, the head is much more easier to hit. But this guard, for whatever reason, he does not care. He will simply levitate over the bear trap and completely ignore it, not even setting it off. So for now, it's probably best to leave him for the time being. Although you can at least easily grab that book from the table without attracting his aggro, which gets you another part of the captain's diary. Captain Rudimir, 30th of April, 1590. It was a mistake to take this position in these dungeons. It's next to impossible to keep any kind of order among troops here. There are powers at play here that we as mere mortals cannot fight against. I've come to accept this madness. A naked prisoner crucified on a sacrificial statue with his guts hanging out. Just another day in the dungeons. More and more troops are committing suicide every day. More food for those left. Orders to let some cultists do their wicked rituals here. Anything goes. All the gore and macabre scenery has become trivial to me. The High Priest demanded that we give them our prized prisoner, Lagarde of the Midnight Sun. I hesitated at first. After all, his worth in propaganda alone cannot be underestimated. But those priests somehow convinced higher-ups of their ways. Lagarde was transferred to the lower levels, below the mines. I have no idea what the purpose behind this is. Nothing good can come out of it, but orders are orders. I feel bad for the poor man. It's obvious the Kingdom of Rondon backstabbed him just because he was gaining influence at such a rapid rate. And now his story ends here, defiled in some unholy practices. At least we get an explanation of why Lagarde isn't in the main prison complex. I guess this just means we have to keep going deeper. It's also interesting to see another actually sane human being's perspective on the dungeon's deterioration. Like, the things we've been encountering are genuine insanity, but having someone in-universe actually point that out instead of just being generally scared of everything like Bookman was, it's quite refreshing. It's also kind of funny to think that this diary kind of mirrors the new player experience. At first, you're surprised and probably disgusted by how grotesque the game is. Even at the very start, death and bodies everywhere, bizarre rituals, they all give you whiplash if you're going into the game blind.
But after playing for a while, you start getting used to it. Just like Rudimir ended up getting used to seeing random gory monsters and having his own soldiers kill themselves. Attuning yourself to this is necessary for surviving in the dungeons. But when you think about it, it might also be how the madness starts taking hold of you. After all, if all this death and blood is just normal down here, why not spill some more yourself?
Outside the office, there's also this weird cage-looking thing with a door that you can't lockpick. Obviously, this is supposed to not be openable, since you can't use a red vial or a key either. But since you can go into combat with the door, the knight can technically leg sweep, one-shot it, and no joke, skip half the game. You probably shouldn't do this though, as you'll be losing out on some truly amazing experiences, most of them involving losing limbs and getting RNG kills, but experiences nonetheless. But again, it just goes to show how badly the bugs managed to mess up the entire structure of the game itself, not just the mechanics. Dark Souls comparison incoming. It's like if you used the Master Key in the new Londo Ruins, but instead of taking you to the Valley of the Drakes, skipping a few hours of the game, instead, it took you straight to Anor Londo, the midpoint of the game. Now, there's actually 2 doors like this in the prisons, although the other one you can actually get open without exploiting the game. Back in the inner halls, right before Torta's corridor, there's actually a singular tile you can step on that immediately collapses under the weight of the copious amounts of moldy bread you ate beforehand. You get a quick time front flip, but even failing it doesn't actually hurt your character. It just forces you into this locked out section of the prisons. There's nothing really special here, just more loot and a chest buried under some rubble you can clear with an explosive vial. Loot-wise, there's also a bunch of cells you can open and steal the contents from. If you don't have lockpicking and don't want to waste precious vials, you can actually just kill one of the roaming guards and get the cell keys to open them all for free. It's mostly just beds for saving and the occasional ghoul. Although there is another chest in one. In Kahara's cell, you can also find a small doll, which, just like the dagger, you can give to the girl. A simple, crude doll depicting a long-haired man is laying on the ground. The doll gives you chills and an eerie vibe can be felt from it. You give it to the girl. It's a nice touch that it lets you bond with the girl a little bit, unless, you know, you're a complete scumbag and take the doll for yourself instead. You take the peculiar doll. The girl seems saddened by the fact you took it. This actively harms you later in the game, by the way. I mean, seriously, why would you do that? There's nothing really more to find, but there's a couple more less fun interactions that happen here. Since these are prisons, you can usually get taken down here after being killed by a guard. Although, instead of being locked up, he does the birds and the bees with you in an unconsensual way.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not even anything surprising about this, considering everything else in the game. Amazingly, this doesn't make your character any less sane, nor does it even kill you. Instead, it gives you severe anal bleeding for the rest of the game. That is a real stat that they put into the code, by the way, which makes you bleed out of your rectum randomly every couple of seconds, completely dead stopping your character just to make sure you can never run away again.
You might also remember that when interacting with Kahara, he was acting awkward when talking about being taken here by the guards. It's all but confirmed that he also went through the exact same encounter, although he did manage to avoid the bleeding. I'm sure this has some implications, but at this point, I'd rather not really think about that.
The only clear way forward right now is this set of stairs, although for some reason it leads up, so it doesn't really help you in trying to get deeper. Oh, never mind, lol, you're still at level 3 somehow. This is the basement, being mostly used as storage space for the dungeons. That is what you would be focusing on if you didn't just realize that Kahara was a complete scumbag and ran away from your party after robbing some of your items. This was, of course, completely unpredictable, since, you know, it's not like he's the only character you play as that can learn steal from his intro and even abandon his comrades for a great benefit before the game's events play out. I mean, yeah, he's a dick, but you learned that from the character intro. Anyway, the basement. A door on your right leads north into what looks like some sort of dark corridor, but it's sealed tightly. Though here, you might as well use leg sweep, since there isn't actually a way to open this aside from breaking it outright.
Walking in, you can see that it's just a dead-end corridor with a body and some containers at the end. The body even has the infamous bone shears, one of the main contenders for being the single worst weapon in the game, as the game has to flip a coin every time you attack to get a hit. Giving it a ridiculous attack stat that just makes it complete bait to use.
There's nothing more to find, but once you start walking back, you get a reminder about why the dungeons are such a dangerous place, as literal ghosts rise up from the floor to chase you down. Ghosts you can only kill with otherworldly damage types, most likely something you don't have. Something Todd Howard would shamelessly steal in the Oblivion remaster 6 years later. You can just run away, of course, and the trap ends up doing absolutely nothing. But there's something to see here if you look at the bigger picture. I mean, if you look at the room layout, when you enter it, you're basically instantly made suspicious because of how empty it is, only having anything of interest at the end. There's also the blood trails on the ground, and the fact that the body somehow ended up at the end, despite the way being cut off by some iron bars. In other words, you can already tell that this corridor is bait from the moment you step in. And what special loot do you find here? Bone shears, which sound amazing, but they are the single biggest bait item in the entire game. This is some, like, truly brilliant foreshadowing. Finding a bait item in an obviously bait room. Bravo, Miro. I already explained much earlier in the video why this weapon is terrible, but oh my god. It's just awful. Anyway, going back to the actual basement, there's actually a ton of cool loot containers here. I mean, seriously, it's basically impossible to not walk out of here absolutely stacked out of your mind. And it even looks like there's no enemies around. A giant armor marches from the shadows. Great. Busy looting, you probably managed to run into the Iron Shakespeare, a huge mass of brass armor with gigantic maces for hands, and the only roaming enemy of this area. His birdcage-looking mask obscures his face as he towers over you in a way that makes you feel completely subhuman. To be fair, you can literally only see the armor, and the limbs looking more like bells doesn't help either. Turns out having a huge block of metal for a hand means your attacks get slightly stronger. So, like most enemies, it's pointless right now to even try and fight him. Nothing you walk away from here is better than having every bone in your body shattered and or getting set on fire because his hands are apparently coated with gasoline. You can easily outrun him, although there is actually something you can get out of this even without having to kill him.
Again, I have to remind you of the absolute mercenary supremacy, since if you use steel on the Iron Shakespeare, you can get yourself a free empty scroll, which is very nice, as long as you manage to not have your fragile limbs crushed beyond recognition on the first turn. It might sound weird that you can't get scrolls from some guy in armor, but he literally is called Shakespeare after all, so, you know, that only makes sense.
If you're insane, you can maybe go for the kill if you get insanely lucky and manage to dodge all of his attacks. If you kill him, you do get access to his special soul if you have a stone for it, which is pretty alright. It multiplies the damage reduction you have against slash, pierce, and blunt damage types by 1.3. There's also a small room with a bed and a bizarre-looking statue inside. Going to sleep here gives you a different message than usual. This room feels somewhat safe as a place can in these dungeons, that is. This is the only bed you'll find early on that doesn't actually force you to flip a coin, at least for the first time you sleep in it. It's a legitimate safe haven, and maybe the only place down here where you can get a guaranteed save.
But, don't get too greedy. You might want to try and sleep again, thinking that you can't really be attacked by anything down here anyway, since it's only the Iron Shakespeare, and there's no way that he's fitting through that one tile-wide door.
But remember, the game already told you that this bed is not safe, about as explicitly as it could. So trying your luck, saving again, and failing the coin toss instantly spawns in one of the strongest enemies in the entire game. This is the Crow Mauler, slightly foreshadowed by that statue with a crow on it. Also foreshadowed in that one layout of the inner halls where you would actually see him standing behind the bars waiting for you. I'm repeating myself, and I probably will about 30 more times in this video. Do not fight the Crow Mauler. He is worse than basically every single enemy I've mentioned before combined together, having a ridiculous amount of HP and even a dedicated one-shot attack that doesn't even ask you for a coin flip. So if you get to this point, swallow your pride. Go back to your save, and don't get baited on a bed you're literally told to not sleep on. Use it once, and that's it. Or use it a second time, and then maybe use the girl as bait, and then run away. On the opposite side of the room, there's also another small chamber containing an armory of sorts. Walking in, someone immediately starts shouting at you.
Hold it! Just hold it right there. You are sane, I gather. Even if I may seem winded and wounded, I can still pack a deadly blow into you. So don't get any ideas.
Hold it, Seymour. I know this one. This is one of the good ones.
Ah, I see.
looks like that this is the safe place Bookman decided to run away to. I mean, marginally safer than the inner halls, considering the gigantic suit of armor walking around outside, and another smaller dead enemy literally in the entrance to this room. Again, still better than being with Torta. Now, before you talk to him and his friend, I'm gonna have to tell you to not actually do this. Again, like many things in this game, you have literally no way of knowing this, but talking to them here will actually end up killing them later down the line and lock you out of one of the more interesting quests in the game.
The only hint at this comes from what Seymour tells you when you speak to him here, but at this point it's too late anyway. To be fair, the quest isn't insanely impactful or anything, but it still is very interesting. If you get here before rescuing Bookman, you can just talk to Seymour without any issues. It only causes them to die if you talk to them when they're both here.
You seem to retain your sanity still. Hold on to it. It's a rare gift in the darkness.
Anyway, despite the disclaimer, at least when you talk to them, you get some explanations for why they're even here.
I delved down here together with my comrades. We have a mission to fulfill. The fate would, however, have it so that each of us got lost. Fear for the worst.
And we still haven't heard about the others. This is too late.
Yes, perhaps. Should we prioritize our survival then?
I do not really know. It's not like this wicked place would let us have our escape either.
We cannot head outside because of the unnaturally thick mist. We only have one direction to go. Down.
This is the hint I mentioned. I guess if you don't talk to them, they just never get the revelation that the rest of their party is most likely dead. If you didn't help Bookman, or even better, if you intentionally sold him out, he'll instead talk about having to find him.
Now, my priority is to regroup with the Crown Prince, Prince Ludwig Buckman, and with the rest of my party as well, if possible.
You can tell him you've actually already met Bookman, which may or may not be a good idea if you helped get him killed.
You have? Tell me.
It gets even better. You can literally admit to it in front of Seymour, which, to the surprise of no one,
You what?
immediately throws you into battle with him. Which, surprise, surprise, early game, you're probably not going to win. You can also cope about it being the only way for you to survive, but also you could have just one-shot Torta instead. It's really not that hard.
What weakness? Weakness of mind? Weakness of moral? I'll let the dungeons judge your fate. I have more pressing matters.
But at least with this option, he doesn't kill you outright. Or you could be more vague and tell him that Bookman just got caught, and depending on how you phrase it, Seymour might or might not even suspect you're involved at all before crashing out about Torta.
Torture? That rat of a man, that piece of shit of a man. What does he plan on doing with the prince? Has he lost his mind completely?
So Seymour limped out as fast as he could. He had a burning hatred in his eyes, with his teeth grinding on each other. He left without saying a word. Whichever path you took, if Seymour is still here, you can ask him about the dungeons in general. He's probably the first actual source of information, since it doesn't seem like he has an agenda outside of reuniting with his party, unlike Kahara or Enki, who both would probably rather you didn't interfere. Although despite that, he doesn't really know much. At least his replies paint a picture of how the rest of the world sees the dungeons.
This place is used as prisons by the Kingdom of Rondon. Everyone knows these dungeons around these parts. They're pretty notorious, in fact. All kinds of rumors are exchanged in the darkness of the night. The rumors speak of unimaginable horrors. Who knew they were not just pesky rumors?
There's not any more lore he can give you, but you can ask him about any tips he has for surviving the dungeons, which are actually pretty good as general pointers to the game's mechanics.
Any tips? You seem like the type that can handle yourself just fine. Just stay on the defensive side and you might just make it. Whenever you get a bad feeling, guard. It's better to be safe than sorry. Another good pointer would be to behead anything that comes close to you. As tempting as that might sound, it might be a tricky feat to pull off in the heat of battle. Try to shake the balance of the enemy first. Maybe attack their legs, and only then go for the finishing blow when you know the enemy won't be running around wildly anymore. Patience is definitely a virtue in combat.
Guarding, whenever you get a bad feeling, obviously refers to the coin flip attacks. The bad feeling usually manifesting as the enemy's preparing for something, or acting differently than on normal turns, and going for the heads, as I mentioned right at the start of the video. Just like Seymour says, it's extremely tempting since headshots are just basically one-taps, but you're probably never actually going to manage it unless you destroy the legs first. It's a very good intro to the game's mechanics in case you haven't picked up on them yet. I think the only actual kind of guide you can get in the entire game, which might make you wonder why it's so far down in the basement instead of somewhere near the entrance, and that will come up soon. Seymour's interesting and all, but there's also your good old friend Buckman, who's still really grateful that you helped him out, grateful enough to reward you with one of the most useless items in the game: money.
Money! Greetings, brave one. You really helped me out there by getting rid of that wretched torturer. Let me reward your bravery.
You get 40 silver coins, which is terrible, especially compared to the 2 light blue vials Torta would have gave you if you sold Buckman out. But at least, you know, you did a good choice. You are a good person. Here you go. Here's some Reddit gold.
You are the one who also killed Tortura. The world really is a better place after he's gone.
Both Seymour and Buckman seem to think that Torta is the literal worst thing down here, considering how rent-free they are about him. Buckman, I guess, is fair, since he did almost just get tortured to death by him, but you can still ask him if he at least knew him beforehand.
Yes, I knew him somewhat. He was one of the higher officials in these dungeons, believe it or not. He had that disfigured shape long before coming here. But this place has certainly had an enhancing effect to his looks and mental state. The lunatic tried to have his way with me too, before you meddled with his plans.
Frustratingly enough, you can't ask him to join your party, even though back in Tortoise Hall he said he needed to catch his breath. Although, at least he'll now tell you what he's even doing down here.
We delved into these dungeons with a small party. We came here for a certain person. One could say we came here for a rescue mission even. But that was before we knew better. Nothing survives here.
There's a blank expression on Buckman's face as he says that. His eyes got no liveliness or glimmer of hope.
Out of every single NPC that ventured down here you've met by now, I think the only ones that weren't here to rescue certain persons, I think, is the girl. They have no agency whatsoever, and they don't even know why she's here. Everyone else is literally just here for Lagarde, unless Buckman is looking for someone else entirely. But surely there wouldn't be 2 high-profile prisoners down here at the same time.
But like I said earlier, any normal playthrough, you should not talk to Buckman here. All you'll do is get some useless coins and lock yourself out of more interesting quests later on. So it's probably best to just, you know, he's fine, he's chilling, just leave him be. There's also some armor and weapon stands next to them that you can coin flip to loot, which can get you anything from completely horrendous weapons that are objectively worthless compared to your starting equipment, or an armor that gives you a 20% protection from 1 or 2 damage types, which means occasionally you'll survive 1 more hit if the stars align and the enemy you're fighting actually uses that damage type. Looking over the rest of the basement, you can find out that I completely lied when I said the Iron Shakespeare was the only enemy here, because there's also a random elite guard spawn to keep you on your toes. Thankfully, since the basement is very open, you can kind of just walk around him with 0 difficulty. Aside from all the above, there's not really anything more special. Apart from the copious amounts of loot, the basement altogether is actually pretty small. There's also no variation of this room or anything, so it's always the same no matter what your playthrough is. Loot-wise, there is a ridiculous amount of mushrooms and some herbs to find here, which of course you can turn into a delicious stew if your bookcase luck is good enough to actually learn the recipe. Something Minecraft would shamelessly steal 8 years earlier. There's also a suspicious amount of graves and sarcophagi here for some reason. I mean, the miniature graveyard looks makeshift, so it could have been dug out as a way to try and keep the corpses overflowing after the madness started taking root, which, considering the blood pit, was probably quickly abandoned as a solution. But the coffins had to be put here beforehand since they're made out of solid stone. But again, who puts a mausoleum next to food stores? The way this is going, it's going to turn out that the madness is actually just because someone left a rotting body next to the food and forgot about it. There's even an ominous open coffin with scratches on it, indicating that something or someone escaped from it. Aside from this area being less spooky, It's not actually foreshadowing anything, although it could be connected to the enemies roaming the room. Although I will say, regarding the Iron Shakespeare, I don't really see a coffin big enough to fit him inside. There's also the classic trope of a single open grave waiting to be filled, presumably left by your character when you inevitably misclick to give yourself a water vial instead of healing with a blue one. Going down lower, you actually end up higher, since now you're on the level 2 basement. Seems counterproductive, but at least you've got more rooms to explore and loot. The level 2 basement is fairly similar in structure to level 3. It's built like a storeroom, having even more crates and mushrooms to pick, even having some wine barrels that you can use to fill your glass vials with precious mind-restoring alcohol, while also taking after the blood pit by being filled to the brim with corpses. And I genuinely do mean to the brim. Like, there's a locked door you can't actually open from this side with a mountain of corpses behind it. The way you get through and to the chest behind is actually by dropping down the well back in the courtyard. Wait, I dropped down somewhere and it didn't kill me? That's crazy. Surely I'll try it again with the ship pit. There's so many corpses stacked on top of each other that not only do they completely break your fall, you can climb on top of them to get back to the surface. It's one thing that it's all obviously macabre and shocking how there's corpses everywhere, but if you think about it, logistically, where did they even get this many corpses? The same issue with the blood pit. The dungeons couldn't have been insane for long, considering the guard was taken here recently, and presumably they weren't this far gone yet, since they did manage to take him down deeper, which was somewhere none of the rescue teams even managed to get to. And the dungeons simply aren't big enough to be holding enough prisoners to be stacked full of piles of bodies everywhere. Especially on top of that as well in the upper layers, the Hydra made out of possibly dozens of people. Now, the reason why I'm talking about the bodies so much is there's actually a small Easter egg regarding them. You can see flies around some of them, and if you're playing as the Dark Priest, you might actually have mastery over insects, which lets you understand what they're saying.
He carved an idol of his faith. One's the captain of humans.
This seemingly references the crow mauler, who seems to have some connection to the basement. There's actually a locked door with an emblem of a crow on it that also connects to the mauler, but it's too sturdy to force your way through. Although it's almost like you can hear something through it.
Come and find me.
The whispers of the flies also mention a captain, which could be referencing the captain of the guard, Rudimir, whose diary you found earlier, but so far there's not really anything even connecting him to the basements. Also, an interesting thing about the whispers is the line about carving an idol of his fear. This is also the line the priests repeat whenever you go into combat with them, which makes me think that it's not really metaphorical or symbolic, but rather an actual thing, or more likely a ritual that they carry out to purge themselves of fear. Apart from the flies, there's actually also another new enemy you can fight here, the Maneva. It's basically a jellyfish if it took as much Trembolone acetate as the average fitness TikToker. And even then, it's really not that threatening. They're not even really aggressive towards you. Mostly they just float around the room and they're pretty easy to avoid. There's also absolutely no point in fighting them since they never drop anything as well. If you do get into combat with them for whatever reason, just aim for the head. Despite what Seymour told you earlier and what I've been telling you a lot through this game, in this case, the head is the only viable target since it's one of the few enemies in the game that doesn't have high evasion. But if for whatever reason you miss, you'll find that even though these guys are easy, they can still punish you for the rest of the game. Getting attacked by the tentacles only does damage, which, you know, I mean, it's not even that much. Look at it. But if you get injected by the head, you will immediately get infected with parasites that double your hunger rate until you cure them.
How do you cure them, you might ask? You have to first find this semi-rare item called worm juice. Good luck pulling that out of the huge item pool, however.
All right, sure. You got the worm juice and you've took it. That's great. But if you read the item description, you'll find it is literally a vial of poison, which means, yeah, if you drink it, sure, you'll kill the parasites. Now, you'll just be poisoned instead, taking 10% HP damage every single turn.
So, how do you cure being poisoned? Guess what? You have to get lucky again. Either pull a white vial or an alchemy book and mix yourself some nice herbs. Just make sure to mix the right ones. If you mix the wrong ones, you'll end up wasting precious healing materials.
So yeah, just don't fight them. They give you a debuff, and you use an item to get rid of the debuff. That gives you another debuff, and you need another item to get rid of that debuff. You just don't do it. Just avoid them. Although I will say that there is actually an interesting interaction with them if you try and talk to them. They obviously can't talk, but instead of making weird grunts or growls, they'll actually telepathically transmit information straight to your brain. As the Manaba floats around mysteriously, you feel as your question is being answered inside your head. The Manaba seems to suggest that it needs to absorb your life force. It's nothing personal. Out of all the enemies you've met so far, this is the first one that isn't inherently cruel. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'd even chalk up the dogs wanting to murder you just for the fun of it. Again, waiting 7 years behind a stone wall, by the way, because in reality, the Manaba just needs you for sustenance. It doesn't really change much since the end result is still the same. It's just another creature that wants to kill you, but at least it points to them having more of an intelligence instead of just mindlessly attacking everything they see. Like it said, it's nothing personal. As you move through the room, you'll also find a weird symbol drawn in blood on the floor. It looks like a reversed capital R inside a circle, but your character doesn't recognize it, only identifying it as an older, more obscure god. Though you might not even be able to examine it, since trying to approach it, you'll literally fall through the floor. You'll wake up inside the flip side, a collection of small rooms separated with a huge dark plane. It feels more like a different dimension than an actual room, although it still has the characteristics of the basement with the same kind of flooring and even a wine barrel. I may be in the abyss, but at least there's free alcohol. As you move through the room looking for an exit, you'll realize you aren't alone here. You'll get jump scared by a dark figure flying around and laughing before it disappears. Whatever it is, it's probably responsible for dragging you down here, which means it's strong enough to be able to create an entire pocket dimension and trap people inside. So, yeah, like a lot of things, might be best to avoid fighting it. If you speed through the rooms, you can actually escape quite easily, but there's also a small Easter egg you can find if you explore a bit more. All of these rooms have very clearly pronounced exits to help you navigate, but the room with the sarcophagus actually has another way if you go down first. You walk into another corpse storage room, but beyond it, you'll find a single grave, which of course tells you that this grave belongs to whichever character you picked. Funnily enough, this does actually provide some useful information, like all the characters' birth years and the current year, which you might have already found out from the dated notes. But it's nice to have some solid confirmation that the year is 1590. You also have the option to dig up the grave, which of course just exposes your character's dead body. It's all really interesting, but if you spend too much time looking around, you'll end up getting attacked by the thing chasing you, the Black Witch. Surprisingly, for what should be a terrifying boss, she isn't that unmanageable. She only attacks with her arms, and while her attacks are devastating, her left arm casting Black Orb, which can literally one-shot you if you're unlucky enough, and her right side stabbing you with a poison knife, both only actually have 20 health points, which means the girl might actually be able to take one out for you. Or if you're playing the knight, you can also leg sweep, since in this case it instantly destroys both arms for whatever reason. As with the other enemies, you can talk to her, and she'll... I finally said it. I finally said talk to her. Just, end my life, man. End my life. But yeah, you can chat with her, let's say that, and she'll actually respond to you normally.
I am what your kind would call a witch. I sold my soul to blood hearts long ago. I channel Grogoroth, or what remains of him. That is what people traditionally call blood hearts. Of course, that is simplifying the art to a toddler.
Like all the other sorcerers in the game, she gets her power from worshipping the gods, in this case, Grogoroth. Although she seems to be on another level entirely, considering she was able to create this flip side. If you don't want to risk fighting her, you can run away and make your way to the exit, which is basically 20 yards away. And that's pretty much what you should be doing. Maybe before even playing the game, you heard somewhere someone mention that the Black Witch soul is insanely good.
And that's true. It's a soul that makes all of your attacks poison the enemy, meaning you can do a single torso hit and just wait out the rest of the battle, guarding and losing minimal HP. The only issue is that you can't actually get the soul if you kill her here. And it's not even on purpose to stop players from getting broken items too early. There's an event scripted to which you get the Black Witch soul if you kill him without having to use the soul stone. Except, of course, like everything in this game, it's bugged.
So killing her in the flip side gives you absolutely nothing and only risks you taking 90 damage or getting poisoned. Although you can, of course, ask for it through an empty scroll, since you can generate almost all items in the game by just typing, "Oh Lord, give me Black Witch," which gives you it for free and solves almost every single combat for the rest of the game. Incredibly balanced. However way you get out the flip side, the only way to go now is through that doorway there, which leads to what is basically a larger staircase leading up. Going up the stairs, you can find out that this actually wasn't a way to progress at all. All it did was take you back to the start of the game. Lamau. Looking back on it, Sir Seymour's placement as the combat tutorial makes a lot more sense if you actually entered through the basement on the left and didn't go through the main entrance. Looking back on it, in general, the way the game works with avoiding combat, especially early on, it makes a lot more sense to try and sneak in through the back way instead of going in through the main entrance, especially if we're trying to rescue someone out of a place described as incredibly dangerous. I think literally everything points to that being the right path. I mean, the dogs don't even chase you down there. The enemies are easier to avoid, and there's way more loot to be found. The biggest thing you lose out is the girl, but, you know, sacrifices must be made. Mostly, she's the one making the sacrifices. And even though this doesn't seem like good game design, go through the small door on the side, not the big main doors, it kind of makes sense because the dungeon is incredibly unforgiving, so you'd want to take the path with least resistance. Regrets aside, going back outside after being stuck in the dungeons for so long feels bizarre, but also kind of refreshing. There's no dogs here anymore, so you really can just calmly loot all the barrels you didn't want to risk at the start of the game, and also kick that dead horse for some reason. What's even better is there's actually a merchant here that you can trade with.
What are you buying?
Hello there, dweller. Your eyes, they are starting to have that absent gaze in them already. A little bird told me that these dungeons just swallowed a new set of poor bastards. I just saw a business opportunity, that's all. So, what shall it be?
I guess those silver coins actually weren't so useless after all. You can only buy from him once, so you'll have to be really careful, picking between a potion of full healing, potion of full sanity, and a potion of life. They're all pretty self-explanatory, and after walking all the way through the dungeons, you'll definitely need them. And who knows when you'll get the opportunity to spend your silver again. After you buy your potion, the merchant will leave, probably knowing that you're too much of a brokey to be able to afford more than one. You could save the one you bought for later, but let's be real, you're probably sitting on about 10 HP and 3 sanity after having to run away from one too many cave gnomes. So you drink it and immediately get poisoned, because you'll soon realize that what you drank wasn't an actual potion, but rather limited edition Gamer Girl bathwater, which is lethally toxic to all life forms. So now you have to use a rare white vial or you're screwed. Restart.
You. Fearless in full.
And live on knowing not to buy weird drinks from strangers. I know the first time you fall for this, it's incredibly infuriating, especially if you save the potion for a big fight or something. But I think it only complements how unfair and brutal Fear and Hunger is. Like, you thought for a second you'd have some respite, maybe even some hope, only to get completely scammed. It's truly a cathartic experience watching new players go through this after being baited yourself. I thoroughly recommend getting your friends with no knowledge of the game whatsoever to play this and watch them get scammed firsthand. Trust me, it's completely worth it.
Got a phone call. Right, I'm just gonna have to quickly take this phone call. Sorry guys, I'll be back in a second. Don't touch anything, okay? I'll be watching you. Is he gone? Perfect.
Obviously, this wasn't the way to progress. Any potion you buy from him will just give the same poison status effect. Unfortunately, the only way to make actual progress now is to go deeper, all the way back in the prisons. You might remember earlier in that little office room with the elite guard, there was a lever. You couldn't really get close to it since before, you know, elite guards that one-shot you, kind of in the way. But there's something you can notice about his behavior. As long as he's not aggroed, he'll just sit in place and only turn around occasionally. You can actually just wait for him to have his back to you, run past him, dash, and quickly get the lever before he turns back around. Even once you do though, it's not really clear what the lever's supposed to do. Nothing obvious changes in the prisons. But if you explore the adjacent room, you'll find that the huge hole in the blood pit actually has an elevator inside it now. So instead of breaking your legs, you can safely descend deeper into the caves. The caves are maybe the most open area in the entire game, being basically one big field with only a few smaller pathways splitting off around the huge chasm leading deeper down. The whole area is reasonably safe. Fear and Hunger, reasonably safe.
Okay, we are cooked.
Aside, of course, from more cave gnomes, who have about 3,000 different spawns, which, to be fair, why are you surprised? They have the word cave in their name. The moment you land, you can immediately see some sort of shrine sticking out of the ground. Normally, you'd have to guess who it's dedicated to. I mean, it's pretty hard to figure out. It's not like it literally looks like a giant penis. Anyway, after praying to Sylvian and dodging past more cave gnomes, you'll find a small bridge to the other side of the cave. But the second you walk off it, you'll be attacked. This is Moonless, a cave wolf. Unlike the other dogs you were attacked by earlier, she's attacking you alone and is nowhere near as dangerous as them. Although realistically, you shouldn't shouldn't really be trying to fight her at all. Instead, if you talk to her, yes, talk to a dog, and then offer her rotten meat, do this one more time, and congratulations! You now have another party member. You're welcome, by the way. I hope you didn't accidentally one-shot her before doing this. Moonless is one of the best companions in the game. Not because she's the strongest. She actually does horrendous damage, usually less than you at the beginning of the game. But her main ability is urinating on every single pillar and fence post the dev decided to put into the game. Real talk though, Moonless is a pretty decent party member, especially considering how early you can get her. You can't control her actions whatsoever. She'll take every turn by herself, every time. But she doesn't just take actions randomly. In fact, she'll always target your enemy's weakest limb.
To compensate for the lack of control though, she does have one big advantage. She gets 2 actions a turn instead of 1. Notice how I said actions, not actually attacks? Because while Moonless doesn't have any abilities of her own, she can apparently read books perfectly, which means you can teach her spells using scrolls.
What's even better about this is while she will lose mind to cast, there's no mechanic at all related to her actually going below the mind threshold. She really just does not care. She's also completely immune to poison and parasites, meaning you can feed her endless supplies of worm juice and moldy bread. If you wanted to, you can cut off her paws with a bone saw, and this will end up giving you a cave wolf paw, an accessory which gives you luck, which, by the way, like most open stats in the game, doesn't really do anything.
So this is all fun and great, but not everyone is lucky enough to pull a scroll of the dark arts from their first bookshelf. If you can't teach Moonless a good spell, then surely she kind of sucks compared to a regular party member. Technically, yeah.
At the start of the game, when her attack is only around 80 damage, on average, she'll be underperforming. Her attacks do have a 60% chance to also cause bleeding, which is nice, but she'll still probably have less DPS than your main character. But if you walk around with her and let her urinate as many times as possible, eventually she'll level up. Now, she'll do almost double the damage that she did before. And if you stick with her for longer, she'll level up again. She'll get a decent damage boost, around 150% of what she was doing before. Moonless aside, this little rock-shaped island has one small thing to offer. There's something chained up to the rock wall that you can interact with. There is a huge creature chained up on the wall. It's not dried up, but it's uncertain whether it's alive or not. If you have a glass vial, your character will also notice this. Its breasts are oozing yellow mucus, which lets you milk it, giving you a yellow vial. You could argue about the safety of using liquid harvested from random things chained to the wall, but I think the game has normalized enough so far anyway. The yellow vial, by the way, is just food, which is only slightly helpful since at this point, you probably have looted enough moldy bread. Oh, and for some reason, you can only use them in combat. I'm guessing that in anything less than a life or death situation, starvation is preferable to eating whatever delicious gruel slop is in these. And if you thought you could have an infinite food glitch going on with just farming these yellow vials, you can only fill up 2 before the creature is emptied completely. But aside from eating them, the vials do actually have other uses. You can use them in crafting to make some combat-stimulating vials, if you also manage to find Alchemelia Volume 2, a rare book in the bookshelf. Or why would you want to buff your attack when the dog is spamming black magic at the enemy's cranium twice a turn?
These are the main questions you'll have to ask yourself as you understand that this game's in-depth crafting system with tens of recipes and multitudes of items don't actually even come into play most of the time. Why would you bother making potions just to waste a turn using them and then to get immediately dismembered anyway? And let's be real, if you couldn't win without that potion, it probably wasn't even enough to help you anyway.
That's all for this area, but you might have seen there was actually another small corridor leading right, just like the bridge. Walking through, you'll hear something from the darkness, but nothing actually attacks you, so you just keep moving. You continue into what looks like a nest with a bunch of eggs, which you can interact with to break. There's no real incentive to do so, and you don't get any items from it. Deeper into the nest, you can find something shining on the ground. It's a soul stone, completely free to take with 0 strings attached. You know, just ignore the weird sounds you heard when you were walking up to take it.
Must have been the wind.
There's literally nothing else here, so you might as well go back. Except when you try to leave, you'll be attacked by the protector of the nest, the Cave Mother. This is the first proper boss of the game that you actually have a decent chance against. She only has one main attack, the Tooth Bite, which doesn't do much damage, but it can take off your limbs, which means you'll want to kill her as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, she also has one more ability. As long as she has her breasts, that is not a joke, she'll keep summoning cave gnomes, making sure you don't only lose your arms and your legs, but you also get infected and bleed out. There's 2 ways you can win this fight. One is the usual. Target the torso, run out the health bar. Pretty simple, and she doesn't actually have that much torso HP, so you'll probably take her down in around 2 turns. Especially if you're lucky and Moonless actually targets the limb that you want for once. Or you can target the wings, since taking both of them out will actually also end the fight, since the Cave Mother won't be able to keep herself in the air. Although they do have much more HP combined than the torso. Other than that, you can also completely mitigate her damage if you really don't want to risk anything. You might remember using the red vial to melt locks, so imagine what it would do if you poured it on someone's eyes, or in this case, a limb's eye. Anyway, if you throw it at the torso, the Cave Mother won't ever be able to hit you, and you can just close out the fight without any risk. Except winning here isn't enough. She still manages to run off. If you try to walk back out the main cave, she'll rush and attack you again, this time charging at you with her wings gone, even if you didn't take them out. And if you didn't take out her breasts in the first phase, I hope you like fighting some more cave gnomes, because oh my god, they spawn every single turn. Now she actually has her head as a separate body part. I guess she couldn't have it separate before, since it would be a bit hard to justify her coming back to the fight, you know, if she got decapitated.
So no head?
Her attacks don't change. It's still the same tooth bite, but now it's the head using it. So you can still just use a red vial and be fine. You may also notice something weird. If you use the red vial in combat earlier, you'll actually still have it in your inventory. I mean, yeah, the game's bugged. Nothing new. Apparently, using red vials in combat doesn't consume them. How nice. I mean, eventually you'll do it. You'll kill the Cave Mother. And this time, she'll actually stay dead instead of running away. Searching her body, you'll find some gnome eggs, which confirms what was already highly suspected. This is the source of the cave gnomes. Killing her might be the single most morally positive thing you've done in the entire game. You can actually loot multiple eggs from her, although they don't actually seem to be used for anything. Aside from that, you can also use that soul stone you got earlier to get the Cave Mother soul from her body. I mean, it's alright. It multiplies your attack by 1.1 times, which sometimes might give you just enough damage to one-shot a limb, but most of the time you probably won't even notice it. Unfortunately, there's probably some more Cave Mothers out there, so at this point, it's probably better to cut our losses and move on. And if you thought the Cave Mother was bad, up ahead is one of the most despicable, degenerate characters in the entire game.
Well, hello, stranger. How are you doing on this wonderful day?
This is Pocket Cat, possibly the first person you've met down here that actually asked about your feelings. How nice of him. And you even get 3 amazingly expressive responses to pick from. What is so wonderful about it? Depressed as always, and my personal favorite, I want to die.
I want to die.
The more accurate response after having played this game is, of course, the third one, to which Pocket Cat has a truly perfect reply to.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Life sure is peculiar like that, huh?
You can break the flow of the conversation to try and get to the point, but if you've been spam leveling your charisma on the side, you'll know to play along with it. Who knows when you're, gonna get to talk to another sentient being that doesn't instantly want to kill you, and also has probably some of the most quirky dialogue in the entire game. Life is peculiar when you're peculiar.
Life is peculiar when you're peculiar.
Got that right. I'm liking you already. I know we just met, but I feel the connection forming here already. I hope you don't mind if I ask this straight. Living humans are divided into 2 groups, yes? There are children of light, those destined to walk under the bright sun. Those people do well in all hardships of life. They have dear humans who they want to return to. Even in the darkest hour, they can feel warmth of their loved ones in their hearts and gain extra courage from that. Then, in the opposite end of the spectrum, there are people of darkness. Those people are often driven to depression and sorrow because of life's peculiar ways. But they have learned to live with those feelings. In fact, they have grown to love the ever-pressing darkness within. Those humans are able to draw energy from darkness. They are not dependent on other people. They only need darkness. Their old friend. Darkness, their old friend. Holy Reddit line. So, humans of light and darkness. Which one are you?
Considering the character you're playing, I don't think any of them can really be classed as humans of light. They all ended up down here after all, either from desperation, pursuit of the dark arts, or seeking revenge. None of those really apply to humans of light. Darkness.
Yes, they all are. I suspected as much. I'm glad you were able to be so honest with me. Tell me, do you love me by chance?
You might be tempted to answer yes. I mean, you should be. What's not to love about Pocket Cat? But if you do, he'll immediately call you out.
Right. So you really aren't a human of darkness. You just said so, because you thought that's what I wanted to hear. But that's all right, really. However, you must always remember to be yourself. Every situation. Even if you love someone, because if you base your love on a lie like that, it won't end well for you. Well, it probably won't end well anyways. But that's life. Peculiar as always.
Surprisingly sound advice from a random guy sitting in a cave. Telling him no instead has him praise you.
Ooh, very good. Very good. I love honest words, even when they hurt me. I say that now, but I'm probably gonna feel really awful later. But don't you worry about that. Really, I have grown to love this feeling. Rejected.
It's a bit sad to have to hurt him like this, but, you know, at least you were honest.
Well, anyways, I'm a merchant of sorts. I sell precious items and weapons for those in need.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. I lied. There's actually an easily accessible merchant just sitting in a cave. Silver is now really important. You're gonna go back to Bookman right now to get that silver and buy Pocket Cat out completely. Except there's one small issue.
The funny thing is, though, I don't want your gold or silver. I will trade items for human children. Bring them to me, and I'll make it worth your while. My pockets are very deep, you see.
Yeah, never mind. This guy's mentally ill.
You might be tempted to give him the girl, maybe thinking that she's only a drain on your resources, which is mostly true, actually. It's not like she actually does anything, even in combat. And Pocket Cat wasn't lying about having deep pockets.
He sells some genuinely amazing gear, like a claymore which has 80 attack, being one of the best weapons in the game, especially this early on. Or the Ancient Book, which is actually the literal Necronomicon I mentioned earlier, which lets you coin flip between getting a random overpowered Grogoroth spell or straight up dying. You can also go simple and get the Book of Enlightenment. Having a free save is always great.
Good.
Or you can get a Book of Forgotten Memories, which gives you one of the abilities from your character's soul tree. By the way, this book is a complete scam and useless, especially if you've already learned all of your abilities. So yeah, just pick anything except this one. Now, most of these seem pretty enticing, and yeah, they would definitely help you advance through the dungeons. But even trying to talk to Pocket Cat with the girl in your party makes him seem much worse than what he's letting on.
Well, hello, stranger. And hello, little one. What a pretty little face you are. I like your hips and ankles especially.
The girl seems to be scared of Pocket Cat.
How about I make you an offer you cannot refuse? Just for you, my special customer.
You've come so far with the girl, and considering how Pocket Cat acts the same way as a... Can I even say that? It's probably better to not give her up. Even if it sets you back, you might still have some semblance of morality left worth keeping. Leaving Pocket Cat behind, there's nothing more for you in the caves. The only option is to go deeper. As you walk past the wooden beams holding up the rock ceiling above you, you get a horrible feeling inside you, worse than the ever-present ominousness you've been stuck with ever since you entered the dungeons. You feel a terrible presence entering these dungeons.
Right, so you remember the Crow Mauler? You remember how I talked about him being one of the strongest enemies in the entire game and how it's basically pointless to fight him? Well, now he chases you everywhere you go. You can be anywhere in the dungeons, even somewhere high up, like the inner halls, and he can still somehow find you.
The only warning you'll get again is that creeping feeling on your back, like something terrible has just entered the room. But you won't even know where he's coming from, since he can spawn at any of the room's entrances or exits, making for a very fun experience where he spawns right in front of you as you're about to go into another room. Although I have to say, despite making the dungeons even more dangerous, he's actually pretty simple to just sidestep. That, or run away from if you walk into him by accident. The only real issue happens when he backs you into a corner, making it so you physically can't run away, even with the beloved escape plan. At that point, there's not really anything you can do. So either watch where you're going and plan around being stuck on one tile-wide corridors, or make sure to save the game as often as you can. At least he's not actually guaranteed to spawn in every room that you enter, and you'll often get a good minute of leeway before he starts giving you chase again. So for the most part, he just becomes a nuisance you'll sometimes have to care for. Anyway, having crossed the threshold, you now enter level 5, the mines. Despite the caverns looking pretty bare and untamed, being literally just rock except for one statue and a single bridge, it seems like the mines were actually pretty developed and largely in use, considering all the leftover rail and minecarts, as well as the wooden shoring, making sure the tunnels didn't actually collapse on anyone's head, which mysteriously still holds up even after half the dungeon's upper floors managed to collapse in on themselves. Also, that terrible feeling you got isn't exclusive to you, as this is yet another place where your party members can schizo out and attempt to leave if their mind stat is low enough. That is, except Moonless, of course. She doesn't care. Never has done, never will. But just make sure to keep anyone in your party nice and sane before going in, unless you want to get rid of them for whatever reason. Walking down the main path, you'll get about 2 seconds of having control over your character before spotting a figure in the shadows. You notice a person kneeling in the darkness. The person doesn't seem to radiate immediate danger or aggression, and your presence seems to remain hidden. You now get a choice to either wait them out until they walk away, or show yourself and potentially make yourself vulnerable. This is a mirror of the situation with Trauter. Only back then, all you had was the sound of someone coming your way. Now you can actually see the person in question, and since they don't seem threatening, it might be worth trying to establish contact. Maybe, at least, they're more sane than Pocket Cat was.
Oh. New visitors. My name is Nosramas. I'm an alchemist living down here. Pleased to meet you.
You cannot quite tell if the alchemist is a woman or a man. Something about his stature seems almost otherworldly or ancient. You get to choose to be courteous and reply to him with a greeting, or still not be immediately trusting and say nothing. Whatever you choose, Nosramas will quickly take his leave, using the most cliche excuse possible.
My apologies. I left the kettle on and I'm in a bit of a hurry. Let's meet again.
Just like that, he's gone. And by the way, I know the game describes Nosramas as androgynous, just like that one level in Cruelty Squad. Wow, great reference there. But most of the dialogue relating to him ends up using male pronouns anyway, like this little bit appears if you let him walk off. The person disappeared into the darkness. The echoes of his footsteps sound distant before vanishing into the moist air. His gender aside, it's weird to hear that not only he's a sane human, being that he's survived coming down here, but that he actually lives here. Earlier, the only human being that actually lived in the dungeons was Trauter, and with him, it's a struggle to even call him human still. Whoever Nosramas is, there's definitely much more to him than he lets on. Now that you actually have control of your character, you can freely explore the mines. With its claustrophobic mine shafts that are about 2 tiles wide, as well as randomly placed dead ends. It's ridiculously easy to get stuck between a wall and one of the enemies. The first of which you'll probably encounter being the Night Lurch. It's a variant of the ghoul, meaning if you made a skin suit out of pale skin, you'll be able to not draw aggro from him. Otherwise, you'll really want to be the one to initiate combat, since if you let him attack you, he'll jump on you and... I can't say it because I don't want YouTube to take the other video.
Oh my god.
Shelled look great.
Now, apart from that being a complete fear and hunger moment, you now have the unique stat of severe anal bleeding, and it lasts the rest of the game. In combat, he's also a pain in the ass to deal with. You guys get it, right? You get it. Because he... Connection. He'll try to bite you with his head, which of course causes infection, and he'll slash you with his arms, which not only does up to 40 damage, but also always causes bleeding, can give you an infection same as the head, but also has another unique debuff associated with it, critical state. Getting hit while in critical state will instantly take your health down to 1. Technically, this means you can't get one-tapped while in critical state, which is a bonus, but most of the time, this just means that you're losing 60 valuable HP because unlucky, I guess. Thankfully, after combat, the debuff disappears. The anal bleeding will never disappear. One interesting thing about the Night Lurch is that they are completely blind. something you can kind of exploit in the overworld to avoid them, although that doesn't stop them from sensing you sometimes and instantly lunging at you. This only really ends up mattering if you were going to try and cheese him with a red vial, maybe to try to at least stop his head from giving you 40 different strains of syphilis. But again, like, he's already blind. Making him more blind probably won't do anything. As for the actual strat for this fight, you have a couple of options. Just going for the torso will probably kill him in 2 turns, which will unfortunately guarantee you take a lot of damage as well as getting infected. You'll maybe even get severe anal bleeding because... have a guess what attack he does on a coin flip turn. Instead, you can try a more strategic approach. You can try and talk to him, but anything you say will be met with Night Lurch's crotch horn hardens. But, just like the cave gnomes, actions speak louder than words. So if you have some rotten meat on you, you can throw it in his general direction and completely distract him for a turn. Which means now anyone in your party get a free turn of killing limbs, since they only have 20 HP. All you have to do now is get the head vulnerable and one-tap it, which, surprise, surprise, you don't even have to destroy the legs to do like most enemies. You just have to get the horn, which I assume is what he uses as replacement for his eyes. So now, either spamming the meat for a few turns while another party member takes out the horn and head, or just getting lucky with Moonless. You can easily kill him with pretty much no damage taken. Alternatively, if you still have the Priest's Lantern left over from the inner halls, you can just throw it at the head in one turn and kill it. Since the Priest's Lanterns, for some reason, are very well known for being innately pulled to any kind of craniums they encounter. But killing him doesn't actually give you anything interesting, just a few silver coins. But at least it clears out a hallway so you don't have to worry about getting randomly jumped and forced to, let's just say, reset the run. Oh yeah, except in some versions of the map, by the way, the hallway he spawns in is just a dead end. So again, killing him can sometimes be just fully pointless. So again, fighting enemies and the entire combat system is once again completely useless. There's also another fun enemy that you'll probably run into called the Night Spectre. Running away from it is guaranteed, and that's really all you should care about because you're not going to kill it. Not because it's some sort of endgame boss like the Crow Mauler, but because he's a ghost. Ghosts, as you know, are really scary, so you can't actually hurt it with regular weapons since they'll be too scared to actually hit it. Instead, you need to get something with the otherworldly damage type. If anything, these things remind me of that Rugrats PS1 game. There was one level where you were running around at night, and there were these like PNGs of ghosts. Wait, what's that? You got lucky and got a scroll that taught you a spell with the exact damage type that you need. Well, go on then. I'm sure your black orb will easily take it down before it can even attack you. I mean, it does like 450 damage total on average. That's enough to like one-shot most enemies in the game. Oh, right, I forgot to mention. He has 10,000 HP. So, run away. It's really not that hard. I mean, I guess you can still try to kill it. If you have enough healing items, it's probably doable since he only has one body part that casts attacks. You'll most likely run out of limbs way before he runs out of his health pool. And of course, in the spirit of the game, you get absolutely nothing for killing it, which in this case is understandable since this is probably the most tropey example of an enemy that you can't kill. Like, again, he has 10,000 HP. Even if this was a normal game, this would be one of those boss fights you purposely avoid. If you beat it first try, no you didn't. If you healed in Elden Ring, you didn't beat the game.
Anyways, the enemies suck. I think I've repeated it enough times in this video. I'm pretty sure someone on Pebble will run up a counter of the amount of times I've repeated myself by saying that you should just run away every single time. But on the other hand, it's not my fault the entire game is designed that way. You know, you can take that up with Finland.
Fortunately, there is more than just enemies down here. In the side of one of the corridors, you can find a small passageway with a lock-pickable door, leading into what looks like an underground lake. There's also the usual corpses left around, but at this point, it's just to be expected. Just barely off the shore, there's something shimmering in the water. Maybe we got lucky, and there's some good items to find here. Unfortunately for you, this is Fear and Hunger. The second you reach for it, a gigantic axolotl comes out the lake and immediately attacks you. This is called the salmon snake, which is an interesting choice considering it has exactly zero resemblance to a salmon, a snake, or any mixture of the two. I mean, a lot of enemies in the game are named after things that they resemble, I guess. Like, for example, Torture, because he tortures people. Now, for this fight, I would say run away, lol. But you actually can't run away this fight. I guess the door behind you just mysteriously locks itself, since there's no way the salmon snake could stop you from just walking away. It doesn't even go on land, it just sits in the water. Surely you could just back up 5 meters and be completely safe. Unfortunately, reason and logic do not work in the dungeons, so you kind of got to make do with what you're given. And what you're given is a torso with 1,250 HP. Again, okay, it's not as bad as the 10,000 HP pool the Night Spectre had, but this is still a pretty healthy boss. Now, you think it's got a big head. I could probably hit it. And you probably can, to be fair, but the head alone has 1,200 HP. To compensate, the salmon snake doesn't really do much in the way of damage. Its arms, both of which have 800 HP, will constantly try to smash you into the ground, dealing around 30 damage a turn, which isn't too bad. But there's also a 60% chance they stun whoever they hit for 2 entire turns, which in effect means you'll have your main character stunned turn 1, wait 2 turns for it to wear off, just to get hit again, and then get stunned 2 more turns. And then you realize you're playing a game surgically designed to engineer an aneurysm inside your brain. Uninstall the game and delete your Steam account in an attempt to bring yourself back to the light and become a functional member of human society. Oh wait, no, you can't do that because you just got stunned again, and now you've got to wait 4 turns to try and make a single attack. Fun and interactive gameplay aside, the arms only have a 50% chance of attacking you, which you can actually lower to 25% if you target the eyes. The only body part with a reasonable HP pool of 150, probably enough to one-tap with most weapons. After the eyes, you can try to take one of the arms out, but like I said, it's kind of pointless considering they have 800 health each. And even if you somehow manage to take out the arms, he'll just start headbutting you instead. But if you really don't want to risk taking damage or even being stun locked, you can try talking to it and find out that the cave mother wasn't actually completely useless, since you can use those gnome eggs you got from her and feed them to the salmon snake, stunning it for 2 turns every time you give it one. This, from what I found, is pretty much the only use of the eggs, so you might as well save them here for this boss fight. I mean, you don't really need them anyway. Now, there is another interesting mechanic, that is with the tongue. Each turn, it'll attempt to extend further, and if it's left unchecked, it will start throwing insta-kill coin flips at you. Normally, this would be pretty dangerous, as the only thing you can do to prevent it from extending is damaging it to force it back and prevent it from extending. But that, of course, takes away from the damage that you could have used on any other body part. And if you've got no friends, I mean, come on, you're watching this video, and you're running the party solo, this becomes a real issue. Thankfully, if you've got Moonless at this point, she'll always attack the tongue after the eyes are dead, and does enough damage each turn to force it back completely, meaning it'll never be able to extend enough to even threaten you. So yeah, those 2 pieces of rotten meat I gave the dog earlier, they are paying dividends. With that, you can take the salmon snake out pretty reliably. You'll probably get hit maybe once or twice, but if you haven't been taking on too many fights you shouldn't have, you'll probably have enough blue vials to heal back up. After finally killing it, you can check out the item that baited you into the salmon snake boss fight in the first place. It's called the Stone Crown, which acts as a helmet. Despite being basically a sculpted ring of rock, you put it on your head. It actually does some pretty good protection against slashing, piercing, and blunt damage. Not sure if it was worth the boss fight, but I guess it's better than another coin flip or something. And more importantly, there's the salmon snake corpse, which, surprise, surprise, actually has worthwhile loot for once. First of all, the soul you can get from it if you have a stone is one of the most versatile ones in the game, preventing bleeding, infection, burning, and critical state, while also making you unable to lose limbs, which is really useful. But prevention isn't the only thing it does. If you equip the soul on someone who's already infected or bleeding, they'll get cured instantly. So it's not only a good defense item, it's an infinite use cure for some of the most frustrating status effects in the game. So yes, you now don't have to anxiously walk around looking for green herbs anymore, making sure you have just enough to cure yourself of any potential infections. Same with the 30 cloth fragments you've probably been ripping off beds. Although you might as well keep those, since there's no way you'll actually run out of them for the rest of the game. And it's faster to use a consumable than have to deal with the menu where you unequip the soul, go to a party member, equip it, unequip it, re-equip. You know, it's a great soul, but having to go through the entire menu just because I got a paper cut or I stood on a rusty nail, it does get a little bit annoying. The only downside is it doesn't cure missing limbs. So even though this could be bugged, it's not bugged enough in my opinion. To be fair, knowing this game, there's a 50-50 chance that this is a bug or it's an intended interaction. And finally, the thing you killed, the salmon snake, it's basically a giant fish thing. It's one of the few rare animals that doesn't actually look corrupted by the dungeons. I mean, if you consider a giant salmon snake not corrupted. So if you loot the body, you can actually get its meat. You can get up to 6 pieces, provided that you have the skinning knife. Each piece of meat restores 30 hunger, and they can be eaten raw without any issue, which is a great food source because at this point, crates are getting a little bit scarce. The salmon snake meat is actually so rare that there's no recipe for it in the cookbook either. So, you know, once you eat that, you'll probably have to survive on meat pies. But hey, it's not all bad. At least you can cook the salmon snake meat, but Gordon Ramsay will probably just call it raw anyway. Continuing to explore the mines, you'll find that there's another ritual circle here. The 2 options of showing love or sacrificing should probably still be avoided, but as usual, you can get some affinity by praying. In fact, if you prayed to Ulmir or Sylvian at the first ritual circle and didn't fuck up the statues, you can actually advance a tier of affinity here with the 3rd prayer, which is great, but at the same time, I'm not hauling my ass up 5 floors just to find out that either the abilities I get from them suck ass or I don't have enough souls for them anyway. Walking out of the claustrophobic corridors into a big open chamber, you see a little yellow fella. What's this little fella doing? Oh, wait, my screen is right. Apparently I just lost my leg and now my arm. And now I can't even try to crawl away. I'm just limbless on the floor. So it turns out this little fella is actually a very powerful wizard that knows to cast exactly 1 spell. Hurting. He'll do it the second he sees you in the overworld, and he'll keep doing it as long as you're nearby. You might counter this by saying, hey, didn't I just get a soul that prevents limb loss? Yes, you did. But apparently, for some reason, this has no effect in the overworld whatsoever. So once you walk into the chamber, you have about 2 seconds to see the red glare and either get out or run at him as fast as you can, hoping you can get into combat before he finishes casting. Oh yeah, once you're in combat, you really don't want to run away, since starting combat doesn't reset the wizard's cast timer. So the second you escape, you'll end up losing a limb again. Finally, 2 fights in a row that you're actually meant to fight. This is the Yellow Mage, an enemy more akin to the priests than anything else. Despite being a piece of shit and dismembering you on sight, he's still human and can even talk to you normally. Although before you do, you might want to take out one of his legs and a hand, since obviously he's not going to stop casting hurting just because you entered combat with him. So as soon as you see him performing a ritual dance, you either have to go for his legs or say goodbye to yours. Oh, and also, if you're playing the Dark Priest, you might want to try going for the counter magic to try to stop his spells. You'll get text saying you managed to disrupt his ritual dance, only for him to immediately cast hurting on you anyway, because it's almost been 5 minutes since I last talked about the game being bugged. Also, because he can only cast hurting by dancing, if you destroy both his legs and run away, he actually won't be able to attack you in the overworld anymore either. So if for whatever reason you want to be a pacifist or whatever and let him live, that's a viable option, I guess. Aside from hurting, he can also cast Locust Swarm from his left arm, which, just like the salmon snake, can stun you for 2 turns each time it hits. If he's down a leg already, there's no chance he'll be able to actually kill you with it, since it only does 12 damage at most. But if you want to talk to him without interruptions, you might as well take that arm out as well. Now he's down 2 limbs, you can comfortably talk to him without him constantly trying to kill you, despite the fact that you just permanently disfigured him. Apparently, he actually won't mind too much and will continue to nicely and calmly respond to your questions. What is your origin?
It matters not. I am but a pawn in the greater scheme of things.
Like most mages you've seen throughout the game, this guy has a mystical outlook on the world. This is probably because, like everyone else that can use spells, he must serve one of the gods, which you can ask him about.
Which gods do you serve?
I channel destruction. So isn't it obvious?
Grogaroth is the obvious answer, although it's funny watching him get mad when you intentionally get it wrong a couple of times. Sylvian?
You're way off with your childish guessing games.
Ulmir?
Ulmir is a much too recent being for my respect.
New gods?
Are you mocking me?
Anyway, after answering correctly, you can ask him about his reasons for following Grogaroth, since it might not be immediately obvious why anyone would want to follow a god of destruction, death, blood, and, you know, all the bad, gory stuff. Why serve Grogaroth?
Traces left of Grogaroth are the strongest among older gods. No other ancient being is still so vivid in this day and age. Like all mages, apprentices, and priests, I strive for personal growth and greater power. Grogaroth has the most to offer, and you cannot please all of them, now can you?
Fair enough. And you know what? He's got a point. If Grogoroth really is the most present out of the old gods, maybe it's worth earning his favor. Maybe even get some of his spells. You can even ask the Yellow Mage himself to teach you about him. Can you teach me about Grogoroth?
I am not at a level to pass on knowledge of such matters. Seek out my master, Nashra of the East, if you desire to learn more. Here, if you are to survive my blood magic, show this talisman to my master and show great humility. He might just listen to you.
He now gives you the Eclipse Talisman, an accessory that gives you a little bit of protection from otherworldly damage types. You know what? For taking my legs, he's not that bad of a guy. Anyway, you might as well kill him now since he doesn't actually have anything more interesting to say. And as another rare occurrence for the game, he does actually drop pretty decent loot. You can get some standard consumables like opium powder, an elixir of mind, and maybe even a soul stone. But he can also drop more accessories. A sorcerer's stone, which restores mind in combat, a soul devourer necklace, which reduces otherworldly damage by 30% instead of the Eclipse Talisman's pretty pathetic 10%, and a scroll of black arts. Weirdly, the scroll doesn't teach you hurting, instead letting you learn Black Orb. Thankfully, if you don't have Black Orb by now, you definitely should, because the damage is ridiculous compared to hurting. It basically does twice the damage output, and its damage is also spread over 3 hits, meaning you can target the enemy's head every turn of combat. And since most heads only have around 40% magic evasion, you'll basically have a 93.6% chance to just one-tap them in a single turn. And because you learn it from a scroll and not from a hexen, you can give it to anyone in your party. So if you have the girl at this point, finally, she will actually be of use, apart from a literal meat shield. Obviously, this will be at the cost of some mind, but, you know, that's fine. Just give her some opium every now and again. Or, surprisingly, you can teach it to Moonless and watch her spam it twice a turn. Although that can become an issue when she decides that legs are actually a more important target than, you know, the head, the thing that ends the battle. As the Yellow Mage, you can usually find the exit to the next room, but there's also another corridor you can explore. There's a huge stone coffin in the middle with an old set of armor laying on top. You can either examine it or attack. Naturally, attacking it is probably a bad idea, considering the past experiences with combat in this game. Examining it just tells you that there's something underneath the armor. So it's pretty obviously foreshadowing that this isn't just an empty suit. Regardless, it's probably best to leave for now. There's also an archway you can find nearby, but trying to cross it stops you dead in your tracks. A presence is not letting you pass. So yeah, you're gonna have to destroy the armor anyway. Once you attack, you'll realize that it's exactly the same as the Night Spectre, only less ghostly and more an actual real suit of armor. Despite this, your instincts from before might tell you to run away immediately. Usually, this is the right reaction, but with this fight, running away is actually completely bugged. So, without the mercenaries' escape plan, it's only 40% chance of running away. Already, that's not too great, but surely escape plan would help. Well, actually, no. If you have escape plan, it lowers the chance to run away to 0%. So if you want to get out of combat now, the only real option you can use is run from the menu rather than your character's ability.
I didn't mention it before because it's practically useless, but if you press escape in the main battle menu, you get another prompt to run, which doesn't take into account escape plan and instead calculates a chance to get away based on your party's average agility versus the enemy's, which 99% of the time comes down to a 50-50 chance, since your default agility is the same as most enemies.
I mean, you'd always want to use escape plan if you have it, but in this situation, you can't because it's completely bugged. I guess he's too busy working on Fear and Hunger 2 at the minute. Now, this fight might seem threatening, especially after experiencing the Spectre, but it's pretty simple to survive without taking any damage. He has the exact same attacks as the Spectre, but unlike it, actually divided into body parts. So taking out his sword arm removes his attack entirely. To actually win the combat, you have to take out every single body part, but that isn't much of an issue when he can't attack and every body part only has 20 HP. The problem starts though on turn 3. Since his Spectre joins in to try and gank you. With the Spectre, you can't just cut off its arm, but defeating the Old Knight itself will actually make the Spectre despawn anyway. And since you can take out at least 3 armor pieces each turn, it's trivially easy to just take him out before you can even get hit. You can even not bother with taking every limb out one by one. Just use an explosive vial, since they can actually be used in combat as an AoE attack, hitting all limbs for 50 damage, literally one-shotting the Knight. Like most enemies, you can try and steal from it, and if you do, you'll actually get your yourself some legendary diamonds. Now, these are amazing until you find out they're completely useless. Seriously, you can't even trade them for silver. They sit in your inventory and they do absolutely nothing. But no matter how you did it, after killing the old knight, his presence dissipates and finally lets you pass through the doorway, inside of which you find your old friend and buddy, Nostradamus.
Oh? You seem to have gotten through my servant. It's good to see you as well. My apologies, having to resort to brute force like that. My studies here are hundreds of years old, you see, and I cannot let just anyone pass down here.
Bit of a dick move to not just let us pass through without having to kill his guards. But considering how many abominations tend to just wander around the dungeons, it's probably only fair he kept the entrance to his hideout closed. Since he seems to be living down here, you can ask him about the person you're looking for. If anyone knows where he is, it's going to be the guy who spends his life down in the dungeons.
Right. I think I know who you mean. I don't meddle with anything that happens in the upper floors, but I think the person you're looking for is located in the dungeons just a few floors down. I'd hurry if I was you. He seems to be an incredible person, but his time is running short.
On the one hand, he's got a point. Lagarde's been trapped down here for a long time now. Any more might actually push him over the edge. On the other hand, though, rushing through as fast as possible will usually end up getting you killed. So it's probably better to still move through the dungeons slower and take care. You can also ask Nostradamus about why he would voluntarily choose the dungeons, which generally seems to be a suboptimal location for a delicate alchemy laboratory.
Why? What a silly question. This place is actually very crucial to my studies. In all my years here, I have not found a place where you could still feel the presence of the gods so vividly as here. As far as the inconvenience of having a laboratory underground, well, people are suckers for convenience. They think the more convenient, the better, and they end up throwing away what is truly good. Limitations force creativity.
You can ask more about if he just stays here alone.
Well, I did have a servant with me, still, a moment ago, but you took care of him. You noticed it was a he, didn't you? He was no one anymore. He was but a soul bound to armor.
This is a reference to the fact that to defeat the old knight, you had to destroy his loincloth. Doing so revealed a completely unsurprising sight for this game, considering half the enemies have their dick out in combat. Thank God for that mod, by the way. Like, if I didn't have that mod installed, this game would just be age-restricted in a heartbeat. Have you seen the Super Eye Patch Wolf video? Did you notice how half the video is like a pixelated screen? I wonder why. Aside from dick jokes, you can also ask Nostradamus about what he's actually been studying.
My studies? I study all fields of knowledge, just like all scientists should. My studies have taught me much about blood magic, deities, gods, and other such obvious subjects. At the moment, I'm most interested in nature and the heartbeat of the earth. People in this age don't notice that nature is being lost and that they are heading for extinction. That is one reason I stepped down to this darkness. There is still a primal rule of nature very much alive here.
There's an obvious parallel to be made here with the real world, where rampant industrialization has constantly contributed to destroying nature, the very thing supporting life on this planet.
What's your answer to that? Energy-saving light bulbs.
The message is, of course, I mean, yeah, we should take care of, whatever natural environment we still have left. But it's a bit bizarre having the message contrasted with, the rest of Fear and Hunger. I guess you could sum it up to the dungeons themselves being unnatural. Whatever caused them to shift and change into this is obviously of otherworldly origin. The balance of nature is being broken in some way. Maybe because of the departure of the old gods, maybe because of some other unknown factor, but something has definitely shifted the balance here and turned this place into hell. Or maybe this is just a throwaway line by a character that wanted to sound smart. It's nice to speculate about a greater overarching theme or relation to the real world, but so far, too smart for me. I don't get it. Here's some Reddit gold. Nostradamus even says that the dungeons are somehow more natural than the outside world. Now, of course, there's nothing unnatural about ritual sacrifice, piles of bodies everywhere, torture, anal bleeding. Anyway, once you're done talking to him, you can check out the rest of his lab, which is a very good place for loot and has a bunch of bookshelves. Also some free potions on the ground and some special book pages. And you can even find a free empty scroll with a book nearby literally telling you the command to get a free book of enlightenment. I've mentioned multiple times already how empty scrolls are literal cheat codes, so having a guaranteed spawn for one means it's basically a must. Although if you want any items that don't have recipes spoon-fed to you inside the game, you're gonna have to just yoink it from the wiki, since, you know, I'm not spending another 40 minutes talking about every single cheat code. The lab also serves as a sort of halfway point between the surface and the deeper levels, as there's also a hex in here to let you learn new abilities without having to go all the way back, which you might have just unlocked by praying at the ritual circle earlier. Like I said before, with both circles and one of the statues, you can get yourself to full affinity with either Olmir or Sylvian. When you go into the Hexen interface, you can actually see the circles spreading out from each of the god's nodes, indicating which spell you can now learn. Olmir, surprisingly, only has one spell in the Hexen overall, which is called Blood Portal. This is your main and only method of fast travel in the entire game, so learning it as early as possible is necessary unless you want to waste time, food, and sanity walking back every time you're forced to backtrack. It's also really simple to use. All you need to do is go to any ritual circle and cast it. You can now fast travel to any other ritual circle in the game that you've already discovered. This, of course, means you'll have to go all the way back to the inner halls if you want to be able to fast travel, which is probably not a necessity for now, since, spoilers, there is a shortcut you can take to get back up anyway. But if you really want to have the option, you'll have to backtrack all through the enemies that you didn't kill. And don't forget to actually open the blood portal in the mines, because if you don't, you'll have another immensely fun experience of manually backtracking your backtracking. I swear they did that in Cry of Fear with the fuses. God, I hate backtracking. Sylvian, on the other hand, has two spells in their tier 1 affinity: Loving Whispers and Pheromones. Loving Whispers heals any party member for an average of 80 HP, which means it's effectively just converting mind into health. And this is a pretty good rate as well, because it only uses 30 mind, meaning your tobacco now converts into a light blue vial at the low price of 1 soulstone. Pheromones, meanwhile, are really strong. Casting them on any chosen character will force enemies to only target them, meaning you can give the girl some armor, cast pheromones on her, and make her keep guarding for the rest of the fight. And you only ever really need to heal one person who basically does nothing anyway. Or if you're playing the Dark Priest, you can cast it on your skeletons or ghouls, since there's always going to be more corpses to revive. The only drawback is that your main character has to actually cast it, so you'll be losing an important turn of damage, meaning in most regular encounters, this is pretty much pointless. And you have to make sure the pheromones party member doesn't just get their limbs one-tapped. If you're going to play like this, whoever's going to be the bait, probably best to give them the Salmon Snake Soulstone. But there's also one more drawback to these Sylvian spells in general. That is, if you pray to Sylvian at the circles, you won't have enough affinity with Olmir to get the blood portal. So you have to be careful here making the trade-off. Do you want to play it safe by getting a replenishable way of healing and making combat much more consistent, or do you want to build a network of fast travel points so you don't have to walk around so much? The choice might seem simple when I put it that way, but in my opinion, the earlier you get blood portal, the better, especially if you've been avoiding enemies. So this can definitely be a hard choice, unless, for example, if you interacted with the bunny masks all the way back in the courtyard, since that actually gives you a full tier of Sylvian affinity for free, which means you'll have Loving Whispers and Pheromones accessible anyway, and you can either take Blood Portal or try to get Sylvian's second affinity. Sylvian's second tier only has one ability, Healing Whispers, which do exactly what you think, except they heal less than Loving Whispers. But this is a group party heal. It heals everyone, so it's better to use this in combat than to target a single person. But other than that, unless you're all about to die and you haven't saved for 2 hours for whatever reason, what's wrong with you? But it's probably not worth casting in the overworld, since if you're getting hit by AoE attacks and you run away from the fight and you heal in the overworld, the healing of 30 HP will probably be less than what the AoE attack did to you damage-wise. And these kind of attacks are only really reserved for late-game enemies and bosses. And again, if you go second tier here, you'll be trading away the blood portal. Look, man, I just like fast travel, okay? I don't want to walk through 20 areas I've just walked through and then I step on another fucking rusty nail, okay? Apart from all that, there's also a single chest right by the entrance. Upon interacting with it, Nosramus will kindly ask you to not touch it. If you ignore his request and open it, you'll just get regular chest loot. Jeez. But now he'll kindly tell you to fuck off if you ever try and talk to him again.
You are the Kahara. God
I've got you on fucking camera!
After checking through the lab, you might as well continue onward with 2 possible paths you can take. Although, let's maybe say the more obvious one is the one that isn't collapsed in on itself. This takes you into the mines, level 6, where you're immediately greeted with another yellow mage in case you have all your limbs intact after the first one. I mean, whatever. Aside from the mage, this area looks wildly different to the level 5 mines. It doesn't just feel like an abandoned mine shaft, rather looking like a legitimate living space. And in fact, you can see some of the inhabitants if you just go a bit to the left. What's even better, they aren't initially hostile towards you. Unfortunately, they are hostile towards the knight, who they're currently beaten to death with rocks. Obviously, you'll want to try and save her, so you attack the cave dwellers. What you don't know is that you'll be now cutting yourself off from ever interacting with them peacefully again, but I'll get into that a little bit later. Fighting them is pathetically easy, seriously. All they ever do is smash you with a rock, which can be really annoying if they get to actually stun lock you. But even then, Moonless will probably just take off the left arm for you anyway, making them entirely defenseless. The only really special thing about them is how their head hitbox works. You still have to throw them off balance to have a real chance of taking off their head. But for some reason, cutting their legs off doesn't work. Instead, for them to lose their balance, you have to cut off their genitals. This game makes no sense, and I'm sick and tired of trying to excuse it time and time again. Anyway, these guys are pretty easy to kill. They only ever attack you one at a time and drop no items whatsoever. If you steal from them, you can get some food at least, like eggs, which because of their rarity are some of the most prized possessions, or no milk, which actually restores hunger at a small cost of your dignity, because we now know where the no milk actually comes from. Dropping the ones attacking the knight isn't even an issue, and it's refreshing to see another human down here that hasn't gone insane.
Ah, thank goodness. Do you know what they did to me? I cannot talk about it. No. Thank you for your help for 1,000 times. Without you, I'd be dead by now.
You can ask her about what she's even doing here, which makes her space out again until she mentions that she was actually the aggressor who attacked the otherwise non-hostile cave dwellers, presumably because of their values.
I found this underground village full of those things. They live in savage ways. They are but a pack of heretics. The things they did to me. When I got to see one of their primitive rituals, I had to step in. I cut down a couple of them and they chased me here.
Instead of asking her, you can just straight up say you wanted to murder the dwellers, which, being a holy knight, she has no issues with, as long as she can call them heretics.
Oh, well, thank you. You did well. Those monsters deserve to be massacred.
Whatever you said, she'll now introduce herself.
My name is Das Catalyst. I am part of the Knights of the Midnight Sun.
Her face starts to radiate the moment she starts talking about the knights.
I apologize in advance. My manners might seem a bit strict for lowly commoners. I originally had an uprising in the Kingdom of Rondon as a royal knight before leaving with the Knights of the Midnight Sun.
Nice of her to call you a lowly commoner after, you saved her life from some of the easiest enemies in the entire game. You can ask her about the god she serves, which again shows why the cave dwellers were pissed off at her.
I serve Ulmer as my primary god, like most people that come from Rondon. I tried to teach Ulmer's teaching to those cave-dwelling savages too, but they didn't seem to understand a thing I said.
And if you ask her what she's doing here, she'll actually be honest with you.
I stepped down to this darkness to save my captain, the captain of the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Maybe you've heard his name. It's Lagarde. If you ever met him, you would surely remember him.
Genius how she's gone down here to save Lagarde just to find the cave dwellers, try to convert them, piss them off in the process, and completely ruin her main story mission, and she doesn't even care. And now you can ask the main question you've probably been waiting for. That is, if she wants to join your party.
Yes, please. I mean, that would be the wisest thing to do, obviously. I would gladly join your party until I can fulfill my mission here.
And holy shit, she actually joins you with no issues and no complaining. This is the first regular party member that doesn't have some stupid mechanic attached to them. It's really that simple. Kill some local villagers and a squad mate you can now fully control with good damage and actually decent gear. She even has abilities learned by default, which you'll recognize from her character intro. Fast attack and defense stance. Defense stance especially is very good at making her into a tank. Even better if you've got pheromones learned on your main to make the enemies target her. She also starts off with one of the best armors in the game, the plate mail, as well as the best shield, the eagle crest. So now you can steal the armor from her and put it on your main character. Because if you die, it's over. If she dies,
you're a rounding error.
But also at the same time, this gear plays into her role as a tank even more.
Overall, Das is, I think, the best squad mate in the entire game. Genuinely, she's very strong as a party member, and she's the earliest actual squad mate you can get as well, which is probably one of the main drawbacks of actually playing her as your main character, since you'll have to wait a bit more until you get the normal, party together.
Everything's great, but now you might be tempted to check out the rest of the level. After all, it looks, pretty civilized down here. You've got some actual houses, lootable urns everywhere. Maybe the cave dwellers can be traded with if they manage to, hold up a functional society. Unfortunately, you'll be stopped before you can even enter their village properly, since the earlier completely non-hostile dwellers will now instantly aggro on you. By saving Das, you've completely cut yourself off of any way you can interact with them. And guess what? They did actually have a merchant you could trade with that actually uses proper currency instead of children, and also doesn't sell you potions that end up killing you. You can view this as a choice. Either you get to trade with the dwellers and keep up good diplomatic relations, which gets you access to such amazing things like multiple human sacrifices to be found everywhere, or this one house where the cave dwellers are busy at work, so to speak, and interrupting them, of course, turns everyone hostile. Or on the flip side, you can get one of the best party members in the entire game. Or even better, you can get both, because there's nothing stopping you from going to the village first, stealing everything from their houses, buying out the merchant entirely, and then going back to free Das. Although before you do that, there is one more important thing to find in the village. On the far side, there's an entrance to another smaller area called the Altar of Darkness. A couple more human heads on pikes is nothing special. What's a bit more bizarre is the huge creature just kind of sitting there with its mouth next to a wooden bridge. Interacting with it just says it's dormant, but surely this has some blatant foreshadowing. There's also a small hut you can go into with a single dweller standing guard. This guy isn't as worthless as the regular dwellers, since instead of trying to beat you with a rock, he does actually have a poison spear. Despite that though, he still gets one-tapped, so it's not like it really matters. If you kill him, you can even get his spear, which despite having a tip coated in poison, is still exactly the same as a regular iron spear. So it just comes down to being an okay-ish two-handed weapon. But the guard wasn't posted here without purpose either. In the next room, you can find a pedestal with something on top. Inspecting it just says it's an ancient-looking cube. Following the tradition of robbing the dwellers of everything they have, and you'll of course want to take it, only to realize this again makes them immediately hostile towards you. Although this time you can actually completely avoid it by wearing the stone crown. I'm guessing it's supposed to be some sort of symbol of authority for the dwellers, since if you wear it in the village, they'll actually all start bowing down to you. That is, as long as they aren't already pissed off at you for other reasons. Since the crown only actually lets you take the cube without having them attack, they'll still hunt you down if you kill one of them. So now you have the Cube of the Depths, an item that does nothing as far as you can tell. But to be fair, it does look pretty important, and clearly the cave dwellers care about it, so maybe it'll come up later on. I don't know. Check how long the video is. When you come back out of the altar, you'll also find Pocket Cat on one of the wooden platforms leading out of the village.
Well, hello again, stranger. It hasn't even been that long, has it, my friend? There has been something bothering me lately. You wouldn't mind if we had a little one-on-one time together, would you?
It's definitely concerning that he continues to follow you down here, but if he doesn't ask for the girl again, might as well talk to him.
I have been thinking about happiness. Tell me, are you happy?
Telling him you're happy despite being stuck in the most dangerous place on the continent will surprise him, and for some reason, he'll just call you old.
Ooh, you do? This is most surprising. I feel like so many people lose the sight of happiness once they grow out of their naive little views of the world they had as younglings. But perhaps it is possible to feel like that, even as someone as old as you.
While if you reply saying no, he just says unlucky.
Yes. That is unfortunately the typical answer. Every day we strive to make our lives better, but almost as a curse. We are destined to repeat the same cycle of doom and gloom. I don't want to sound too cold or anything, my friend, but I would like to say I feel sorry for you. I would like to, but that's what everyone keeps saying, so no use going back.
Depending on the option you pick, you'll get a permanent status effect, either happy or depressed. Again, like a lot of things in this game, neither of them actually seems to do anything. It's basically just a little cosmetic quirk that makes Pocket Cat even more memorable. He then goes on to explain his own stance on happiness.
Personally, I find happiness almost unreachable, as depressing as that may sound. That's just my nervous laughter. Please ignore it. I just mask my true feelings with it. Kinda like with this wooden mask of mine as well. Happiness sounds like a state that stays with you. It's not just a fleeting moment. If you are truly happy, you should feel it lingering in the background, even in your darkest hour. At least that's what I believe, really. Many mistake happiness with joy. Joy is something you might feel briefly when you kiss a boy or girl for the first time. You can feel joy when you're spending an evening with a close friend, drinking wine in the candlelight. Slowly, one of them reaches out with his leg under the table. But joy is just temporary. It's just a faint light in the darkness to remind you that not everything is necessarily surrounded by bleak emptiness. That is the difference between happiness and joy.
And now he'll have different dialogue depending on if you told him you're a human of light or darkness.
Since you were a child of light, I imagine that you might actually be able to feel true happiness too. I envy you. Believe me, old chap, I really envy you. Since you are a child of darkness, I imagine you agree when I say that we don't get the luxury of happiness. We only know brief joy every now and then. But even that is getting more rare every day. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents. It's good to say these things out loud every now and then. Makes it easier to process all of these mixed feelings and voices inside the head, you know? Anyways, let's get back to business. This has been very unprofessional of me. I apologize.
As suspicious of a character as he is, he definitely has an interesting philosophy as far as characters go. He's definitely the deepest one personality-wise. His conversations feel like the developer's genuine attempts to insert some sort of philosophical debate into the death and gore simulator.
Which makes it even more unfortunate that despite being such a well-wrote character, Pocket Cat still goes around trying to buy human children. There's also one small detail about the village that you might only see on some playthroughs. Every time you start a new run, there's a 10% chance the entire village will just be dead, completely wiped out by a new type of enemy, the Moonless Guard. They are exactly what they sound like, a fusion of a moonless cave wolf, not to be confused with our Moonless, and also a regular guard. And they also attack just like a normal guard, with the cleaver and a coin flip, except now their huge torso mouth also has an additional attack that can almost do half their total HP and damage every single turn. Their left hand is also completely useless, since now their coin flip attack is done by the torso, and has enough damage boost to just enough one-tap you if you don't have some serious armor. And the torso has 650 HP, meaning you'll almost never get to kill it turn 1, since Moonless Moonless, the party member Moonless, will just always go for the legs instead. Honestly, they're really not worth fighting, considering you're almost guaranteed to get HP taxed. And since they're a mass of flesh and not even wearing any clothes, they won't carry any items. So usually if you kill one, you won't get any loot apart from the meat cleaver that they carry. Now, the village doesn't have any obvious split-off paths to progress further down. If you want to go deeper, you can either go back out of the level 5 mines and find a collapsed portion of a tunnel to blow through, or alternatively, you can jump into a not at all suspicious hole in the village. It looks like some sort of well with the rope hanging in the middle, although it's maybe more accurate to call it a gallows with all the blood stains around the edges. This is, of course, yet another one of the many mysterious holes you can jump down. And so far, all the signs on if it's actually safe or not, it's probably not. You can even inspect it before jumping down, and you'll get more reasons to not go down there. A smell of gore emanates from below. You can hear faint sounds of growling and moaning too. It's pitch black down there. There is definitely something living in the close proximity, judging from the growls and moans. If you happen to have a rock on you, you can also throw it down the hole to judge the distance. And at least it looks like the hole doesn't go too deep. So if you jump down, you'll probably get to keep your legs intact. Something that's more comforting, you can also find a rope in one of the village houses, which you can tie to the wooden beams and safely lower yourself down, which will provide a way back up to prevent a shit pit situation.
Hey guys, it's me, Moist Critical. The shit pit situation is truly insane. Why would a developer ever do that to someone?
So now at least you've got a little bit of insurance. This is where I tell you that if you fell for it and dropped down, you're still an idiot and you'll die immediately. But for some reason, this is actually what you're supposed to do. You see, the blood-covered pit with growls and moans coming from it is actually in fact a good place to go in Fear and Hunger, because instead of a feral enemy instantly attacking you, it turns out it's just a group of cannibals. Fortunately, non-hostile cannibals. These are the wolf masks, the Grogaroth counterpart to the bunny masks. Instead of getting freaky and fully healing your party, they instead participate in a celebration of flesh, which comes down to basically cannibalism. But you know what? At least it fully restores your hunger. And unlike Fallout 3, you don't get any negative karma, and actually you get a full tier of affinity with Grogaroth. But the same as with the bunny masks, if you want to do it a second time, you'll be forced to do a coin flip. And considering there haven't been any beds for a while, and your last save was probably from a Book of Enlightenment you got from Nosferatu' Empty Scroll, it's not really worth the risk. If you're wondering about the Grogaroth affinity spells, by the way, the first circle is actually not that bad. You've got Pyromancy Trick, which does about 200 fire damage and sets the enemy on fire for just 10 mind, which makes a really good cheap source of damage. And then there's also Blood Golem, which summons a Blood Golem. For 20 HP, you can get a temporary party member for a single combat, who just so happens to not only have 80 base attack, which is probably more than your main character, even with a weapon, but also 200 HP, meaning it's basically a tank. Pheromones and Blood Golem are the most standard synergy you see used, even if your Golem dies. You lose basically nothing, and you can just resummon it again.
And again, it has 200 health. It's gonna take him a while to die in the first place.
The initial 20 health cost is really nothing compared to how much health he saves you by tanking enemy hits. Now, again, it's Fear and Hunger. Not everything's perfect. There will be a caveat. First of all, you actually need an empty space in your party to even summon it. And remember, you can only ever have 4 party members. And if you pick up anyone who wants to join you, you'll hit that limit pretty quickly. If you do want to use Blood Golem, you will have to get rid of some of your squad mates if you're a party of 4. My favorite way to do this is by staging a hilarious combat accident where you suggest the enemy to maul the squad mate by accident, of course.
There was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck!
Just remember to loot their corpse afterwards so nothing goes to waste. Or you can abuse the fear event system. Even if you get their mind low enough for them to leave at just one of the scripted points, one of which is in the village, by the way, and heal their mind afterwards so they don't just die of a heart attack. They'll stay there indefinitely, waiting for you to take them back into their party while you can run around clearing the map using the golem.
There's also one small thing regarding pheromones specifically. To combo them with the Blood Golem, you'll be losing 2 full turns of your main character, even discounting the casting cost. This isn't much of an issue in boss battles that go on for tens of turns, but it makes this synergy practically useless for regular enemies.
Also, because pheromones only start working on the second turn, you might also be forced to face tank some damage while you're still casting Blood Golem, which probably won't kill you if you're on full health, but still, no one likes losing a limb. Basically, if you expect to be able to cheese every single fight after getting the Golem, you'll be losing limbs faster than you can reload a save file. the wolf masks aren't the only thing down here as well, as their camp connects right to the rest of the mines. Although these parts look much worse off than the level 5 mines. The ceiling is caved in practically everywhere you go, and there's a ballista guard randomly placed in one of the corridors for no reason. And what's even worse, if you didn't pick him, Kahara is here.
Oh, hey, great to see you alive. You had me worried.
Considering how earlier he robbed of either important healing items or even more important alcohol, you'd probably be inclined to scream at him.
There's no avoiding it, I guess.
This, like many other interactions in the game, throws you into combat, and Kahara just so happens to not only get 2 attacks per turn, not only have the only one attack that gently removes your arms, also not being able to heal mid-fight, but also can just fucking steal from you while you're stabbed in the chest.
And if you dare try stealing back from him, you'll get nothing while he just talks shit at you.
Trying to steal from a thief, huh?
Kahara smirks at you with a smug-like grin. The one good thing is about this, at least he'll give you your items back when you try and take them from his corpse. Even better, he actually gives them back with interest, making this the single most roundabout way of target farming a light blue vial.
If you suck it up and forget his earlier kind of, borrowing your resources, he'll of course offer to join your party because he's too much of a bitch to try and go deeper on his own, which isn't completely unfounded, considering he ends up dead if you refuse his offer.
But if you accept, you'll be in for something completely unsurprising. Despite being a pain in the ass to kill, he's actually still completely useless as a party member. I mean, not as useless as the girl, since he at least has a sword, but he has no abilities, his gear sucks, and he doesn't bring the items he stole from you to his party. After recruiting or killing him, you can also find a lizard man in the room right behind him, who somehow managed to not aggro onto the guy standing 10 meters away.
Congratulations! This is the second and last lizard man in the entire game. I mean, I sure hope that you've been maxing out that defense stat, since it will come in very handy when he ends up not even bothering casting counterattack and just dismembers you instead.
Apart from him, there's also a book on the table you can pick up, The Diary of an Unknown Guard. 16th of August, 1590. The madness has spread in the dungeons like a plague. Some even suspected the plague that's running wild in the kingdom of Rondon as the cause for all this, but the symptoms are very different to say the least. The remaining troops took refuge in these mines in hopes the kingdom would send help at some point in time in the unforeseen future. The hope is running low, however. Captain Rudimir set foot to the underground city of the cave dwellers and traded that bizarre artifact for food and supplies. Now those supplies are running low. We tried to scavenge food barrels whenever possible, but it's not enough to feed us all. The hope is indeed running low, as even though the captain seemed to lose his mind some days ago, he ran into the dark dungeons on his own, wearing nothing but a sheet of cloth. We are going to die down here, aren't we? Looking at the dates, you can see that this diary takes place 4 months after Captain's Diary 2, which means not only has the sickness been going on for at least 4 months before we enter, but Lagarde has also been in the lower prisons for around 4 months, which, if the quality of the rest of the dungeons is anything to go off of, probably doesn't spell too favorably for him.
The note also mentions Rudimir trading an artifact to the cave dwellers for food, which most likely references the Cube of the Depths, which so far is a cube that does nothing. And it'd be important, but why would Rudimir even have this in the first place?
And also, why he would run off into the dungeons wearing nothing but a sheet of cloth? Finally, nudists and fear and hunger. Also, another small detail you might notice is that, just like the diary says, all the barrels around the area are completely empty, like they've already been scavenged for food by the guards. If you go into an adjacent area with some smaller wooden rooms, you can also find a corpse described as being cut into food, with a small inscription next to it. So this is where it has come down to. Forgive us, Olmir. If it's not obvious enough, there's also a cooking pot right next to it. Just to make sure you got the message, they got desperate. They started eating people.
This, of course, lines up with the earlier captain's diary, talking about how the guards would have to cannibalize each other for food, even all the way back in April.
You can also get a shark teeth from one of the corpses, seemingly the weapon used to cut the corpse into pieces. Somehow, despite being makeshift, it actually makes a better weapon than 90% of the swords in the game. Anyway, remember how I mentioned the level is full of collapsed pathways? You might try to instinctively take out your Demolition Expert OSHA certification alongside your explosive vial and try clearing out the path so you don't have to bother weaving through the rocks and empty minecarts. Now, this could be a good thing, or a really, really bad thing. If you do so in the room with the diary, it's completely fine. You'll blast away back to the level 5 mines in case you didn't get the rope from the village and can't make it back up any other way. But if you try doing it on any of the other cave-ins, you'll first get a slightly different message, you know, trying to tip you off for what's about to happen. The mines have caved in here. The structure beams look rickety and run down. The ceiling looks like it's about to collapse.
Which should immediately ring every single possible alarm bell. But if you still go through with it, congratulations, you destroyed a cave-in just to create another cave-in. This time the size of the entire level.
Unfortunately, you won't be able to enjoy it for too long, as you and your party have just been buried under 400 tons of rock. I mean, again, if you did this, it kind of is on you, because Fear and Hunger usually never warns you before something bad happens. This is like one of 3 instances in the entire game where the game actually warns you. Although, to be fair, I can't really blame you for wanting to destroy the blockades and make some shortcuts, because without them, you'll be forced to deal with minor specters. These are the same ghost enemies you can find in the basement hallway, but this time, rather than outright chasing you immediately, they kind of just chill, waiting for you to get too close. They don't hit for very much, aren't very tanky, and in general, aren't really the most dangerous enemy in the game by any means. That is, unless you don't have any otherworldly spells or cursed weapons, which you probably don't at this point, unless 1, you got lucky with a scroll of the dark arts, or 2, you wasted precious soul stones on weapons instead of actually getting useful abilities. In that case, you can still run away from them with no penalty. However, as it's already been established, the mines are slightly collapsed, which in turn means the corridors are very tight, sometimes only being 1 tile wide. So sometimes you can end up in a very funny, hilarious situation where you push forward, run into a spectre, run away just to turn around and then be forced into another spectre, both of which are now aggroed on you and rush you down before you can try to circle around them, which means you're now stuck in a corridor between 2 enemies you cannot kill. How fun. Aside from the softlock ghosts, there's also the mandatory reference to Excalibur, the sword in the stone, which coincidentally is embedded in the mine's load-bearing wall. Now, this sword looks really cool. Have a guess what happens when you pull it out. Now, there is a little exploit here. Exploit isn't a game mechanic that no one actually taught you. You'll be able to see that the sword, Blue Sin, is actually kind of worth it, considering it's the single best weapon in the entire game. Well, technically, it's the 3rd best, going purely off attack, but the strongest weapon is actually 2-handed. The 2nd strongest makes the user basically do the fent fold when they use it, and neither have the otherworldly damage type by default. Neither can also be cursed, unlike Blue Sin, which gets a 70% burning chance on top of a small attack boost.
The only shame about this weapon is that you won't actually get to use it, considering the rapidly approaching ceiling. But I will come back to that later.
If you get through the mines without getting ghost soft-locked or rock hard-locked, you'll finally have made it where the game gets interesting, which, as it turns out, aren't actually catacombs at all. They don't have a single grave or anything, not even a mausoleum. Instead, they have a ritual circle, a prison, a huge purple growth with a heartbeat, a reasonably sized door, and a grass room and a staircase. Said staircase takes you all the way back up to the prisons. It's the same one I said you could open with a leg sweep, but you probably shouldn't, considering you're skipping half the game. The staircase also contains the only instance of the schizo chair, which forces you to ask yourself why you're still playing this game. The chair is surprisingly comfy. You can relax here for a brief minute. This is what it must feel like sitting on a throne. The idea lingers to your mind that you came to these dungeons on your own free will. No one forced you to come here. You could have just slept late on that morning you embarked on this macabre quest of yours. There are countless things you could be enjoying at this very moment, but instead you sit in this chair, surrounded by the piercing cold darkness, sitting here knowing that the moment you get up, death might be waiting for you just around the corner. It's horrible, to say the least. Even quote-unquote relaxing ends up messing with your character's psyche. Inside the actual catacombs, you'll see the first purple growth I mentioned. You can examine it, and it tells you this. You cannot quite tell what this organ is, but there are veins coming from it and burrowing underground. Seems like it's connected to something bigger. If you have nothing better to do, you can just kill it for no reason. You cut the veins open and some purple liquid seeps from the open cut. The organs stop moving, although you can still see some movement in the veins, suggesting that whatever is connected to this thing continues to live.
which does something, but whatever it's connected to doesn't even die from just one organ being destroyed. You'll probably have to find more of them to actually achieve anything.
Going deeper in, there's also that ritual circle featuring a beautiful mural of a city, a free book of enlightenment, the opportunity to pray, and now you've got some proper party members you can finally make love to. Doing so has one of the most unique effects in the game, and I think in general it's really interesting. What the marriage does is it merges you and the other person that you're making love to into a single abominable being. In fact, if you spoke to Buckman back in the basement when I repeatedly told you not to, you can even find him and Sir Seymour did the exact same thing and merged into what's called a marriage of flesh. The pathetic, bulky creature seems to struggle just to breathe.
We delved too deep.
Aside from confirming that Buckman is in fact gay for Seymour, this is also a drastic misrepresentation of the marriage that I simply won't stand for. Because if you perform the marriage properly, it completely heals your character, removes any negative status effects, and as an exclusive bonus, brings back all your missing limbs at the small price of another party member, because you've now merged two bodies into one character. They also have more base attack, have no phobia, and keep all the abilities you learned up to this point. This also cures panophobia, of course, as basically it's the only way in the game you can get rid of it. If anything, it reminds me of body horror, for example, The Thing. Actually, no, you know what? I'm not going to compare it to The Thing, because I did that in the Server Blight video and everyone cried. So instead, a game I've been playing recently, Kronos: The New Dawn. A game that plays heavily on body horror with a contagion spreading across Poland, maybe even the world, simply called The Change, where bodies will combine into each other, with most enemies having a split face, which is, again, playing on the split face from the original Thing film. That game has some great mechanics, by the way. You basically have to play it as a speed run, because if you kill one enemy, the other enemies will rush over to try and devour the corpse, combining its body, growing into a more powerful enemy. That is, unless you burn the bodies so the enemies will never get back up. Something the Resident Evil remake shamelessly stole 22 years ago.
Unironically, becoming a marriage just gives you advantages, whether you do it to get a stat boost or because you really need to heal. The only real consequence is the morality aspect of it, which this far into the game is probably lost on you already. Unless for whatever reason Sylvian doesn't like you.
If you misappropriated her shrine or overprayed and managed to get negative affinity with her, things won't go as planned and you'll end up in the same state Buckman and Seymour do. Although at this point, you can only really blame yourself, since you can only really get negative affinity by really messing something up.
Oh yeah, also, if you're playing the Dark Priest, you'll unfortunately have to go fuck yourself, since none of the other characters will agree to form a marriage with you, probably because you haven't taken a shower since you were born, as you were told that the musk is supposed to enhance your magical aura. Aside from Kahara, who really doesn't seem to mind, but his standards are basically non-existent to begin with. And it's not that surprising that you can also still fuck the ghouls. All they really care about is that you can keep them necromanced.
They'll even let you show love again after you're already in a marriage, which turns you into an even more grotesque monster, the Marriage Fusion. On one hand, it has even more attack than the standard, with a base 70 damage instead of 50. But on the other, you can only use 3 weapons in the entire game, all of which are pretty rare, and you can't even wear any armor or accessories. So unless you're practically limbless, this is never worth it. Hey, wait a minute. Speaking of the Dark Priest, guess who's that right there? Hello. It's Enki, who surprisingly made it this far down without being murdered despite walking alone with just his base starter gear. If you didn't piss him off back in the library, he'll actually stop being a complete dickhead.
Oh, you again? I'm surprised to see you alive, to be honest.
They'll also start treating you a bit more like an equal now that you've shown that you can make it on your own. Even telling you about the place you're in.
We are at the gateway to the darkness. These are the last man-made walls you're about to see. To delve any deeper would be a suicide.
Epic foreshadowing aside, if you've got the Eclipse Talisman from the Yellow Mages, Enki will notice it and ask if he can have it.
What is that? You seem to carry an Eclipse Talisman. Where did you get it? It's a symbol that you're an apprentice of the wizard Asher, the bringer of chaos. The talisman holds great powers on its own, but it also gives you a plethora of new friends and enemies. You do not seem to be too familiar with the greater scheme, So I imagine the talisman going to waste in the hands of you. Would you mind giving it to me?
You can give it to him outright, which, surprise, surprise, gives you nothing. You have to barter with him first and ask what he'll be willing to offer for it.
What would you say if my services to you? I know the libraries here, and I am prepared to venture deeper into the dungeons. Even for me, it might prove to be fatal to keep on going alone.
This lets you recruit him as long as you have space. It does technically cost you the talisman, but he'll have it equipped when he joins your party, so you'll just repossess it immediately. As a party member, Enki he's just kind of alright. He's got some basic spells like hurting and needleworm, as well as counter magic. Because he's a scholar and not a warrior, he can't use two-handed weapons or heavy armor. So he's not even that amazing considering how late into the game you get him. If he goes hurting, he can be a secondary source of magic damage to either pop heads or kill ghosts. So at least he's more useful than Kahari, which you'll notice is a trend with almost every single character in the game. But that isn't the only interesting character to be found down here. In fact, Enki is probably the least interesting part of this floor, because if you just continue down the corridor, you'll find that you've actually made it deep enough to find who you're looking for. Unfortunately, he's got an elite guard right outside his cell that you can't easily bypass. If you've mastered evading enemies, then it is possible to skirt by with just enough time for him to not notice you. But if he manages to lock you into combat right before the cell door, he can actually soft lock you from entering it entirely. Killing the guard in front of the cell door will actually completely prevent you from opening the door, making it impossible to even go inside. Unless, of course, you still have one of those empty scrolls, because for how bullshit they are, they do actually have a way to combat soft locking. Phase step, or in other words, the game's equivalent of no clip. Obviously only available from the empty scrolls, since you have to know it exists to even be able to get it. It basically is a cheat code. Except even though it does break the game by letting you teleport, it still costs mine to use. It's only 10 mine to be fair, but imagine just how funny it would be to try and fix a soft lock by learning it, just to realize you have no mind restoring crack left after you teleport into a wall. I just like how this is one of the only games out there where no clipping is actually canon. Now, assuming you either don't want to or can't cheat the game, you'll have to get through the elite guard somehow. With 4 party members, it's doable, but you're most likely still going to get hit no matter what you do. Just like the regular guard, his left sword hand will cut off an arm every time it hits. So unless you want to take your luck on focusing the one party member with arm guards or the salmon snake soul, you'll want to take that out first.
The main issue with this is because the guy is actually armored compared to a normal guard. His limbs have way more HP at 350, meaning with even 4 party members, you'll probably only be able to take out 1 limb at a time. His right arm isn't completely useless either, since it carries a Morning Star, a huge force weapon which hits you so hard it fractures your bones on top of giving you infections.
Fractures don't sound as bad as losing a limb, but they're permanent debuffs that reduce your max HP by 20%. Apparently, in the world of Fear and Hunger, splints are simply too advanced a technology compared to literal alchemy, potions, and magic. Now, fractures are permanent, but they do heal over time, bringing the reduction down to only 4% max HP. You can also treat this fight as a mini-boss, because you're basically forced to take it to get to the cell. And the elite guard is definitely tanky. Even his head has 400 HP, meaning if you somehow get lucky enough to get a black orb, you still won't be able to kill him in 1 turn. But if you power through it and reach the cell, you'll finally find who you were looking for.
After all this time, blood, sweat, tears,
you find Lagarde's corpse long dead with his throat cut open.
You know how you got told a bunch of times he doesn't even have much time left? Even Nostramus remarked on it if you met him in his lab, and it turns out they weren't lying.
So yeah, he's dead. That's literally all there is to it. Which means, congratulations, you were destined to fail your mission from the very beginning. Yet again, just another way this game spits in your face. Apart from playing into the theme of Fear and Hunger constantly fucking with you, it also makes it feel kind of pointless to even continue through the game. You've endured hours of buggy torment just to find out you achieved nothing anyway. And that is why I love this game, and kind of don't like it, but mostly love it.
In this moment, you feel exactly what the characters in the game do, complete and utter despair. This man was the only reason any of them even went down here. For some, he was the only way they could continue living. Now they're mentally scarred for life, missing parts of their original humanity for basically nothing.
And you can see it in their reactions as well. Darce breaks down completely, which is entirely unsurprising considering she was the most attached to Lagarde out of all the characters.
No! This cannot be.
After that, she just starts crying uncontrollably in a genuine show of emotion. Interestingly, the girl will also have a reaction. She seems to recognize him from somewhere. There's a slight glimmer in her eyes, resembling a teardrop. This implies she's somehow related to him. It's still basically nothing in terms of knowing her backstory, but at least it explains why she's even here. Meanwhile, Enki just starts schizoing out.
Legard, the captain of the Midnight Sun. There is an aura surrounding him, even after his demise. He was to work as a vortex, a force that brought many to these dungeons. His role might be finished, but what he started remains to be finished.
Kahara, despite being the single worst mainline party member, will still talk shit about Legard by unironically using the word sheesh.
Sheesh. All this trouble and it's all in vain? Dead as this guy might be, he annoys me.
Which, as you can imagine, goes incredibly well for Das.
How dare you?
What's the matter, Dollface? These dungeons got your lover?
Watch your tongue. I've cut down lowly bandits for lesser words.
Whatever.
Funnily enough, after this, he just forgets to give a shit about Legard whatsoever, and he just starts talking about the girl.
Hey, little gal, don't worry about it. We'll be out of here in no time.
After hearing out your party members, you also get this message. Your task in the dungeons is done. There is little to no reason in staying here any longer. So that's it. The guy you came to rescue is dead. It's unceremonious. He's just a sprite on the floor. There's nothing more you can do. The only thing you can do now is go back the way you came. You can even take that staircase shortcut I mentioned earlier. All you have to do now is go all the way back up to the entrance gate and you can just leave. Like that. Like nothing is stopping you anymore. You escape the dungeons of fear and hunger. Part of you still doesn't believe this to be the truth. You can still smell all the blood and the gore that seeps through the seams of the ancient stone walls of the dungeon. You can feel the gaze of the hundreds of past warriors sacrificed in pools of blood, now left to rot. You can still feel the pressure of the never-ending darkness that the underground caverns offered. You can still hear the distant flapping of the wings. You still feel dizzy just imagining the rail tracks that led poor souls deeper into madness, all the way to the altar of darkness. You delve too deep. You know it yourself too. No man could ever return from that deep. You take one more look at the fortress just to make sure you really did make it out. Or is it? Ooh, maybe you never even left the dungeons. Ooh. Game is done. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Or alternatively, you could also, do the thing the game is hinting you to do, delve deeper. Don't give up on the dungeons just yet and maybe explore a bit more. The logical starting point would be this huge door placed right before Legard's cell. It's closed, but coincidentally, your ethically sourced cube of depths fits right into it. The cube pulses as the door opens before you and you step into the darkness of a massive tomb. Huge open walkway is blocked, so instead you have to walk through the tight hallways connecting rooms, where massive coffins obstruct a lot of the space within the area. Immediately, this place sticks out because there's greenery poking through the worn tiles. We're the deepest we've ever been, and yet it feels like nature is beginning to take this area back a bit. Statues of old men who appear to be occupying themselves line the hallways as you push forward. You can't follow this path far though because it's blocked by a statue that happened to fall over. Of course it did. Now, even though Fear and Hunger does have some slight variations, this is one of the map areas that's always the same, so you have to choose every playthrough of either going left or right. Taking the right, you'll lead yourself into rooms lined with rows of different colored stone figures. The way they're arranged on the tiles makes them sort of look like chess pieces. This area heads the way the blocked hallway does on its own, but the alignment of the figures keeps you from being able to move freely, and that becomes an issue as you can't get out of here without meeting the body snatcher. You can try and aggro it and lead it around the room to exit this area, but the hallways created by the stone figures are always one tile tight, and avoiding confrontation altogether isn't really an option because the snatcher will snipe you with poison darts in the overworld. Seriously, trying to avoid this guy, he has aim assist cranked to the max, but as he closes in on you, it becomes clearer. These are gravestones, and this is probably a grave robber that got sealed in here somehow. This horrible creature in the shape of what used to be a human looms over you and smiles. It wears a long coat and 4 arms sprout from from its torso. If you pay attention, you can avoid getting mauled here, but I won't blame you for missing it the first time round. 3 of the 4 arms hold something different. 2 arms on each side hold blow darts. One on the right, a knife, and the last one on his left is empty. Assuming you've got a healthy sized party, you'll want to have everyone focus on the limb that has a weapon on it. If you're not lucky enough to get the arm in one go, the snatcher can hit you with any of the following. The left arm will hit you with a toxic dart, which causes the stronger type of poison that hits way harder and is a lot harder to cure. The right arm with the dart will hit you with a paralysis dart that can disable one party member from being able to attack or dodge. And the right arm with the knife can do critical slash, which can do a myriad of things between infecting your arm, bleeding, or putting you in a critical state where the next attack will put you at 1 HP instantly. So yeah, this guy's pretty hard. Thankfully, there's only one of him in the game, and you never see him again. The easiest way you can do this fight is to take out the right dart first to avoid paralysis, then the knife arm to avoid critical state, and last, the left dart is the easiest to deal with. If the snatcher only has the empty arm, he'll only be able to tackle you, which you should be able to mitigate at this point, you know, if you have any chance of surviving. But in most cases, unless you get incredibly lucky, you're gonna get your health taxed in some way. After the arms are gone, wail on his torso, and he'll go down eventually. This area on the right side of the tomb is much easier to navigate without the snatcher around. You'll have some ghouls that actually crawl out of the walls, but they're not nearly as threatening as he is, especially if you recently added Enki to your party in the previous area. Is that spell or talk, whatever it is, and they just kill themselves. Before we jump to the exit, I'll briefly touch on the left path. The left path, instead, is a sequence of 3 blocked wooden doors positioned right next to the holes, similar to the ones I mentioned before. Now, you can get trapped between the door and a ghoul if you're not careful, and if you don't have either enough attack or a spell to take the door down, or at worst an item for it, the left path can be completely impossible to traverse entirely.
The way this game expects you to be prepared is certainly compelling, but I can't escape the feeling that the game often feels like it's trying to be as cartoonishly cruel to you as possible.
If you get through the doors, the left path actually is a lot easier. It's basically rewarding you for being prepared. And at the very end, you'll find a chest that you can do a coin flip for. You could come back down the exit of the left path if you came to the right to grab this chest. So it's not like you have to break the doors to get it, but it's basically a reward for keeping items and having your party prepared for these situations. I mean, I'd much prefer to take on 3 doors instead of a scary DeviantArt OC man.
Exiting, you'll likely enter what I think is the most atmospheric and serene area of the game, or at least the ruins of it.
This is Mahabre. Whilst you push your way through the fog of the passageway, you'll be able to barely see what looks like the wreckage of a massive old city. There's an empty ruined building with some bookshelves in it, but the books are too rotted to be useful. Everything here feels like it's long past its expiration date. Like this was a huge thriving city at some point, but you came too late. You're standing in the shell of a civilization that's long since fallen.
Feeling that I came in at the end. The best is over.
You proceed through the arches and enter the city square of the ancient city. There's some boxes for you to loot before pressing on. The further end of the map has a path outlined by pillars that's blocked by some sort of living stone bust, with a wide frame and a tiny head on the end of its long neck. A nameless figurine blocks your path and deems you unfit to enter the gates of eternity. It tells you to relish in the enlightenment that you can only come from torment and loss. And if you can keep your original ambitions, only then are you allowed to proceed. You can't press him for any clarification on what any of that actually means. He'll just stare at you and repeat himself. Get mogged, I guess. Before we mess with the machine to the left of the figurine, it feels sensible to press on and see how big this ancient city is. To the right of the figurine, you can find a road that leads downtown, and as you proceed through the broken down stone streets, you'll see a massive monster dragging a woman along the ground. You can choose to ignore it entirely, or interrupt the beast. You've probably done some pretty immoral things by this point in the game, so realistically, if you've been in this spot, and you probably just tried your best to avoid any conflict, I wouldn't blame you. But let's assume you do interrupt him from finishing the woman off. This is the Lord of the Flies. His giant Yeti-like silhouette is imposing, but it is undeniable that this enemy's face is extremely reminiscent of Gordon Ramsay.
You're making me mad! Yes, sir. Fucking mad!
This enemy actually isn't that complicated, but if you don't have the damage output needed, he can end this fight pretty quickly. The battle can even be opened with a coin flip prompted by the monster's awful stench, and if you lose it, your characters will vomit and take a little damage. Furthermore, after 2 turns and then every 3rd turn after that, another coin flip can happen, where the Lord of the Flies will attempt to grab you, and if you fail that one, you'll be crushed unconscious and stuffed into a cage. If you don't have a small key or lockpicking, this is death. But if you're able to escape, you can find your party members scattered around the ancient city. Otherwise, each arm is capable of doing an attack called Hairy Grasp, which doesn't actually inflict any crazy status effects, but it hits like a truck. He can also do it without his head for a turn, so it's best to go for the arms and then torso to minimize how much damage your party's gonna soak up. Interrupting the Lord of the Flies is the only way to save the woman, Jean. She's badly beaten and missing an arm after what happened to her.
Talking to her reveals that she was a part of Buckman's party and she wandered too deep into the dungeons. She asks for your assistance getting her back to the basement of the dungeon, and you're presented with yet another scenario where she will very obviously die if you don't assist her.
If you do go out of your way to help her all the way back to the basement, one of 3 things can happen. If Buckman and Seymour are no longer present and Izzy
She'll thank you and give you 2 elixirs for your trouble. If they're there still, she'll join them and tell you about another member, Sir Cyril, who is still missing.
If they're still alive and they didn't do the marriage, she'll join them and tell you how another member, Sir Cyril, who's still missing.
We made it.
John, you're alive.
Prince Buckman? I'm so glad to see you two alive and well.
Yes, you too. I'm glad you ran into this noble warrior too. We never explored the lowest sections of this wicked place, so no wonder we didn't run into each other.
I got lost in there with Sir Cyril. I have no idea where he is now or if he's even alive.
Sir Cyril wouldn't let this place have its way with him, especially with the mission at hand. Did you find him?
No, but we didn't find him dead either.
I don't know which one of them is a tougher son of a bitch.
Who is he?
He is the man we came to the dungeons for. Captain Rudimir. He was in charge of these prisons.
He is the brother of our comrade in arms, Sir Cyril. He is still missing too.
We got an emergency message from these dungeons requesting aid, but it seems like we were too late.
You were still missing someone?
We're still missing Sir Cyril, who was a member of our party when we first delved into the darkness.
And we are also missing the men we came to these dungeons for. The Captain Rudimir, who is the brother of the said Sir Cyril.
You can talk to Jean and she'll let you know to go back to the ancient city to find him. She says he's a big, dark, glooming knight and that he can't be missed. I mean, she's not entirely wrong. They didn't have the Cube of the Depths, so it's not too hard to get hold of him if you just comb over the inside areas of the present version of Mahab. He's in one of the inside areas of the ancient city, and you can inspect him before he's aggroed onto you. The eyes of the gaunt knight follow you intensively, and he doesn't seem to react to you otherwise. You're left with another choice that ends this side quest in one of two ways. You can either give Cyril an elixir of mind to stun him and then persuade him out of his aggression, alternatively, you can just beat him into a pulp because he's wearing the second best armor set in the game. But if you're a good boy and you want those Reddit up dudes, you can rescue him, and then Buckman will have left a note of gratitude behind with a ring of wraiths enclosed inside. I mean, the entire party was reunited, so there was really no reason for them to stick around. The Ring of Wraiths is actually pretty solid. It restores 8% of your body every turn, but it's also in the treasure chest loot pool. So if you happen to get one prior, there's not really any reason to finish this quest line. But if you do have the ring, any encounter where you aren't getting attacked is actually a free opportunity to farm health. Like for example, if you sit in front of a door, you can just regen HP for free.
At most, Cyril's armor is really good, but without blood portals, this quest line requires so much traversal that you're bound to lose a decent bit of mind and hunger just walking around. Or if you're really unconcerned with being constrained to morals, and you already turned the Buckman into Trotter earlier, you can start a fight and talk to him again to turn Jean in, and he'll reward you with a vault key. There's really no need to do this if you're able to steal it off Trotter instead, but if you're just really committed to being an absolute asshole, it's not that hard to do.
If you find yourself wondering what vault are you even talking about, then before heading back to Mahabre, make your way to the inner hall and use as many tinderboxes as you can to light torches in the area. You can actually get a hint from Trotter if you turn enough people into him.
This key gets you my prized possession. It is what all this blood has been spilled for. Light all the candles on this floor. This will open the door to my secret chamber.
You don't need the hint for it to work though. As long as you have enough tinderboxes to light them all, an entrance will open in the spot of the map where you get the Trotter fight. The vault door is just on the other side, and in it you can find one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the entire game, but it comes at a pretty heavy cost. You step inside the Iron Maiden-like device and you'll be permanently equipped with the Penance armor. The Penance armor will greatly reduce all incoming damage and also reduce your chances to lose any limbs. It effectively makes your player character a tank, but they're also now going to constantly be bleeding because the Penance armor's spikes are impaled all over their body. You can't really manage this by using cloth fragments over and over, as the bleed ticks pretty much immediately as soon as you start walking. Instead, if you have that beautiful little thing I mentioned earlier, the Salmon Snake Soul, if you keep it equipped on the Penance armor's wearer, then bleed won't be an issue anymore. And you can also swap the soul outside of battles for other members when they start bleeding or get infected. If you didn't steal the key of Trotter earlier, turning Jean in here is kind of worth it, but you'll have yet another spot where her questline will just end if you make the wrong decision. Chances are you'll probably miss all of that entirely, because if you choose to abandon Jean, you'll miss this questline altogether and she'll be dead the moment you enter a different screen. Continuing east through the downtown area will bring you to the Tower of the Endless, but this map is also a massive relative to the areas prior in the catacombs. You'll have to wander through more streets to find a crack in the wall that you can pass through, but before you reach through, you'll likely run into the Scarab. We actually saw a Scarab earlier in the game where Sir Seymour killed one in the basement, but the people from his party being down there always kind of confused me a bit. How did they open the door without the Cube of the Depths? I mean, you could say a Scarab maybe sneaked through a crack in the door, you know, the door that was never meant to be opened without a MacGuffin. I don't know. I won't dwell on the Scarabs for too long, as it doesn't really have limbs to attack despite its sprite having limbs. So you're kind of just left with an enemy that works a lot closer to a traditional RPG monster. The Scarab will poke you for pretty much insignificant damage, but if you don't kill it in 2 turns, its face will open and spit acid on a random party member, which can hurt pretty bad. The worst thing about this acid, though, is that it will melt a weapon and render it useless, which can be an absolute run ender this deep. The Scarab is functionally a damage check, and they move way too fast to consistently avoid. That acid attack, by the way, is coded very interestingly when you look at it from the developer's side, because for some reason this is what the weapon melting event looks like. And that's not all. If you sort through the event's files in RPG Maker, there are 3 pages worth of if statements just for this one interaction. That's a line of code for every weapon in this game, rather than just one conditional that's applied to them all. Now again, I'm not a game developer. I love this game, but surely there would be another way that's better than filling up 3,000 lines of code for each weapon for each character. But you know what? I don't really care. It gets the job done, and it's a reminder that you don't really need to be a fantastic god-tier programmer to make a game that people enjoy. As long as you don't have that much of an ego, your game will stand on its own merits. Coming back to that crack I mentioned before, you'll be able to shuffle through it and find a room leading to another massive set of stone doors, like the one you used to enter the ancient city. And just like those doors, they're not budging without some sort of key item. The Cube of the Depths isn't going to work on this one. So now you're only really left with ascending massive tower. This will reveal the spiral stairways that runs up the tower to have an incredibly janky layout. A functioning spiral staircase in an RPG Maker game is a pretty cool idea on paper, but the bits of these stairs hidden in the background layer, it's awful to navigate. At the top of this stairway, you'll find a likely much needed bed entirely free of a coin flip, which is really surprising and a welcome respite for how brutal the stretch of no beds has been. And you might not have actually seen one, since well before the catacombs, if you didn't have a Book of Enlightenment, this is basically the only free bed in the entire game. That is, apart from that first one in the basement where you could sleep in it once, and then after that you had to keep using a coin flip. I guess it's a reward for navigating RPG Maker stairs. Seriously, going up these things, I felt like that guy in the fucking wheelchair in Hitman Blood Money. What? You can navigate back down the tower to backtrack into the city. Before you head there, it's probably best to look at the machine at the bottom a bit closer. The beacon's mechanisms are ancient. The light it radiates is supposed to guide souls to the next world. There appears to be a place for a cube-shaped object on the front. Slotting in the cube will cause the beacon to reactivate and sweep the area with a laser. It feels alien compared to everything so far. This thing is powered by some sort of ancient electricity that still works despite the entire town being totally defunct. As its green lights blind you, you wonder what it would have been like to live here. Maybe things were some sort of semblance of normal once. The luster of the city is downright dazzling compared to the corpse you got out of it wandering before. But the distinct feeling that something is wrong never leaves you. The hairs on the back of your neck continue to stand. And before you continue, you gaze back up at the tower and wonder if you should take another look. Seeing the city restored isn't inviting at this point. The light here feels artificial. Every new area just invites more danger. You head back up the destroyed staircase another time, and probably, which you should do another save. I mean, again, you might as well because it's totally free, apart from the walk of agony going back up the stairs. As you climb into bed and close your eyes, things play out a little differently. Your consciousness slips away and you fall into a deep, nightmarish slumber. The game isn't being subtle here. You're having a dream. Now, I know what you're all thinking. We are not this many hours into the video and it's all in our head. No. Don't worry. It's not, I promise. But when the fog in your mind clears, you're standing in the streets of Rondon. The area is easy to navigate. It's pretty linear, but you'll have to be more mindful of monsters than usual. Touching an enemy won't even trigger a fight, but instead you'll jolt awake covered in sweat. You can always revisit the dream, but you'll have to be super vigilant here. As you head back down the dreamy fog-filled streets of Rondon and avoid its ruder citizenry,
Right, I'll tell you what, you fat little...
you'll come to a gathering of priests around a nude, crucified man on a cross. Just as you realize it's Enki, he begins to speak.
I'm ready, Olmir. Take me. I am ready to meet my end. This is as far as I got. I can't get any satisfaction. There is no fulfillment. This feeble body can withstand. There is no silver lining waiting at the end. The purpose of us all is to silver under the cold sun the gods have set above us.
Figures of spirits surround the air around him, almost as if they whisper secrets into his ears you're not allowed to know.
What's that? These visions. I see. I understand. Let me down from here!
A white flash blinds you. Enki and the priests are gone, and only the cross remains, still soaked with Enki's blood in the places he was nailed to it. You can continue to wander the streets, and as you do, you might be inclined to treat this like a normal RPG city. Well, that's too bad, because every door here is locked tight. That is, every door except one. Wander around enough and you'll find one door that you can open, and the whole house is soaked in a red light. The atmosphere here is amazing. The little details in particular that really does capture the feeling of being in a dream, and you still know you are, but you're heading somewhere where you shouldn't. As you enter the doorway, the floorboards creak below you, and the rank stench of mold fills your airways. The rooms of this place are filled with ornate carpets, and the beds pushed up against the wall have a thin curtain, making it pretty obvious what these people are doing. Again, the only open door in this entire town is a brothel, go figure. And the funny thing is, if you've got the censored mod, they're not even doing anything. There's nothing to do here but to keep walking and avoid looking at anyone for too long. As you reach the furthest corner of the house, Kahara's voice speaks in panicked tones above the mixed sounds of copulation.
Celeste, you're still doing this job with the little one on the way and all?
Yeah, well, there's folks that fancy stuff like this. If anything, I feel they're more gentleman folks asking for my service these days. Men sure aren't weird like that.
This isn't right. I don't like it.
Honey, I don't know what to say. Girls gotta eat, and now I've got a little one to feed as well.
I'm a man, I should take care of you two.
The world doesn't always go the way we'd want.
No. For all my life, I've drifted along where the wind took me. But it doesn't have to be like that. We don't always have to stay at the mercy of the winds or the gods. I might have the answer. I got a new gig a few days ago. It's a pretty daunting task, but it will get us the silver we need. I'm leaving tomorrow. When I get back, things will change. You just wait and see.
Honey, just promise you do come back.
Yeah.
Another flash fills the screen, and you're left standing in the awkward air and tension left behind that conversation. It's becoming evident that there's nothing to do in Rondon but leave. And fast. The exit on the north end of the city will bring you to a clearing in the old dark forest. You'll know that this is Ron Valdir's home. It doesn't feel like this is actually right outside Rondon City, but rather you've done that weird thing you do in dreams where you try to remember them, like you went to a million places, but you can't actually remember doing any walking or driving between them. Rain still falls and trees sway silently in the wind as you reach what looks like the aftermath of a bloody confrontation. Ron Valdir himself stands victorious among some bodies that look like they were ambushed moments ago.
What is this? Oliver, are you still alive?
Ragnarvalda, you came. They came while you were gone. Those knights.
Who were they?
The Knights of the Midnight Sun.
Knights of the Midnight Sun?
The pretty man with the locks of a fair maiden. The captain. He wanted to what we brought from the Vinland. I think I'm going to sleep now.
Rest in peace.
Hilda and Bjorn!
He dashes into the foggy distance looking for Lagarde. Take care to follow him quickly or you'll be chased by dogs, just like you were at the start of the game. And this time, you won't even be able to get a chance to fight back. Again, the dream will just end and you'll have to do this all over again. The trail of blood will lead you to a lone house. Before you can reach the doorstep, Ranvaldir steps out.
This can't be unforgivable.
The house doesn't give us many clearer answers as to what he saw, but I assume Hild and Bjorn are not doing well. In the house, you'll only find an old woman working in the darkness, and meeting her will start a real fight, not the type that ends the dream. Yep, it's Matrix rules now, boys. You die in the dream, you die in real life. The first turn, this old lady, dubbed the Skin Granny, won't do anything, so you just have to prepare. The second turn, she'll transform into a horrible mesh of a chair and various limbs. 3 arms, 2 legs. Per usual, this fight isn't too hard if you know what limbs are basically going to destroy you in a single turn, and which are just a health tax. Focus on the arms as quickly as possible, or you'll be subject to a coin flip, which will most likely spell the end if you lose it, causing you to redo the entire dream sequence. Just leaving any arm at all can get you treated with a critical slash that again drops your health to 1 in a single turn. Winning the Skin Granny fight will instantly trigger one last dreamy flashback, this time in the Highlands. Das and Lagarde are speaking privately.
They believe you're the one from the prophecies.
Those ancient texts are but child's wordsplay. Of course, that doesn't mean that I shouldn't use them to my advantage.
But really, many things are scarily accurate in the prophecy. It talks about the fair-haired man and the one who rivals gods in both power and beauty.
I thought all the older gods were ugly as hell. Don't tell me you buy that stuff too.
Nilvan of the new gods is supposedly beautiful, just as the tormented one used to be. The texts also speak, he who unites the warring states, not by the power of the golden staff, but the power of dozen pitchforks.
Well, all the kings hate me at this point, so that one line I can agree with. I will strive to unify these, be it in the prophecies or not, no matter the cost. But I feel like I'm really close to achieving my goals. But the last step is not clear. It's still shrouded in the mist. I'm not certain if this is the path to achieve all this.
What do you mean? You are just a step away from founding your own kingdom and becoming one of the most fabled rulers of our time. You'd make a great ruler, I'm sure of it. Common people love you already.
A flash fills the screen and Lagarde is standing on the cliff alone now.
I'm sure of it, she says. What difference would it make anyway? History has proven time and time again that order, virtue, and tranquility don't last. I need something definite, something pure. I need to ascend above the kings and queens of our time. The last step isn't shrouded in the mist. It's waiting in the depths of the darkness.
Das returns for another scene. This feels like some of the most direct exposition in the game so far.
Lagarde, I need to ask what this campaign in the north is all about. I don't quite understand the importance expanding our reign all the way over there. Frankly, I'm afraid such campaign could have negative impact on your reputation.
Thanks for your honest words, Das. However, my mind is set. The campaign in the north is vital to my plans. They have something that belongs to me.
Something that belongs to you? What are you talking about?
The fever dream shifts again, and you're standing in a bright void with a divine feminine figure.
Oh, new one.
The girl seems nervous around the new god.
I must ask you a favor. Our time has come. This form of existence isn't the answer we were looking for. For mankind to break free, we need more. We need someone equal in size and stature to them.
Nilvan rubs her slightly swollen belly.
Please, I ask of you, just get my child out of here. Take her to the heart of the darkness. I would gladly give my soul to you, if you were to agree on these terms.
This is sort of your reward for beating the Skin Granny. You don't actually have to do it if you don't want to. It's entirely optional. There's no consequences. But it's very useful to unlock Nilvan's skill tree to get her endless soul. The only other way to do this is to kill Kahara if he's not in your party. And that's not exactly workable if you choose him as your protagonist anyways, which is what most people do on their first playthrough of the game.
Thank you.
Nilvan gives the girl one last gaze. The girl backs away behind you. The dream finally ends, and you can take a look around the past version of the city. The flashback sequence is a lot to take in. You basically get backstory for every playable character in the game 3/4 of the way through it. You get a lot of context for the conflict between everyone, and it becomes clear that the girl is a demigod of some sort. Everyone's motivations come a bit more into focus after this flashback. Kahara is here in the hopes that he can save his lover with the money from completing his job. Enki is following some sort of spiritual premonition. Rambaldir is here to avenge his village, the perpetrators of the siege on Oldgard, the Knights of the Midnight Sun. The Knights of the Midnight Sun are here in the hopes that they can free Lagard, the only playable members of this group being Das and Lagard himself, should you be able to get to him fast enough if he's still alive. Wait, you didn't know you could save Lagard? Wait, you didn't? Are you silly? Now, the first playthrough of Fear and Hunger, most people won't be able to save Lagard in time, but it would be a really ironic moment to find out that Lagard isn't the greatest person. An enigmatic man who is, in canon, acknowledged to be beautiful, and he's got machinations to become a ruler through personal conquest. This sounds oddly familiar. As you backtrack to the city square, the game notes that as bright as the past is, the sunlight here is cold. You'll begin to feel as though despite how much brighter this area is, you can still feel the cold, musty stench of the present lingering. On the far end of the square, you can enter an open room to find a figure that looks like a mannequin. This enemy is the Uterus. Before I get into the enemy strategy, I just have to note that the enemy sprite for the Uterus is actually a trace of album cover art for Nirvana's In Utero. Like, if you compare the two side by side, it basically has the same expression, pose, everything. That being said, the enemy itself isn't too bad.
I mean, it's alright, like...
Especially if you have a full party. The arms and embryo in the center are dangerous because the arms can hit hard and the embryo can actually cause infections after it spends a few turns crawling out of the artificial womb in the center. Make quick work of both and you'll be rewarded with the bookshelves now being full of coin flips for scrolls that aren't rotted away. Work your way around the inside, past another Uterus and downstairs. As long as you don't dawdle, the Uterus won't charge you. Downstairs in the back room, there's a bug-eyed figurine you can speak to.
Human, I am what they call a wizard, but I do not wear a pointy hat.
Good luck with that. How are you a wizard then?
I sell magical artifacts, even if they are precious to me.
This shop feels like the moment in a Resident Evil game where you get a ton of ammo right before something really bad happens. Thankfully, this guy isn't going to scam us like the dude in the beginning of the game did. All of this stuff is actually pretty useful, namely the Sorcerer's Stone, which regenerates 10 mind per turn in fights. Between this, the Pinecone Pig, and the Ring of Wraiths, again, if you didn't get that from the Lizard Men earlier, you can do some hard farming on any enemy that won't attack you. This means that doors have gone from one of our worst foes to one of our best friends. You can easily restore everyone's mind by just swapping it in between each character. I don't usually talk about the map layout, but the exit in this bottom area is really irritating. It's just this one notch section in the wall, and if you don't know it's a door, it's really easy to miss. This area is the Temple District, and there's some useful little shortcuts here and there from here. There's a nice little shortcut back down to the town center you can unlock by going upstairs and flipping this lever. This lifts the bars that you probably saw the first time you entered the center. Holy crap. Shortcuts in a big city? I love Dark Souls. You can use the beacon in the center to return to the present and explore the Temple District that way as well. Doing so, you'll find a blood portal, and this is the closest thing there is to a save in the Temple District. Follow these shadowy figures around the streets and try to avoid the Harvestmen. If you find a dead one, interacting with it will actually start a fight. And also yet another reference to Nirvana art. But the Harvestmen won't actually directly attack you at first, but they just go for the head or the torso. So if you don't kill it by the third turn, you're at the mercy of an instant death coin flip. If you lose it, you'll get a unique death animation where the Harvestman grabs your player character and breaks all of their limbs. And it's also implied he does something, limited ads, let's say, off screen. The game has a lot of erotic material in it in general, but this in particular feels like the author failing to hide the poorly disguised fetish. As you trace the path of the shadows, you'll come to a massive library and an eerie statue in front of it. Investigating its description reveals that it makes a slight humming noise, or that simply peering into its ominous gaze fills your ears with auditory hallucinations. The library is massive, and two much more human-like statues outline its entrance. One is of the new god, Valtiel the Enlightened, and the other is an Eastern man. Oh, that's a Place Japan reference, who has apparently an especially vile look in his face. As soon as you enter, Enki will split from your party if he's present. He's not gone forever, but him being missing will reduce your damage if you get into a fight before finishing this area. Trying to avoid enemies here is a smart call. As you head further in, you'll likely realize that you can't get anywhere in the past version of the library because there are some sort of giant stone doors in the way. In front of them are some statues you can pose in different ways. This puzzle, which by the way I got stuck on and had to ask chat for help with, is actually really simple. If you go to the present version of the library, you'll find these same statues. You just need to remember what pose they're doing and copy that over from the past. The front entrance of the library is blocked in the past, so you'll have to take a side entrance from outside and work your way to these statues from the back. If you're not careful, you can run into one of the rarer enemies in the game, the Great Mumbler. Anyone with erotophobia and teratophobia will probably have a hard time dodging the Greater Mumbler, so avoid it altogether if that applies to more than one of your party members. This Mumbler is sporting a much bigger health pool and two odd weapons in its hand. The Mumbler holds a bell in her left hand and a bottle in her right. While the bell arm is intact, she can perform Empty Echo, an attack that only targets your mind gauge, but for a pretty considerate amount. The other issue is that while the head is intact, she can randomly perform Soul Binding on any given turn. That attack will instantly reduce one party member's max mind to 50 points, and this makes Empty Echo a lot scarier. The right arm is actually more manageable, but the green flame attack it can perform is also RNG dependent. It only does between 16 and 24 damage to the body gauge, but it hits 3 times. On the low end, if you're very lucky, that's still 48 damage, and on the high end, it's 72. That could be an instant death sentence to anyone who's not topped off. Snatch the arms in the earliest turn you can, and also remember that Mumbler heads explode when they're struck. And you'll probably make it through as long as no one is at 0 mind when the fight ends. As you work your way back to the statues, there are plenty of bookshelves to rifle through here. You can really make the most of your time here, as you're not going to get another opportunity like this in the late game. Depending on how anxious you are, it might be best to reload your save if you fail too many coin flips. Unfortunately, when you do get to the statues, you'll realize 2 are missing. You may have to run into one of the missing statues running around. I'm going to be honest, with 4 out of 5 down, I just did this by process of elimination, since only 1 is left. Wander back over to the machine inside and insert the Cube of the Depths. If you did take your time to meander around more, it's hard to escape the paranoia that something is always watching you across both the past and the present. Small busts of an intermediate likeness jut from the bookshelves. The tree I mentioned earlier doesn't feel like it should be growing this deep in the city at all. In a place of profound logic, this place makes no sense. While you're in the past, you might get into a fight with the embryos, golden baby enemies that walk around. I won't do a whole deep dive into their mechanics because they're very similar to the embryos that crawl out of the uterus enemy. The biggest thing, if you do get cornered by one, is to kill them as quickly as possible before they wail and call for more embryos. Of course, the escape plan skill helps a lot in these sort of fights that you really don't need to engage in. This puzzle is pretty dumb since it takes advantage of you for just not knowing the poses beforehand. The solution isn't randomized though, so on a second playthrough, this isn't even a problem. This will cause the stone doors that were closed before to open. You proceed and Aniki will rejoin your party as well. While you step into the next room, a man with a golden face, like the embryos, will jump off the bookshelf into the darkness below him. Ladders lead down into the damp shade of the library basement so you can follow suit. This is how you begin the fight with Valtiel, the Enlightened One. Now, Valtiel, unlike most bosses, is very random, so a save that's not too far from him is something I strongly advise before you work your way down the ladders. Valtiel is a floating head, so his body parts are a little bit different. You've got the right and the left sides of his brain, the head itself, and his third eye that opens after 4 turns. While the right brain is intact, it can randomly cast Hurting, which causes bleeding and often removes an arm. It will also randomly cast a black orb for huge huge damage. The left brain will sometimes headbutt, which is light damage to the whole party. The main issue is while the right brain is up, anyone who gets hit by the black orb will usually not be able to survive a headbutt as well. If you're unlucky enough to get consecutive casts of hurting or black orb, you don't really have many options to mitigate the damage. So it's best to target the right brain first and then hope for the best. The problem is you're probably not going to be able to kill the right brain and the head before the third eye opens on the fourth turn. So you do run the risk of getting hit by the third eye's Whispers of Grogaroth. This skill makes your party more susceptible to spells, and it also curses you with a status effect very similar to Doom from the Final Fantasy series. This will make the afflicted character instantly die 5 turns after they're cursed. That all being said, you have a few different options to tackle this fight depending on your resources. One of the safest is to use a purple vial on the head. This will poison it and tick 700 damage each turn. Using this strategy allows you to simultaneously attack both the brain and the head if you have multiple party members. And it also keeps you safe from Whispers of Grogaroth, as Valtiel won't have the health to live long enough for the curse to take effect on someone. But if this isn't viable for you, idiot, you can focus on the right brain or even try talking to Valtiel. Talking initiates a quiz game, you know, like the one that they did in Deltarune with that character that they obviously stole from me. Shame on you, Toby Fox. I'm coming for Hasbin Hotel next. In this quiz, Valtiel will give you some lore-related questions that if you answer correctly, does 500 damage to all of his current body parts. Combining your options makes this a bit easier. Every turn, the right and left brain are active. There is the off chance that someone will eat both a black orb and a headbutt and just die before you can even heal. These are the questions you can expect Valtiel to ask you.
The original god of destruction, one of whom is the very prime ingredient for existence, like shadow to light. Who is his counterpart?
Sylvian is the proper response here, given her imagery with fertility and by extension creation.
Among us, the new gods, I am Valtail to the enlightenment as Francois is to the domination. Who is Torment?
Chambra, who believed that torment was necessary to create, is the answer.
We, the new gods, while still walking among men, our fellowship, when did we embark on our journey to ascension?
In the year 809 is an answer you'll only know if you read the Fellowship, which details the Fellowship of the New Gods prior to their ascension.
As Valtail the Enlightened One, who preceded me here at the Grand Libraries?
Nasra is the obvious answer if you've talked to him, but without that, this question is very hard to answer. If you're really on the ball, Nasra has a statue outside in his image.
Almir, the Ascended One, the last of the older gods. What year marks the birth of his new self?
Year 0 is an easy answer if you take into account their Ulmir's thematic similarities to Christ. Christ wasn't necessarily born in 1 AD, but the similarities are undeniable.
The Dark Continent, whence the darkness slowly leaks to the Western world, where the day only shines eternal darkness and grey gloom. What is it called among the people of Europa?
Vinland is the continent west of Europa, the one we're in during the game's plot.
Rare, the god from the unknown beyond the blue skies. He has an effect on feeble humans. What is it called?
It's called the Moonlight Cancer. If you can find the extra turns to try it out, you can steal 2 soul stones off of Valtiel. Overcome him and he'll reward you with the Enlightened Soul. This is a key item we'll need to get the ending we're going for in the Golden Temple. We have 2 out of the 3 of these souls, only leaving 1 left before we can finish this run. The head of the Valtiel, the Enlightened One, falls down to the darkness where it once rose. The millennia of wisdom and knowledge that is too much for a normal person to bear passes through your head. You only get a glimpse of what is waiting for you on the other side, but this information stream is too much for your mind to handle. Your head hurts a little. Exit the library, maybe backtrack to the Tower of the Endless and save. And be sure to check that you've already looked at all the bookshelves in the library one last time before you move on entirely. If you're especially lucky, you can find Valtiel's Natural Doctrine and Natural Doctrine 2. These make his work in the Grand Library crystal clear.
These are my studies over the subject of creation of an artificial life form. Such ability transcends humanity and the limits mankind has set to itself. During my time as a man, walking amidst people, such studies were frowned upon. The other scholars would bring such topics as morality and ethics to the table, but I believe this to be the final pillar we must overcome in order to ascend to the true god status, to be equals with the other gods, or even more. The other gods have shown talent for creation of life since the beginning of times. The animated clay figurines that inhabit Mahabre are a perfect example of this. They are just golems created for physical work. Without rest, they carry on their duties. The other gods would then create life for different purposes, whenever necessary. All this, I believe, eventually led to the ultimate life form, the human being. This is the aim of my studies as well. I believe I understand enough to be able to achieve this. I must achieve this, to be truly self-sufficient, independent of the grand scheme of things. This is the key to the natural progression, where the man finally overcomes its creators.
I mean, he was sort of off the mark, but all this ultimate life form nonsense makes me think that he'd probably be fascinated with Shadow the Hedgehog, like most library nerds are. Wait, I can't even make that joke anymore because people that read books are like performative males. God damn it. It's clear he wanted a source for endless labor in the form of artificial life.
For my starting point, I've set my aims to create a worker class being, similar to the clay figurines of ancient times. There is one clear flaw in the design of the clay figurines, however. They are seemingly eternal beings. Only as they get damaged over time do they eventually perish. I do not believe my creations, my children, so to speak, should ever outlive me, their creator, their father. That is why I decided to create the life form from the very same fabric fragile humans were created from, flesh. The silhouette of the form is very sturdy in order to carry on the working duties. I was able to combine existing matter into one, and the life form has gotten its shape already. The hairiness is a side product of mold. It doesn't serve any obvious purpose, but I suppose it could keep the form warm in more colder climates as well. I was able to achieve this form rather easily, and there doesn't seem to be any immediate flaws in its design either. Before going further with my studies, I decided to test different approaches as well. Besides organic matter, I decided to work in creating a mechanical life. Mechanical structures are far more simple than those created from flesh, so the figurine was ready in just a few years. The figurine is not strong enough for physical labor, nor do I need another one for the same purpose, so I repurposed them for my pastime pleasure. I have already achieved all this in a matter of a few years. I can only imagine what I'll be able to achieve with the eternity I have before me.
His ambitions didn't reach the massive scale he acted like they would, but the consequences of what he's done are still easily felt. You can see the artificial life all over the library, which means he's most likely the creator of the mannequins and the Lord of the Flies enemies. He's clearly obsessed with creating life, except instead of actually making something useful, he made whatever these things are supposed to be. Even though he's supposed to be enlightened, his best attempt at making life is terrible. It's malformed. The mannequins and Lord of the Flies are useless abominations, far detached from humanity and even further from a true perfect life form. As it seems right now, Valtiel is a complete failure. With this in mind, that secret lab under Mahabre must be older, made by someone truly competent and not the guy whose best attempt at life was making a walking uterus. Also, Valtiel, bro, you're literally a floating head. Skibbity toilet. No, don't do that. No, I know the bit's dead. Resume tracing the path of these shadowy figures out of the library and down into the square at the bottom of this map. There's an imposing figure in a red hood standing on the right. Investigate and he'll speak to you. An intimidating figurine is standing tall here.
Human. I am what they call the Guardian. I was created to defend this city with my life. I am to look after this city until the king returns to this land.
The king?
Yes, the king will return one day. He is the one who created this city.
Where did he go?
It is not my concern. I was just created to guard this city.
How long has he been gone?
I do not know. He was talked among the elder figurines eons ago.
What do you protect here?
I protect the passage of the kings that lies behind the gates of the eternity.
Fancy names for old derelict city walls.
I like them.
The Guardian figurine is a chill guy. We like him. Choosing the ellipsis option just ends the conversation. Are you using that right? You can use an ellipsis anywhere, right? It doesn't have to be at the end of a sentence. Yeah, I think you can use an ellipsis on its own. I only knew what an ellipsis was, by the way, because of fucking James Bond. I think it was Casino Royale or something. You can actually fight this guy in Present Mahabre, but it requires a key that you have to pick up elsewhere. To the left, there is a much less imposing statue. It's notably more juvenile in tone than the Guardian figurine.
Human, I am to grow up to become a warrior. I want to become the same as my big brother. I will watch over this city as Guardian one day. I will stand idle, guarding the gates of eternity.
Have mercy on me when we meet then.
I will show no mercy, as neither does my big brother.
Huh. Good luck, kid.
I thank you, outsider.
Don't get your hopes up.
Just wait and see.
The last NPC doesn't have as much to tell us. If you didn't get them in the library, you can trade coins with him to get either recipes of the 15th century, Alchemelia or Alchemelia 2. You can get these at any point in the game depending on your luck with coin flips on bookshelves. So it's worth making sure you're not doubling up on something that you only need one of. Before moving on, I have to mention it, or I know there'll be a lot of people complaining in the comments, but you can enter a room from here called the Pit of Enlightenment. I will get into this as we dig into the lore more, but this is such an expositional nuke that if we go into it now, it would really waste time. Like, this video hasn't wasted your time enough. If you really want to know what's going on, bear with me. We will get there. I know I've said that a lot. Now, we're really close to being able to enter the Golden Temple. We just need that last soul I mentioned a minute ago. To get that, you have to go down into the back alley area. The pathing here feels really esoteric in a way that's almost retro. That probably sounds stupid, but it's really hard to tell where you're supposed to walk on this map without just following a path and hoping for the best. And it reminds me of how older games, RPGs like this especially, had issues with just feeling aimless all the time. It's interesting the way these sorts of quirks repeat themselves in indie games, even if this section is ultimately pretty linear once you figure it out. While wandering aimlessly, you'll probably come to a corner of the map where a creature has been suspended on a wall with chains. It's not too weird to see things being tortured down in the dungeons, but this one looks like nothing you've ever seen before. You just better hope that those chains hold. Once you navigate the twisty ancient roads, you'll be able to enter the Temple of Torment. You'll need to work your way into the back of the temple. You might run into one of the red men enemies. While doing so, depending on which path of the back you chose. These guys can only do the attacks Red Grasp and Scream at you. The first does very small health damage and has a chance to stun, and the second does some mind damage. The real issue here is their one-shot kill coin flip attack. Guess wrong, and like a lot of enemies with a coin flip attack, you're dead. If you can't run, just going for the head is always the best call, but it's best to not engage at all if possible. They don't drop any valuable loot anyway, and even when you kill them, their bodies still pose an obstacle to your traversal. So yeah, just ignore these guys. The leftmost door in the entrance will lead you to a path that goes all the way to the back wall of the temple. There's a short cliff and some chains hang from the ceiling above. At the end, they've got some hooks. Investigate and the game will prompt you to make a sacrifice. You need a live body to put on these hooks. Even with Enki, a ghoul won't cut it. Before you tempted to throw Das on the chains before she can complain or smoke up all of your tobacco, there's actually a way to avoid losing someone here. Work your way back out the temple and to the beacon. Go back to the present and navigate back around like you're going into the temple. Along the way, you'll find a massive section of road is missing. Unlike most other pits in the game, if you toss a stone down, you can actually hear it bounce pretty close to you. This is a sign that jumping into the pit is actually safe. One of the few safe pits in the entire game. Shout outs to the shit pit from earlier. This area doesn't exist in the past version of Mahabre. I think the idea is that you'd walk into the temple in the past, realize you'd need a sacrifice, and come back to the allies to explore the present. But finding this place is by no means intuitive. These caves are artificial, and golden mannequins stand in the way of the path all over the place. They're eerily similar to the embryo enemies, but actually your size. What's going on here feels like it's starting to become a bit clearer. Someone was trying to create artificial life here. There's tanks full of water in one of the rooms, and if you offer the one in best condition your blood, you can create a husk of yourself. The perfect, guilt-free human sacrifice. A nearby ladder leads back into the Temple of Torment, but this isn't as massive of a shortcut as it may seem. You'll need to return to the beacon and then go back into the past to access the chains. Touching again briefly on the pit you can jump down, there's an altar inside that you can offer limbs. These limbs are permanently gone, so using the limbs of a ghoul or something similar is the most rational save for a couple other exploits you could take advantage of. Fill all 4 slots with limbs and you'll be rewarded with the Sergal Spear. This spear apparently references the YouTuber Nico the Sergal, who the developer attributes his motivation to finishing the game for, as he was one of the first to record a playthrough of the Fear and Hunger demo that brought the game out of obscurity. The Sergal Spear is really good, having the highest attack stat in the game. However, it does have the drawback of being a two-handed weapon, which is really ironic when you may have just lopped off your arm to pick up this thing with someone who can now not actually use it. Otherwise, though, it's literally got the highest damage stat, so probably worth picking up if you can yoink some free arms from ghouls or something. The Husk, though not an actual party member on account of its inability to say or do anything but walk around, will follow you into the Temple of Torment. The Husk will helplessly trail into the room behind you. The game prompts you to make your sacrifice. Obviously, you ignore sacrificing the Husk and just sacrifice Das again. But anyways, regardless of what you do, you make a sacrifice and a terrifying red figure will begin to pursue you. This is avoidable if you run around the room, but starting the sacrifice sets you up for this boss fight as you have to simultaneously juggle running away with tightening the chains on your sacrifice. And this is the final gate before we get to that last third soul we came for. The Tormented One is broken up into 3 phases. The first phase is very simple. Every turn, the right arm is going to use Pummel, and the left arm has a chance to do it a second time. This doesn't hit super hard, but someone's always got to take the health tax. What you do have to worry about is Chains of Torment, which he'll start using on turn 2, and then every third turn that follows. Chains of Torment can do half your health depending on your armor and soul setup. And once you take both of his arms, the Tormented One will start using it on every turn. But taking both arms does make his head vulnerable. The safest strategy by far is to take out the right arm, focus on the torso, and try to minimize how often you have to mitigate Chains of Torment's damage. The best way to lower the damage entirely, though, is not to get caught in the first place, as this phase doesn't happen if you can run away long enough to kite him to another room and come back. It's not unwinnable without doing so, but it makes it significantly easier on resources. Completing the Torment of your Husk will rip its skin from its body and cause blood to flow into the channels that run all through the temple. Work your way back to the exit and you'll be stopped just before you get out when you reach the now full Pit of Torment. The Tormented One will rise from the blood once again whole, no matter how good you hacked him up prior. This fight isn't very different. He won't do Chains of Torment until you cut off both his arms, and going for headshots isn't really worth it. So just focus on the torso and mitigate the pummel damage. But once you take the torso down, you finally go into the third and final phase. The Tormented One stops his attacks and retreats closer to the center of the pool. A terrible sensation fills you, as if something is about to happen that should remain unknown to human eyes. The Tormented One emerges from the pool of blood once more, revealing 3 metal wheels rotating around him. These rings are the main mechanic to master for this boss fight, as they're both his means of offense and defense. While they do count as body parts, you can't kill the outer wheels, at least not permanently. Depleting their temporary health pool of 100 will result in them jamming, which will give you an opportunity to attack the Tormented One directly, who is still fixed to the innermost wheel. Otherwise, the first circle has a physical evasion rate of 85%, meaning focusing it directly before taking care of the other ones is a pretty bad gamble. When they aren't jammed, the revolutions of the wheels can hit you, causing both fractures and infections, in addition to the chains of torment that are still being cast by the Tormented One. While the murky and explosive vials sound good in theory because of their AoE damage, both aren't guaranteed to deal above 100 points. The vial that does carry in this fight, however, is the purple vial. A very helpful detail to know that if you apply DOT effects to the outer wheels, the damage calculation isn't actually applied to the aforementioned 100, but instead 10,000, which results in every tick of the DOT doing enough damage to jam the wheels again and again every single turn. This also immediately gives you the perfect conditions to strike, as jamming both outer wheels at once results in the first one jamming as well, applying the weakness status to the Tormented One himself. The wheels of torment, along with the Tormented One, sank into the pool of blood as quietly as they rose from it. You feel as if a millennia of torment just slipped before your eyes. You almost feel sorry for this tormented deity, but any feeling of pity is greatly overshadowed by your feelings of great accomplishment. Not just a personal accomplishment, but as if something greater has just started to change. The cogs of fear and hunger have begun to rotate on a larger scale. You get the tormented soul with you. Now that we have the final soul, we can make our way back to the Golden Temple. Leaving the Temple of Torment, we're greeted with silence. The music cuts out. The alleyways are getting suspiciously quiet. Making your way back, you're ambushed by a familiar face. This is the creature we passed earlier when it was still chained to the wall, the White Angel. His arms have extremely high odds to cut yours off and cause bleeding, and his coin flip attack, Helmbreaker, is a one-shot if it hits. Though notably, you can actually fail the coin flip and still be lucky enough to dodge it, as it doesn't ignore evasion like a lot of coin flip attacks. I do want to get into how I think this is a lot better, because it's much closer to how RPGs usually tend to handle these sort of big one-hit attacks. But I'm not doing that, the video's long enough. If both arms are intact, he can also use Blade Dance, which carries a high chance to take an arm off and cause bleeding as well. Notably, you can mitigate these odds with any of the endgame armors that reduce limb loss, and also the beloved Salmon Snake Soul. You can kill him by the torso, head, or heart, but anything other than the torso is pretty hard to hit with physical attacks. Splitting focus between an arm and either the torso or the heart is a pretty solid strat, with you being able to tip the odds a little more in your favor if you cast a spell on the heart, but even then, nothing is guaranteed. This fight is extremely worth your time if you've got a soul stone on you. The White Angel Soul gives its user a whole extra turn in battle, which is invaluable in endgame. As arduous as this process has been, we're getting some real access to more DPS in the endgame, and it feels really satisfying to have one party member be able to permanently double their damage as long as they, don't miss. This immense strategic value makes the White Angel Soul one of the smartest pulls you can go for an empty scroll. And keep in mind, if you've got multiple empty scrolls, you can just spam it and get duplicates. So 1 is really good. 2, it's a carry. Take the shortcut you opened up earlier back to the center, and you can now finally open those locked stone doors at the top of the map. But it won't work, because for that, we'll have to go back to the future. You know what's funny about the second film? The future's set in 2015. What did we get in 2015?
So, guys, we did it.
Life is Strange. Oh, that was a video game.
I shot myself! Back up! Gun. Hold on, Chloe.
Anyway, in the present, you can now show the statue blocking the path with the souls you've gathered from all the bosses in Mahare.
I see you got the Endless Soul, the Tormented Soul, and the Enlightened Soul. You possess all the required ingredients to pass through. As a last trial, I shall challenge you.
What do you mean by challenge?
An honorable duel to the demise of one of us.
I'm ready.
Prepare yourself. Hundreds of years without anyone passing by. My mind was already lost. I thank you for waking me up. Now you let us jump to the last figurine standing.
I breezed over this, but it's worth mentioning that if you want to get the Enlightened Soul, Tortured Soul, and Endless Soul without fighting bosses, you can kill Enki, Ramvaldir, and Kahara, respectively, to get it. This means that you can only really do all three this way by playing Das, but you don't really have a need to do that. Despite the Nameless figurine gatekeeping you from the final part of the game, he's actually really simple compared to those three bosses we just finished off. His arms have a massive health pool, and the attacks he does can't be evaded. He doesn't have a coin flip attack to worry about, so it's super effective to just focus on the head unless someone's close to death. Taking out the arms is a good idea depending on what you want to do, but if you don't plan to do any optional fights, just punch his head right off his body and move on to the Golden Temple. Now, this next part is really easy to miss. If you hold off on charging into the Golden Temple after beating the Nameless figurine, Pocket Cat will be present in the area only if you have the girl in your party. This only happens after Nameless is defeated, and it's easy to not even notice until you exit the Golden Temple. This is another section where Pocket Cat is going to be very pushy and demand you relinquish permanent custody of the child as he suspiciously fiddles with something in his pants that's probably not a fidget toy. The more you refuse him, the more he'll begin to crash out.
I came to a sudden realization that you happen to have that lovely little human girl with you, and I've been asking for such a thing for a while now. I think you should seriously consider my offer and just hand over the girl. How is it going to be, old chap?
No.
No?
Pocket Cat is purring loudly.
You see a large chap like myself asking nicely for a small, little offering. Something so insignificant. You don't even know this little creature. You just met her a few fleeting moments ago. Yet you decline me this tiny pleasure. My only pleasure.
Tiny is a disturbing choice of words. Pocket Cat is purring louder and louder.
I'll ask once more. Will you politely give me the girl?
No.
No? This one says no. Master, what do I do? You don't always get what you want, huh? I did think you loved me. I really did. I mean, how else do you explain all those long gazes we shared? And how we always used to talk to the long hours of the night. Just the two of us. Maybe our feet gently touched each other when no one else was watching. I thought there was something there. I'm not going to lie. This breaks my heart. I think it's best for me to go. Just leave this place. If you ever... No, some things are better left unsaid. I'll leave while I still have my dignity. Goodbye. Yeah, that's enough of that. I'm not a by the way.
If this exchange was dignified, I'm horrified trying to imagine what the guy considers to be shameful. But if you're willing to ignore him being desperately obsessed with the girl, there's actual lore here, especially him talking about his master. There's two very major things you can get from this conversation. One, despite Pocket Cat really wanting to get the girl, even going as far as following you all the way down to Mahabre and crashing out right in front of you, he never actually hurts you. He doesn't try to attack you, there's no fight. He just tries threatening you into submission. You deny him enough times and he leaves, with some parasocial dialogue, but still. He just disappears and you never see him again in the game. So he must be holding himself back for whatever reason, or rather, someone might be holding him back. Which brings me to my second point, his master.
This is literally one line of dialogue, but it reveals so much, as Pocket Cat isn't actually acting alone. He's here on someone's orders. Whoever his master is, they also seem to be listening, maybe even controlling him remotely. Most likely, they have some sort of connection to the gods, old or new, but at this point, it's impossible to really guess, since no one else so far seems to have shown nearly as much interest in the girl.
Making your way back to the inside shortcut to the center area of Mahabre, you might come across the body of a dragon in one of the inside areas of the dilapidated present version. Investigate it and it will give us an important piece of putting together what happened here. There is a huge mystical beast slain here. The carcass has been here for ages, but the Temperor of the Forgotten City seems to have preserved the body relatively well. The anatomy of the beast doesn't seem to favor insects or other maggots, which has helped the preservation. The neck of the beast was cut with this spear in an encounter. You can take the war scythe from its carcass, but it's the single worst weapon in the game, even more so than bone shears. It's horribly inaccurate, hitting less than a third of the time, and doesn't make up for its horrible hit rate by hitting everything on screen for basically a tickle's worth of damage. The AoE gimmick, it's not worth it. Let it just collect dust at the bottom of your inventory.
There are some interesting implications to the dragon only being present on the inside of the shortcut. Dragons really existed sometime between the past and the present versions of Mahabre, and to our main cast, they seem to be beasts of fiction, either dragons that went extinct in that period of time, or something brought this monster here.
In any case, once you make one final save and push past the nameless figurine, you'll be able to wander the worn-down halls of the present Golden Temple. Inside, you'll be able to find the King's Passage key. Dawdle too long, and like the beginning of the game, you'll be ambushed by dogs. But this time, you do stand more of a fighting chance. Although it is still best to avoid them altogether. Run to the end of the hall, and you'll be able to find another stabbable, pulsating purple organ. But there's no way to progress further in the present. Use the machine to go back to the past, and you'll be able to use the key to finally open those heavy stone doors and see the Golden Temple in all its former glory. Now, this is where I have to admit something kind of embarrassing. No, it's not that. I've been playing a bit of a trick on you, or rather the developer has. If you're still hoarding any empty scrolls this deep into the game, you can take advantage of their ability to give you just about any item to receive the King's Passage key without actually having to go into the present version of the Gold Temple. You can literally just give it to yourself. This means there is no need for the enlightened, endless, and tormented soul if you use this method. If you happen to have one sitting in your inventory when you get to these stone doors, you can save yourself hours of time and a lot of resources. And you won't really need them since the last boss is kind of a pushover anyway. It does suck a lot of wind out of the endgame, but again, this is only knowledge that you would have learned from past experiences, which is looking on Reddit. I'm pretty sure someone found that out on the first day and they were probably promptly banned there. The layout is the same as the past version, even if you skip that. The temple is rather small and linear compared to the Temple of Torment. The clock-like mechanisms inside the Golden Temple are moving again in the present. This will cause flames to burst forth from the grate to the floor on a set cycle. As long as you take your time, you should be fine, since risking instant death isn't worth it. At the end of the hall with the dog cages, you can find a present version of Francois, who will have hints for his own boss fight as well as some important lore on the new gods. Using Francois's arrogance to your advantage is very easy to do, given that we can talk to every enemy in the game. We just need the right words to permatilt him like Coach was in the Left 4 Dead 2 intro.
Maybe the helicopter. Maybe it's made of chocolate.
If you were this far, it must mean that another cycle is to begin, huh? It's all pointless, you know. We're nothing but puppets. There is no real domination. So yes, I'm ready. Take this key. You will need it. Proceed back in time, and you will find my younger self. Kill him, and you will get what you are after. Kill him if you can, that is.
This version of Francois is much easier to talk to than his boss counterpart. Well, he's made it very clear what we need to do, even if we don't necessarily know how to do it yet. Puppets? What are you talking about?
Where's the fun in me explaining everything? It took me numerous life cycles to understand the greater scheme of things. Let me at least enjoy your ignorance. It's one of the last pleasures I got left.
He's pretty friendly for a boomer, but he still speaks in abstract language that's hard to parse, like pretty much every NPC in this game. There's more to be said about puppets, but not anything we can extrapolate on what little Francois gives us in this regard. How do I kill you?
I used to be quite a cocky one. Use that to your advantage.
This is the important bit. I'll get into how to do it shortly. What are these dogs?
I've used a couple of generations to breed this magnificent war dog. You're ferocious little bastards.
Well, that explains why you get mauled so easily at the start of the game if you hang around too long. All of the war dogs of the dungeon are probably bred by Francois. Back to the past. When you enter the room at the end of the only long hallway, you'll be greeted with a massive golden throne that's being sat on by a conquistador-looking man who has his head held up by his hand in a cocky, aloof manner. He looks like he's been sitting a while and now he's just bored. You see Francois, the dominating one, sitting on the throne. He's got a look on his face that absolutely despises your mere existence. Without reason, you feel like lesser of a human being.
So, you're finally here. You think you can overthrow my absolute dominance? We'll see about that.
So begins the last fight with a new god. Now, this seems like it'd be really intimidating with the whole, he's the last of the new gods thing. But there's an easy way to keep Francois from being able to do basically anything. That's spamming the talk option. By doing that, you can keep Francois stunned for 2 turns, and you're able to repeat this infinitely. So if you rage bait him every time he'd start attacking, he'll be too pissed off to do anything. Prepare to die like a worm.
I'm past life and death. I'm closer to the gods than no one has ever been.
Of course you are close to gods. You're standing next to one.
Not in a million years. I recognize a weasel when I see one. You got no spine. You got no balls. You're nothing to me. You'll just be an extension of my domination once I bend over your dead torso.
You're nothing but a puppet in the greater scheme of things.
A puppet? A puppet of whom? Do you see strings attached to my arms? Do you see a puppeteer somewhere? There's no one but me left. Well, who is it that puppeteers me? Why don't you reveal this secret knowledge of yours?
How little you really know.
You know nothing. You think I'd fall for your pesky dictum?
Francois seems to be in an agitated state of mind. Francois, again, like I said, will remain frustrated for 2 turns. So you can take off his arms and then work on his torso until he's dead, stopping only to distract him again when he says, "Why won't you answer me?" He's susceptible to burn and poison, so you can use them to melt him even faster. He will enter a second phase where he introduces a coin flip attack that I really don't want to talk about, but as long as you take his arms off before the second phase starts, he can't do the attack at all. This is super valuable since it's the only move he can do while stunned. Just keep him too tilted to actually swing on you, and you're basically doing his coin flip attack on him. Francois, the dominating one, dies. You have proven your dominance over this old man who desperately tried to keep up with the times. With Francois the dominating falling, the order the new gods kept also crumbles down. The remnants of their reign are quickly forgotten. There's only one thing left to do now that you've dismantled the order of the new gods with your own mortal hands. You have to become a god yourself and claim your own position on the throne. As you close the throne, you feel air standing still. You feel electricity and excitement radiating from the chair. Your heart is beating fast. It feels like the throne holds great significance to the greater scheme of things. The throne of the new gods is sitting here empty, waiting for the successor to the past gods. When you take your seat, a blinding light fills your vision and a new world is laid forth beneath you. This is the last area of the game, and you only need to find your player character as an NPC and talk to them to get the ending. However, it sounds simple, but this is Fear and Hunger. So now you've got flying pterodactyl-like enemies named blights that fly around and instantly start a fight if you run into them. There are also enemies that wander and can poison you in fights called the Molded. And if you don't hide in holes around the void area, you'll be ambushed by a T-Rex-like enemy known as the Greater Blight. These are incredibly difficult to fight, with very little to gain from beating them. We can already gather that the new gods didn't build Mahabre. Valtiel was too preoccupied with reading books on on how to riz women, and the other gods certainly didn't do it. It stands to reason that Mahabre is actually home of the Lizardman enemy. The cave dwellers already have a home, and their weapons and armor are much more crude than that of the Lizardmen. If the Lizardmen had a home down here, it was likely Mahabre. They probably built the temple and throne for some sort of spiritual purpose, and maybe Ascension fit into their belief structure somehow. From this, we can gather that not only are the Blights Lizardmen who have sat on the throne, but it's possible the dragon corpse we found was also the remains of some sort of ascended lizard. It already seemed like Ascension was a fallacy, but the power of the Greater Blights really hits home how insignificant we still are. Fear and Hunger's maps can sometimes be confusing. This one is the worst by far. Not because everything's too tight, because everything is too open. This is the equivalent of a battlefield map. You probably won't know where to go, get stuck, lost, scared, confused. You won't find a hole in time, and again, get mauled by a T-Rex. Now, if you can, try to keep calm. Make sure you can always find a hole to hide in, and then you can finally find your player character and initiate ending D.
Kahara, you remember the moment we got our freedom for the first time? That is the feeling we've been striving for ever since. Leave your burdens behind. Leave your body behind. Let me continue our flow with the wind.
A fight with yourself starts, and you're greeted by your own ascended form.
The only place where I can truly be free are my dreams. In the vast open plains of this netherworld, I hold no burden over the worries of my past life. Of course, this is a flawed logic. One should not bind oneself to a set location. One should be able to wander the world like a wind. But even gods are allowed to have flaws, no?
It probably has something to do with having to be stuck in the cook chair, but Kahara's ending doesn't really have anything to do with the flashback in terms of resolving things. In becoming a new god, he's free to go and do whatever he wants. It's like what they say about the old ball and chain, I guess. The flashback made it feel like he didn't see her just as a burden. But maybe Ascension is too intoxicating to be concerned with silly things like your lover and your child's safety.
Dars, we've been submissive long enough. Can't you hear our soul yearn for more? We can dominate, you can dominate. Just leave your earthly body behind and let us ascend. Let me dominate those that need hurting. What is true domination? There is no domination if there are no weak. That is the law of the nature. There is no shame in admitting that you want power over the poor and the weak. You yourself have sought domination by getting this far. You wanted to prove to others that you've got what it takes. You wanted to dominate the oppressive and hopeless darkness.
Darce's ending feels comparatively a lot more rational than Kahara's. She's always been playing second fiddle to someone when she's not the protagonist, and always starts with wanting to honor loyalty to Lagarde. The narrative certainly isn't kind to her just because she's a woman either. Less so, if anything. Ascension for her is about surpassing this narrative position she's always in, where she's treated like a subordinate. Now, she doesn't have to answer to anybody.
For a long way, you need to kill your ego and run. Leave your fleshy shell behind, and let me continue your ambitions. Knowledge. It suffocates those who are not able to adjust to it. I could not bear the world with everything I've learned, with the enlightenment and my ascension. It is said that ignorance is bliss, and the knowledge only ends at the pain. The only way for me to continue existing was to change. Knowledge changes one permanently. There is no looking back after a certain point.
Enki's ending feels a bit more predictable to me. His whole character centers around an obsession with knowledge. It feels likely that Valtiel probably ascended for similar reasons, and Enki feels as though he's chasing that path in his ending. And then also you've got Rambaldir. I kind of forgot about him, to be honest. I think he's Swedish or something.
Rangvalder, the torment has no end. It is our fate. You must have been feeling the same as I. So don't try to abstain from the inevitable. Embrace the torment. Let me make sure your torment doesn't go to waste. I've grown to love my torment and suffering. I curse my place in this universe. I curse the fate that has been laid in front of me. But I've grown to love it as well. Suffering alters my sight. I can use the energy to my advantage. It is like an ancient secret that was revealed to me in my darkest hour. A secret only I am aware of.
Now, if you're smarter than me, and you probably are, then you've realized that these endings all relate back to the path of one of the new gods. Ram Valdez is the most obvious, echoing the Tormented One. No matter who you choose to be your protagonist, though, you'll have to decide how to handle your newfound ascension. You'll have to decide whether to share the news of your ascension with others, and between spreading your influence through either conquest or converting people to your new religion. As time passes, will you tell people about your monumental achievement and share your gospel? How you passed through all the hardships the dungeon laid before you, and about your eventual ascension? If you share the gospel, stories about your fabled endeavors are passed to people of all ages. Your tales inspire many in the times to come, from children to elderly. But then, if you choose to live in silence, your story is left unspoken and unsung. There are rumors here and there, but for the most part, the era of the new gods started to diminish with your ascension. In the coming era, mankind is at the brink of chaos. Diseases run wild, and kingdoms wage war with hundreds of thousands of casualties on all fronts, both women and children included. You would have the power to interrupt and potentially stop this. You have the strength to stop the mindless killing, but that would require you to step out of the plane of this void. Instead, you could try to affect mankind through religion and beliefs. Affecting the whole culture means slow change, and its effects don't save those in immediate peril. But religion might have more long-lasting effects. Though living in silence is supported much more by narrative flavor text, either of these choices are viable to get a unique ending. One thing that immediately sticks out to me is how adamant every ending is that there is nothing you can do to ascend past the old gods in terms of power. Depending on your choice, you can make grand changes in history based on your authority, but the nigh infinite and terrifying strength of the old gods always remains beyond your reach here. If you combine sharing the gospel and then saving mankind with your strength, you get this. You leave your golden throne to disrupt the ongoing wars. With overwhelming strength, you crush entire armies that stand in your way. Kings and sultans of the time are left in terror before your power. Once you are done with your rage, mankind is left in a state of chaos. Common people have no one to turn onto, and thus they seek safety from smaller tribes and communes. By meddling with mankind, you ended up halting the technological and cultural progress. People are also less self-imposed because of relying on old gods in the past. The civilizations are back to an Iron Age-like structure where physical strength is the only thing that matters. You watch other deities and gods fall around you one by one as men revolt against old world order. However, your gospel back in the day was so strong that people remember it loud and clear. Your legacy had only grown stronger with you crushing the warring kingdoms before chaos began. Men fear you. You are known as the fierce god, and because there are no other gods left to rival your power, you become the one and only god, despite your strength being limited to that of a new god. So this ending has a pretty big God of War flavor to it, I think. You're not unkillable, but your might and ambition is so undeniable that your legacy precedes you in a way that is much larger than your actual abilities. People remember you for a longer time than other gods, just because they saw your display of strength at first hand. But again, it does give that feeling the only reason you have so much power is because at this point in time, no one is actually stronger than you. And in the future, that could definitely change. Much like how you started off as a normal human, you ascended the throne. Maybe someone else does that in the future and usurps you. If you combine sharing the gospel and influence through religion, you get this. Slowly, in times of despair, people start to turn to your religion in hopes for salvation. Many were killed, and every new victim feeds the ongoing plague and destruction. This age would be known as the Dark Age in the history books, but your light would become an important factor in the survival of civilizations. You are known to men as the merciful god. New deities and false apostles rise as decades go by. But the foundation you laid during the Dark Age made you a pillar of morals for centuries to come. Even if your power is limited to that of a new god, your legacy would eventually rival that of the older gods. So this is basically a nerdy opposite of the previous ending. Though people lived in times of ruin, your influence is used to sedate the masses, despite the fact things are mostly your fault. But at least you'll have a legacy of people respecting you, similar to Ulmir, if anything. If you pick Live in Silence and save mankind with your strength, you'll get a similar ending to Share the Gospel and save mankind with your strength. But there will also be an extension where it doesn't turn out too well for you. The harsh times breed harsh men. Mankind is physically in its peak condition because of the warring tribes. Because there is no centralized civilization, creating a strong, uniform religion proves to be difficult. With all new understanding of morals and customs, people riot against the gods of older times. You manage to withstand against the oncoming forces for some time, but eventually among mankind, there appears to be a successor to your reign. You are beheaded, and your mutilated torso is put on display. You become a symbol of old, and in this way, you're remembered even in coming centuries. So, taking the absolute brainlit approach without sharing your creed leaves the world in a relative state of anarchy and peril, and you aren't even rewarded for it either. But if you pick Live in Silence and then influencing people through religion, you'll get this. Sadly, only few people find their way to your teachings because of your relatively less known status. At best, you manage to form a cult around your religion, but because anyone who follows you is condemned as a heretic in these times of great peril and prejudice, your followers resort to dark arts and dubious methods in order to survive. Centuries later, you still manage to hang onto your cult status. However, generations of degenerative methods inside your cult has led it to become very notorious around modern religions. You are considered far from the most notable gods, and generally your followers are spit upon on the city streets. With your legacy dying, so does your strength. You are dethroned as time goes on by the generation of new gods. You are forgotten in the sands of time. This feels a bit oxymoronic because living in silence and influencing people with a religion you made up, it doesn't really seem comparable. You only really increase your influence by people that are intrigued and get close to hearing you. You're basically the equivalent of walking voice proximity chat. Again, like 2 or 3 people might hear you, but the entire world, you've got no chance. None of these endings completely repeat themselves. They do add extensions, but it's notable that there are major themes of being violent or theocratic in how you grow your legacy. The game favors neither in particular, but rather sharing your belief system with others, because otherwise you'll end up desecrated and left behind like a teenager Reddit atheist phase.
Now, after all this, making it through the ancient city, down into the void, and ascending as a new god, you might start to look back on your journey and the choices you made and where they took you. You might even begin to wonder what other paths there might have been for you to take.
Going back all the way to the start, if you listened to me and didn't try to torment yourself by picking the Outlander, you may have noticed him missing all the way throughout the game. Every other main character makes an appearance, but he's just gone off somewhere. Aside from the single conversation he has with you in the courtyard. Well, you might remember that the same courtyard also has a small hidden part with this huge tree you can go inside. There's an entire area down there you can reach, but had no way to traverse before. You could think that maybe you need some sort of item to cut through the vines or whatever. Turns out, no, you just have to randomly spam interact on the wall to get an open path for you. So now you finally get to explore the thicket. And like most areas in the game, it has its own quirks. It's quite a quirky area. Your main enemy down here is the Mumbler, this weird-looking guy who dies in one tap to the head. Now, an enemy dying in one hit to the area that you can never usually hit in your first turn. This sounds a bit too good to be true, and it definitely is, because as soon as you headshot him, it causes it to explode and throws poison at a random party member, which is completely fine, you know, if you have an inventory full of white vials to use. But let's be real, you probably don't. That being said, you can kill the torso and you won't get poisoned. Its other attacks can't even outright kill you. Instead, they attack your mind, either just dealing a little bit of flat damage to it or even outright setting it down to 50, which, let's say, for example, you're sitting on 51 mind. It does absolutely nothing. But then, if you've recently restored all of your mind, absolutely debilitating. GG, you just wasted an item. But even then, mind restoring items are much more common than health restoring ones. So, you know, smoke that opium, drink that alcohol, you'll be alright. That is, unless you're playing the marriage, because for some reason, it'll get its mind completely reduced permanently instead. I have no idea why. Law scholars, I'm pretty sure you'll leave a 12-page thesis in the comments section explaining how it's part of the intrinsic law or something. It's probably just a bug. I mean, maybe in the old code, that's actually how it was supposed to work for every party member. It kind of would fit the, you know, punish the player as much as possible design.
Give me something. Wow.
Also, if you remember when I was talking about the Outlander way back at the start, I mentioned his Devour ability. If you have it for one reason or another and try to eat one of the mumblers to get some food back, you predictably get food poisoning from eating unidentifiable fungus. Look, I get it. You wanted to experiment. That's why you tried to eat the thing that looked like a penis. It's still kind of on you, though. Anyway, generally, you can also just ignore them, since this layer of the thicket barely has any points of interest aside from a chest and a couple of urns. What you're actually looking for here is to go to a specific spot where the ground gives way underneath so you can drop down into a deeper layer. The level 4 thicket is where it actually starts getting interesting. First off, this is where you actually get to meet Ragnarval. Ragnarval. Fuck.
Ragnvalder.
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 Ragnvalder. Ronvalde.
Ragnvalder.
That's right, yeah, Ronvalde. First off, this is actually where you get to meet Ronvalde, or the Outlander again.
Oh? You again? You're still alive? Ha! I guess I misjudged you previously. This place is truly curious, isn't it? They say these are the intestines of the god of the depths. That means we are inside an older god.
You can ask him more about the god of the depths, who seems to be a part of the old gods, although he's not really mentioned as much as the others are.
Yes, he is not that well-known god, as he is mostly worshipped by those who are forsaken and forgotten. His people often shy away from light and prefer dark corners of the earth. You've seen the cave dwellers? They prove my point quite well. The god of the depths is responsible for the layout of these dungeons. He is ever changing his shape to challenge the visitors. I'd try to please him if I were to delve deeper.
How you'd be able to do that is not really clear, considering you can't even pray to him at any of the circles, which makes his circle of spells completely inaccessible, unless you choose to study him as the Dark Priest. This dialogue also gives you a legitimate in-universe reason for why the rooms have different variations. The God of the Depths is basically just messing with you. You can also ask him how his search is going, although you probably already know the answer.
Nay, not yet. There's a man in prison somewhere in these dungeons. The man has something that shouldn't belong to any human. I'm here to retrieve it, and perhaps get rid of the man while at it. He carries an ominous energy with him. I'm not sure what to think of it.
That thing being the Cube of the Depths, the artifact he bought from Vinland, which makes this conversation kind of funny if you've already picked the cube up before talking to him. You can now ask him to join your party, and after seeing you made it this far, he'll finally agree to travel with you.
Right, so you know how I said Ragnarvald is a complete shit as a starting character? That still stands, but as a party member, he's actually pretty good.
He starts with Warcry, which taunts enemies to target him. I mentioned how awful that was when you were playing as him, since, you know, losing health on your main character kind of just ends the game. Not only that, but having to lose a turn on your main because you have to cast the Warcry in the first place. So on your own, it's a useless ability. But having Ranvaldir as a party member, it doesn't really make any difference whether he lives or dies. And losing a turn isn't nearly as bad. You can basically beef him up with a defensive accessory and make sure he guards every single turn while the rest of the party fights. On the other hand, he's also a really good damage dealer as he starts out with 40 attack. That being instead of the regular 30, which again makes him an ideal party member for DPS as well. So depending the party composition, when you find him and recruit him, he can basically fill whatever role that you're lacking. I still find it insane how much of a swing it is to be the single worst main character and then in turn being possibly one of the best party members. It's also funny how exactly the opposite happens with Kahara, where he's easily the most versatile main but has nothing to offer as a squad mate. When you think about it as well, it kind of plays into their personalities. Ranvaldir is a pretty nice guy when you talk to him and volunteers information. That's once he realizes that you're still sane, even though you can just attack and kill him right then and there. You can even draw a parallel that he's tormented, where the only solace he can find is to help others.
Meanwhile, Kahara is an egocentric dick who's only in your party because he's too much of a bitch to walk alone and will basically stab you in the back the second it becomes profitable for him. And to be fair, he is literally just a thief and a mercenary after all. You can't really expect him to do much for you.
Aside from a new party member, this part of the thicket is mostly empty, aside from an ominous sword sticking out of the floor. You can definitely tell it's special in some way because the area around it is clear of vines, like the sword's aura is keeping them from growing. When you go to pick it up, you get a warning about it having negative aura. In the theme of obvious foreshadowing, yes, this sword is cursed, and the second you take it, you start getting followed by a ghost of its previous wielder. You pull out the Eastern sword from the ground. Immediately, you feel a presence following you. It attacks you on sight. Ghosts have this one neat trick of being immune to 90% of damage in the game. Fortunately, this time, the problem actually solves itself, as the sword does otherworldly type damage, giving you a simple solution to the fight. As long as you can run away and equip it, and then do the fight again, and also have enough damage to kill it in one turn. Since starting on turn 2, it starts coming out with the Fear and Hunger standard issue, permanent limb loss attack. Once you kill it, if you can you kill a ghost? I don't know. Once you despawn the ghost, you get this Dark Souls side character type exposition. What kind of voice should I do here?
Finish my task, oh worthy.
He would not sound like that, by the way. I mean, look at that character.
Finish my...
I'm turning into a smiling friends character.
Oh, finish my task, oh worthy.
Can you imagine, like, Eastern Spectre, and he just has, like, an Australian accent?
Finish me task, fucking dog.
Do a whole bit there with just all the stuff.
The Assassin Spectre was said to have hailed from the Far East, even farther than the Eastern sanctuaries. He showed up one day without much explanation from his side, to assist in the prevention of the darkness spreading. He eventually died in the fight. However, he and his sword remain unaffected by the black, and his sheer iron will manifested from his blade, showing the man's exceptional skill and will in his prime and in his life. Finish my task. Oh,
This task being fucknotes, because this guy never comes up again. He shows up for his sword, cuts off your hands, asks you to finish his undefined job for him and leaves. And despite what you might expect, his sword's item description also doesn't have like a 20-page lore explanation of what he was actually doing here.
At least the sword is actually pretty good. The base version has 60 attack, a really good base value for a one-handed weapon, as well as a bonus 40% crit chance. Like I mentioned earlier, it also has the otherworldly damage type, so you can use it to clear out ghosts in case you didn't randomly roll Black Orb from scrolls. The only downside to the base version is that the Spectre will keep chasing you, and not just in the thicket. Literally anywhere you go, he'll follow you. All you have to do to stop him is, of course, kill him, which on top of the vague dialogue will also purify the sword, also letting you know its name. The Eastern sword was purified. The engraving on the hilt becomes clear to you now. Eastern sword was purified, and it revealed its true name to you. The Black Steel of the East. Purifying it almost doubles its crit chance from 40 to 70%, but it does remove its otherworldly damage.
So really, it's situational whether it's even worth purifying or not. Although crits in this game do triple the damage you do, so getting the chance as high up as possible can be devastating in combat.
After the sword, there's not really much else to do on this floor. So you'll have to go back to blindly looking for holes in the floor until you fall through one, getting yourself, again, deeper into the thicket. As soon as you land, you can tell this part of the thicket is much more alive than the upper levels. The air is very damp here, and it's not easy to breathe. As you walk through the corridor, you can even see a mumbler-like enemy with a lantern crossing on the other side. There's also these red flowers everywhere, described as absorbing life from somewhere. If, like Rambaldir said, this thicket is inside the God of the Depths. That could mean the flowers are feeding off its energy. You can also see them feeding off other creatures like the mumblers. An infection by one of those brain flowers causes the enemies to become more aggressive and makes their combat an even bigger pain, since the flower is now yet another limb that you have to worry about. It only has one attack on its own, pollen, which causes your own party members to start growing these flowers out of their heads, which lowers their hit rate by 50%. This might sound pretty awful. You can maybe compare it to the bone shears with how bad it is. But you'll realize this is actually a blessing in comparison to the secondary thing it does. You don't control your party members anymore. The brain flower does. And of course, the only thing it makes them do is attack the non-infected party members. Like any status effect in the game, it's min-maxed to cause the most amount of frustration, because while you can cure it, you have to use worm juice, which, as you know, is famous for trading away one status effect to give you another one. So honestly, spare yourself the pain, always target the flower first.
Flower.
There's also the Greater Mumbler, fortunately without the brain flower. You could find one of these guys in the Grand Library in Mahabre as well, but I imagine that one also wandered out of the thicket considering how dense it is with mumblers. The fight works exactly the same as in Mahabre. Either cut off its arms or just go for the body to one-shot it if you have the damage. But honestly, you don't even need to fight it anyway, since all it really does is patrol one specific area. So as long as you don't stand there and watch it as it gets closer and closer, you'll probably be alright. Just don't go AFK. But why are you going AFK in Fear and Hunger? As for actual interesting things deeper in the thicket, there's another one of those huge purple organs you can find. The same as in the Catacombs and the Golden Temple. If you destroyed the other two, when you hit this one, you'll get the following message. The organ stopped moving completely. This must have been the last one. You hear a faint scream-like sound echoing in the dungeons. Seems like an older presence has died. Just the idea is monumental and almost too much for you to bear. So you definitely just killed something important even. Look, I get it. I know I've said that for a lot of things. We'll come back to it later. It's a long video. Why do you think there's not been like an upload for 6 months? If you already know the answers to your question, then why ask? Pig fuck! Anyway, that's actually all there is to do down here. I mean, there's a soul stone, but that's really about it. When you compare the thicket to the standard route, it seems pretty empty, but there's a good loot pool. But to get out of here, obviously you can't backtrack up through the ceiling, so you'll have to find another hole. Doing that drops you back down into the overgrown room in the catacombs, completing the circular journey. I'm sure that there are maps that are explaining, the different routes you could have gone through, the dungeons, the prisons, and how the thicket connects all of it. I'm just going to show the windmill from Dark Souls 2.
Damn!
And it's literally just a windmill with a fucking straight elevator going into the sky. Straight line up. It doesn't make any sense, man. There is one more thing in the thicket, though. 2 holes leading down. One leads to Ranvaldir and the Eastern Sword, but the other one leads you to an otherwise unreachable section. And that's where you can find this poorly rendered Silksong character sat in a chair. You can't talk to him normally. That is unless you have the mastery over insects, which I think is only obtainable for the Dark Priest in his intro, or if you use an empty scroll, since you literally can't get God of the Depths affinity before this. Speaking to him with the ability reveals that you are in fact talking to royalty.
Greetings. It appears you understand us, but alas, you are not one of us, not just yet at least. Tell me, oh filthy human, do you want to kneel in front of me?
If you don't kneel, he just tells you to fuck off. So for curiosity's sake, you might as well do what he wants.
Your humility pleases me. Oh, yes. I might just make you one with our kind one day. Yes. But for now, you are a peasant. Say it. Say you are my peasant.
He has a ridiculous amount of sass for being in the wrong video game.
A peasant. There's a lowly being on the upper levels, a wretched being who wishes to be like us. The being wants to soar the skies, but we cannot allow that. Not from someone as miserable as him. Murder that being. I want to see its blood flow, and I shall reward you.
This is the first instance in Fear and Hunger where you actually get a well-articulated simple quest. Just go and kill a guy. Of course, because it's fear and hunger, your quest is to kill a practically defenseless creature for no other reason than a cockroach being jealous of its transformation into a butterfly.
If you go out and kill him, he'll welcome you back and thank you. Oh shit, I got more the Cockroach King. I forgot his fucking voice.
Daddy changed the world.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Peasant, your task is done, I hear. I am very pleased with your efforts. Butterfly? No, not in a million years. Peasant, you shall rise in rank. You are from this day onwards a noble.
With this, you can rank up from a level 0, absolutely worthless peasant level to level 20, righteous, virtuous, noble, but also your affinity with the god of the depths increases. This is the only way to raise it in the entire game, so it's definitely worth doing if you want to try out the spells. And the spells, as I've mentioned before, are pretty good, but taking this path to unlock them, of course, means you won't be able to get the butterfly soul. Now, if you're playing as Dark Priest, that's the end of the quest line. You can go on with your life and become, I don't know, a new god or something. But if you're playing as any other character, you get another task.
Noble one, I might have tasks for you, yes. There is an outsider in these dungeons, one with magical properties, yes. My people have always wanted a new flesh of a home that has magical properties. Murder this long-haired priest of destruction, and I shall reward you.
Especially awkward to get this with Enki in your party, listening to the cockroach talking about you killing him. After completing your task by killing Enki down in the catacombs, where you usually recruit him, you get more praise and another rank up.
Noble, your task is done, I hear. I am very pleased with your efforts once again. My people got their flesh of a home they wanted for so long. Noble, you shall rise in rank. You are from this day onwards a knight.
Meaning the long grind is over and you are now the god of the depths' most favorite human, giving you access to all of his spells. 2 of them you might already know: Mastery over Insects, which you'll already have, and Needleworm. It sucks. It's terrible. I'm not even doing an entire section on it. It is probably the single worst spell in the entire game. I mean, you can farm health with it when you need to. Great. But then there's the Circle 2 spells, one of them being a flock of crows, which does really good damage, only actually a bit less than the Black Orb. It also hits 3 times and inflicts blindness, which gives the body part negative 75% hit rate, which is incredible in fights where, for example, the head has the strongest attack. You know, for example, the hint, Crow Mauler. Also incredibly useless anywhere else because it... instead of applying blindness to something you probably could have killed already instead. It gets even better since blindness only works on limbs on the turn after you apply, unlike just killing the limb, so you're literally wasting time doing it. And also you can apply it with a red vial, which is bugged to be infinite anyway. But you know what? The damage, it's alright. It's basically a discount version of the Black Orb. And then there's also Locust Swarm, which does absolutely pitiful damage, but applies confusion to everything. Everything. Skip 2 turns. By the way, this entire quest, which was really convoluted and hard to find and very specific, you could have got all of this if you picked the Dark Priest in the intro and then chose to study the God of the Depths. By the way, I mentioned the Crow Mauler earlier. This entire time I've been telling you to just avoid him, but you've already finished the game once. I mean, surely at this point you can get a save and then try to fight him. He's still a complete pain in the ass to kill, of course. His only attacking body parts are the left arm and head, but it's pointless trying to take them off since the head has 500 HP on top of its ridiculous evasion rate, and the arms have 700, only 550 less than the torso. The head is definitely your biggest danger though, since it uses peck, a body part removing attack that always removes the same one body part, your head, killing you instantly. So yeah, Flock of Crows or Red Vials are absolutely necessary. Coincidentally, he can also cast Flock of Crows. To be fair, Rambaldir did mention that those who were forsaken and forgotten end up worshipping the God of the Depths. It's not really a stretch to say the Crow Mauler ended up gaining his favor. Fortunately, the Flock deals much less damage to you, but on the flip side, blindness is completely debilitating, like incurable levels of debilitating. It's equivalent to losing a limb, except worse. A hit rate penalty, of course, applies, but watch what happens when your main character is the one to get blinded. No, we didn't forget to edit this in. You are now completely blind. Your main character can't see anything, so neither can you. Your party members have no issue walking around blind since they can just conga line behind you. But once the leader is blind, everyone else is. Obviously, this results in a completely dead run. That is, unless you somehow blind walk to a ritual circle and create a marriage, but I wouldn't even bother trying. Now, there is one singular item in the game that will actually cure you, called the Iron Mask. It's technically only supposed to prevent it, but it just works like the rest of the game. The mask isn't part of any loot pool. To get it, you'll have to backtrack a lot of ground. And first, you might as well try and finish off the Crow Mauler. Once you blind his head, all that's left is the arm, which will spam fractures and infections at you, along with halving your party members' HP bars. But if you keep spam healing, you'll probably take the torso down in 3 to 4 turns. You can start the fight using On Guard, as well as he's just a regular overworld enemy, cutting down the risk of losing party members out to basically nothing. This gets you the Crow Emblem key, but before you look for the lock, you can also take his soul, which appropriately to how much of a bitch he is really good, multiplying your attack by 1.3. Definitely up there with the Black Witch and White Angel soul. That key is used all the way back in the level 2 basement. You might remember this schizophrenic door that talked to you about letting the blood flow. Once you open it with the Crow Emblem key, the first thing you see are a bunch of corpses, but apart from those, a lone sword sticking out, as if it alone killed everyone in the pile.
You miserable mortal worm.
You hear voices inside your head. The sound seems to come from the sword that's on top of the carcasses.
Chaos, pain, and misery. Those are the reasons I was created. Do you want me?
The only correct answer is yes, of course, which grants you the schizophrenic sword miasma. You might now wonder, what was so bad about it that the Crow Mauler himself had to seal it away? Well, first of all, it's really good, as it has the highest attack boost out of any one-handed weapon. But looking at its design, and the fact that it talks to you, you can imagine there's probably a bit more to it. As you walk around with it a bit and let your mind deteriorate a bit too much, you might find the sword starts to speak to you, demanding blood.
Once you hear it, the screen starts to go black and your character passes out. When you wake up, the bodies of your party members lie all around you.
The sword possessed you and forced you to kill everyone in your party, giving you yet another reason to never forget the wine cope while down in the dungeons. If a party member had it equipped and had their mind go too low, they'll instead trigger an event where the sword starts speaking to them, just like before, asking for blood and sacrifices to be made of the rest of your party. Depending on the dialogue options you choose, you'll either have to fight them or they'll drop dead if you don't interrupt and they're talking to the sword. Except you can't actually fight them because the battles are bugged. Well, not bugged, they're just not in the game at all. Apart from miasma, there's actually a lot of content still if you end up backtracking to the early rooms of the game. First of all, the blood pit. You might remember the pile of corpses, which you're told is a bad idea to interact with, since it brings out the floating head of a beheaded wizard, which happens to be unkillable and guarantees to kill you in 5 turns. If you talk to the yellow mages down in the mines and you got the Eclipse talisman, you'll actually be able to talk to him. If you also have the Cube of the Depths, he'll notice it and give you the honor of kneeling before him. If you do it, he'll actually join your party, but not before calling you a maggot and then making sure you know who's really in charge.
I hate the idea that I have a brainless maggot like you following me as a pupil, but I might just need you this once. You see, I need to destroy the reign of the new gods. I want to rip off their spines and watch them slump down limp and feeble. I want to watch them bleed while they're being squashed by the very same arrogance that helped them rise to power. But my strength isn't quite the same as it once was. Make no mistake that I can crush you like the worm you are. But to get the job done, I need my body back. There should be a way to do just this in the ancient city that's below these ruins. I want you to aid me there.
This, of course, references the laboratory hidden underneath Mahabre, where you can create husks of yourself, and where Nasra can recreate a body for himself. Once you get to Mahabre, he'll even hint at its location.
There's a hidden laboratory in the back of the alleys of the city, just south of here. There, I can finally retain my body and my strength.
How do you know about this place?
Simple. I used to be one of the new gods. I despise the worms that I shared the throne with, and I decided to head elsewhere.
How can you become a new god?
Even if you are a so-called pupil of mine, that doesn't mean I'm gonna teach you a thing. Learn from what I do and not from what I say.
Why do you want to destroy the new gods now?
I'm a selfish bastard. I don't want to share my power or strength with maggots. The new gods are nothing but puppets anyway. Their existence serves greater purpose, even if they think they're omnipotent themselves.
What is going to happen to me after that?
What's going to happen to me, you ask? What are you, a little girl? I'll crush you if I feel like it. That's what's gonna happen.
But once you reach it and let him try to make a new body for himself, he calls it unworthy.
I forgot how miserable the technology was down here. Truly abysmal. This body can't support my powers, not by a long shot. So there goes the plan. Well, forget it. Let's just murder the new gods with brute strength instead. I am Nashara, the destroyer after all, and the horror from the east, the plague from modern times. Looks like your role continues, maggot.
So now you just need to dispatch the new gods, which Nasra actually turns out to be very useful for as a party member. For a start, he is completely immortal, which is good because since he's a floating head, he can't equip any armor or weapons. To compensate though, he does start with the Black Orb, which I don't think we need to talk about again. It's very overpowered. He's basically a very strong damage dealer who you'll never actually have to worry about being low on HP or mind aside from having enough to cast. You might see this and think he's a perfect target for pheromones since he can't die. Unfortunately, trying to do this pisses him off and just wastes your turn.
What is this bullshit you're spewing at me? Trying to make me a punching bag, you miserable worm? I've made people charred kebabs for lesser reasons.
In fact, you'll find that his main function in the game is talking shit at literally everything and everyone. He'll have something to say whenever you kill one of the new gods. After killing Valtiel and coming back to find him in the present, he calls him a pedophile.
You pedophile! You child-molesting bastard! Serves you right hanging here. I think I'll make a roof ornament out of you. My palace needs some fresh decoration after all.
With the tormented one, he just revels in his suffering.
Serves you right, you insolent fool! Die a slow and painful death!
And with Francois, let's just say the interaction goes a bit further than spitting on his corpse.
Fascist! You old shitworm! This is what you've become?
Nasra, how?
I've got no intentions of explaining a thing to your feeble ears.
Unfortunately, he only does this to the present version of Francois, the one that's actually friendly to you. You'll still have to kill the past one yourself. Once you do, he'll even warn you of the dangers of the Throne of Ascension.
This is the throne to ascend and become a new god. You could just sit here. Believe me, I wanted nothing more when I first got here. But doing so won't change a thing. It would just start a new cycle that would eventually reach the very same conclusion. The choice is yours, of course. Do as you please.
This is his only real human moment out of everything in the game. Everywhere else, he'd just be telling you what to do. It might be because he's sat on the throne before and considers it a mistake. And knowing this, he lets you make your own choice, since back when he made the choice in his time, he made the wrong one. He has the enlightened soul, as you can gather from him being a master of magic and part of true enlightenment, is also reflecting on your own mistakes. So it's in his nature to look back and be reminded of it once he sees you in that exact same situation.
But that's all way too serious for this game, let's be honest. Like I said, this is his only human moment in the game, but he has a couple of special interactions worth mentioning as well, especially the ritual circle. Trying to sacrifice him obviously doesn't work since he's immortal, but for even trying to do it, he turns on you.
Sacrifice me? Sacrifice me? Let's make a sacrifice for the fire god himself!
Basically, the same thing happens when you try to show him love as well, which, to be fair, kind of hard to show love to a floating head.
Make love? Why, of course. Too bad nothing gets me aroused quite as burnt meat.
Nasra aside, there's actually even more to find in earlier bits of the game. I mentioned how miasma is basically the strongest single-handed weapon in the game, just from base stats. But there's actually one more weapon that can match it, the Blue Sin, a magical sword that you may have actually picked up for around 5 seconds before you got smashed in by the ceiling. Turns out there's actually a way to avoid it and keep the Blue Sin to use. But to do this, you'll have to get lucky with the bookshelves, so exactly like the rest of the game. The book you're looking for is the Passages of Mahabre. When you first find it, you might just think it's some sort of lore book. But in reality, the book is a passageway into a secret area of the ancient city. Because it teleports you instantly, you can take out the Blue Sin from the stone and then use the book right before getting squished. Funnily enough, because you can also use your party members to pull the sword out, asking Nasra to do it gives you another special interaction.
Sure thing. What do you suggest I use to pull this sword? The bloody tendril hanging from where my neck once was? I burnt my court jesters alive for worse jokes.
Anyway, picking it up yourself and using the book, you get teleported back into Mahabre, where you're first greeted by the forms of the new gods if you haven't killed them yet. You see forms taking shape in the sunlight. You recognize the forms as the new gods, the beings trying to replace the old world order. Francois, the dominating one, looks at you with an intense look in his squinty eyes. He seems humored by your presence in this ancient landscape, immortal to take a step into the realm of gods. You almost feel a sense of nostalgia from his twisted smile. The rest of the new gods seem less interested in you. The tormented one notices you. He radiates deep past traumas and torment, and you feel disgusted by his mere presence. What he wants from you remains a mystery. You feel a cold sweat run down your back under his intense stare. Going left, you enter an otherwise inaccessible section of the city. There's not really much to do here except loot it all. You can find a bunch of urns laying around as well, and you can possibly get a lucky coin and an ever-watching talisman from a chest inside one of the buildings. There's also an out-of-bounds glitch that lets you go into actual Mahabre from here, but that's pretty much expected at this point. After looting for a while, you'll be pulled back out where you entered from, which would be the now collapsed mines.
But thanks to the book, you managed to dodge the moment the rubble fell down.
So instead of being buried underneath it, you just have to deal with 90% of the corridors being blocked. Fortunately, this is actually the intended solution, so you're given a way out by virtue of a small crevice opening up one of the walls you can walk through. This corridor revealed by the cave-in actually seems to be connected to the thicket somewhat. As you can see, its signature vines growing on some walls, as well as the skeleton of an ancient Eastern warrior who looks suspiciously similar to the Eastern Sword's ghost. You can also pillage his clothes, getting a bunch of armor with basically no physical resistance, but a bunch of otherworldly resists. Pretty much useless unless you really just want to complete the full set with the Eastern Sword. You also get a charm of the... I'm not saying that word. It just sounds like something Glep would say in Smiling Friends. Anyway, this raises your crit rate, also playing into the sword build. You can navigate around and finally find a soft spot in the wall, which takes you back deeper into the thicket. Since this confirms the mines are on the same depth level as the deeper thicket, this might actually mean the warrior's corpse is actually stuck in the roots right below his sword, which, to be fair, is a cool little detail to think about, especially since it lines up with both mines and deep thicket being on level 6. Finally, a small level of consistency in this game. So that gets you the blue sin. At base, it has 85 attack, just short of the miasma, and also deals otherworldly damage on top of slashing. Being one-handed and having no downsides, it's really good. Unlike miasma, you can also curse it on top of that. To do this, you'll need 4 lesser souls, which is a ridiculous amount because you could probably spend that on getting more spells. But if you're really dedicated to getting truly the best possible gear, you might as well. Cursed blue sin gives you 92 attack on par with miasma, but also gets a 70% chance to burn the target. In general, dots are incredibly strong in this game, so having it in your main weapon is kind of ridiculous, especially with that high chance to actually proc it. But again, you'll have to decide for yourself if it really is worth 4 soul stones. There is one more thing that's worth backtracking for all the way to the very first room of the dungeons. Actually, on the point of backtracking, throughout the video, I've mentioned how the optimal strategy for enemies is to leave them and then run past. As you can imagine, this makes backtracking through those areas pretty annoying. Which brings me back to the piece of advice I gave literally hours ago. Get Blood Portal. Seriously, for exploring the map and actually finding everything, just get Blood Portal and you'll never have to worry about backtracking or retreading ever again. Anyway, after you descend deep enough into the dungeons, a mysterious man appears near the metal door leading to the courtyard. The mysterious man looks like a war veteran almost. His right arm seems to be missing, and there's something very intimidating about his stature. Who are you?
What difference does it make? Not like we're going to run into each other ever again. On second thoughts, the name is Isaiah. You could call me a veteran of these dungeons. Some time ago, I found a manuscript concerning the ancient walls this fortress holds. There were multiple pages that were maps of sorts. I was able to locate a few of the map locations, and there were 3 treasures hidden under the marker stacks. A couple of the maps are mysteries to me, however. Maybe they're hidden somewhere so deep where I simply couldn't get yet. Or maybe there's something I'm missing. In any case, I'm done with this place. I've played with my luck long enough. I can sell you the maps for, say, 50 silver coins.
You can try to haggle with him, but he'll have none of it. If you offer too little, he'll even refuse to sell you outright.
You clearly don't take me seriously. So I'm done with you.
Now, this definitely feels like a scam. In a similar vein to the vendor you could find at the front of the entrance that sold you poison masked as potions. But this time, at least you can even ask him if the maps are real, and he admits that he can't even prove it.
I've got no ways to prove my words, so yeah.
At least hearing that makes him seem slightly more trustworthy, I guess. If you buy them and take a look at them, you'll probably think they're complete nonsense, and they kind of are. Like, I'm gonna be 100% honest, this is not the type of puzzle you're solving yourself. It's the type you look up on the wiki the second you find it, so I'm not even gonna bother trying to explain the reasoning behind it. Both maps have solutions in Mahabre, which is probably why Isaiah couldn't find them earlier, since the doors were sealed with the Cube of the Depths. The first one leads you to a huge pig statue that you can pray at. From there, you can find the pots shown on the map and just walk down until you find a loose tile. You can also just spam interact on every single bit around the statue and you'll probably find it eventually anyway. Finding the stash gives you 2 scrolls, one of water walking and one of trans in my video game. These spells belong to Ulmir and again just play into the Jesus symbolism. Water walking I'll mention in a second, but the scroll of transmutation is just incredible. It teaches your character simple transmutation, which you can use on 2 items. items, moldy bread and water vials. Using it multiplies your moldy bread and turns your water vials into wine vials. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but this is absolutely game-breaking. And also, I get the symbolism at this point. It's so heavy-handed, it becomes a joke itself. Something, Wendigoon, I love Jesus. I put a gun in the back of my videos because I'm badass. So this theoretically gives you an infinite source of food and mine restoration, which is really good to get, especially so late into the game where you've probably cleared most areas already and you're probably only exploring previous areas for secrets. The scroll of water walking, on the other hand, is pretty much useless for 99% of the game. That is except for a single room with an actual body of water, the salmon snake room. Walking off the right edge, you find out that there's actually a whole secret area here, mostly full of skinned corpses and lizard men. But if you manage to fight through them or run away like a coward, at the end of the corridor you'll find a magic door you'll either have to purify or counterspell. Behind it, you can find your good friend Nostramus, who's been suspiciously missing after appearing for an entire 2 conversations earlier. Hopefully you didn't rob his chest when he was watching, because if you did, he still won't talk to you.
Oh, hello again.
Depending on what happens in your playthrough, you can ask him about Legard after finding him dead.
Right, that man. He sure was an interesting person. His fame over ground reached even these dark dungeons. I followed the treatment he got here closely as well. Not that I'm a part of the whole torturing imprisonment deal going on here these days. I was just observing events from the shadows. Did you know that he planned this imprisonment? Everything that led to him getting caught, taken down to this darkness, and even the torture he experienced here. It was all part of his plan. This dungeon, it's a special place. There is no other place in the Western world where you could get as close to the gods as here. Like many before him, he wanted to use the power that dwells here. But he knew more. He already achieved the state of dominance on the ground. He achieved enlightenment with the cube he brought here with him. His dreams would soar endlessly, the new goddess visiting him in his dreams every night. And finally, the darkness and the torture he experienced here would rival that of the gods. He got all the keys to become something greater. Not that it would necessarily be the right path for him, but it did make for an interesting event to unfold.
As much as Legard's story is interesting, it's tragic. It ended with him dead in a prison. Maybe there's something he could have done. I mean, pretty bad foreshadowing from me aside. This dialogue exposes a lot about him that will come up later. You can also talk to him about Mahabre after opening the door with the cube.
You got the doors to the ancient city open, it seems. The ancient city is what remains of the city of the gods, Mahabra. The presence of the gods is fading. Even the presence of the new gods is questionable. It was always just a matter of time.
What do you know about the new gods?
They have gotten to their position to rebel against the older gods and the old world order. But they are barking at the wrong tree. How can the older gods be responsible if they haven't been around for millennia? If they ever even existed? The truth is, the new gods come and go. They are the reason for the misery and the terrible shape that mankind has been for hundreds of years. Humans should blame themselves. Humans should take responsibility for themselves.
It's definitely an interesting perspective on the entire situation with the new gods. This opinion is even perpetuated by Nashra when he warns you about the Throne of Ascension, where all becoming a new god does is start the cycle anew. The new gods aren't the solution to humanity's problems, they never were. All they do is perpetuate misery and create egomaniacs like Nashra that end up trying to take over everything.
Even the new gods you end up facing don't really do anything. The Tormented One is just stuck in his temple, suffering and perpetuating the suffering of others. The Enlightened One sits in his library, occasionally creating life, in quotation marks, by making his awful constructs that don't really achieve anything. And Francois himself even understands this after years of being a new god. As he says, even the new gods are just puppets. There is no real domination when you're just doomed to be part of the cycle. Something Dark Souls, cycle repeats, shut up. The new gods aren't a solution. They're a band-aid created by humans to try to replace the old gods, but they never could. Nostramus blames humanity for it, but on the other hand, what were they really supposed to do? After living living under the old gods for so long, having them disappear, almost completely left a power vacuum, something had to fill eventually. Something had to change, and it's not like Nostradamus seems to give a better solution either. You can confront him about where he even knows this from, since when you think about it, it's just an old alchemist living in some random mines. He seemed to know a lot.
I guess so. Hundreds of years here, in the darkness, with nothing else to do but study and read, has its benefits.
Nostradamus seems suspicious. Feels like he isn't telling the whole truth. Yeah, he's definitely not a regular human if he's lived here for hundreds of years, but he's not going to tell us anything more at this point. You could also find this information out if you read some of the books. I know, okay, I get it. For the average paracynical viewer, this concept is completely unimaginable, but bear with me here. You know how books are really good in this game? Non-coin flip shelves usually have books in them that are just lore dumps. Well, one of them is the Fellowship series, a two-parter talking about the original group that became the New Gods. If you read the regular version, you'll learn about a fifth member who seemingly was used as a way to stop the rest of the Fellowship by the older gods, where a seed of doubt was planted into his mind. Then the Fellowship just prevails anyway, and then became the New Gods. The end. Written by J.R. Tolkien, directed by Peter Jackson. But there's another version of this story to be found, the original version. You can only find it in Mahabre, probably because it was archived by Valtiel despite not being present in the outside world. It's almost all the same, except for two things. The gender of the fifth member, which is of course vital information and necessary to understand the lore, but also this part at the end, talking about the old god's last trial. It seemed like the Fellowship had bested all the challenges gods laid for them, but at the most crucial moment, a seed of doubt was planted into the mind of the fifth one. The Forgotten One was a scholar of many arts and sciences, and as such, believed what was laid before eyes. The older gods would use this to their advantage and create a grand lie. A lie about the greater scheme of things. The grand lie told of the way the older gods directed the flow of mankind. That they had gone before the same trials as the Fellowship, yet nothing had changed for the better for men as eons went by. This suspicion created a drift between the Fellowship. In the end, the four other members proceeded with the initial mission, trusting fate and glory that was just inches away from them. The Fellowship tore down the legacy of the old gods and created a new world order, an age where mankind decided their own fate, an age of growth and prosperity. The Fellowship became the new gods that we know and love today. The Forgotten One was never again seen or heard. The fifth one simply disappeared in the dusts of time. So there was still a seed of doubt, but this version actually includes what the lie was, that the new gods weren't a solution, that many have come before the Fellowship and still achieved nothing.
The Forgotten One is Nostradamus, the one who saw the deception of ascension. This talk of the grand lie itself is just a way to dismiss him as an agent of the older gods. Meanwhile, he's the one to actually find out the truth. So yeah, Nostradamus knows a lot because he literally was there when the current gods were created. And if he was smart enough to figure out the failings of the divine system, I'm sure he'd be able to figure out immortality.
So yeah, finally, there's a genuine explanation to one of the billion threads this game sets up. I'm very sure there's nothing more to this character, and he will definitely never come up later. Lore dump aside, there's also a second map Isaiah gave you. This one leads to a square in front of the Grand Library, where you basically just have to hug the left side and spam interact until you get it. The stash gets you 70 silver, which is pretty decent, and a 40% return on your generous investment. Unfortunately, there's someone here to collect your winnings.
Impressive. You actually found a treasure. I didn't know this ancient city existed down here. I can't even imagine the horrors and riches this place is in store. But I don't mean to stay down here any longer than I have to. So I'll be taking the treasure and returning to the sunlights.
Which prompts him to attack you. Despite just being a guy, Isaiah is surprisingly tanky in his torso and the blade replacing his right arm. The easiest way to get rid of him, like most situations, is to black orb his head. Or even just regular attack, since it only has 55% evasion rate for some reason and only 20 HP. Otherwise, you're susceptible by being hit by an AoE arm loss attack, which is always fun, or getting the plague. As in, seriously, he gives you the plague. He does have a little bit of that plague doctor aesthetic, to be fair. or I guess like Man in the Iron Mask. You know, the same one played by Edward Norton, the least racist man in America. You can tell his left hand has been doing something really unholy to look like that. So it's not even surprising he's using a mask to cover up his sickly face. Anyway, the plague does nothing. I don't know if it's bugged, meant as a cosmetic status, or just accidentally removed, but it does nothing. Now, it is pretty obvious his character is based on King Baldwin IV, also known as the Leper King. But if you go on the trivia section on the wiki page, it says the character is based on someone called Kill_Switch-X. Going on the channel, it takes you onto Battlefield and Call of Duty highlights. Not sure if that one's true. It's almost like anyone can edit the Wikipedia page. Once you kill him, you get an orange vial, which he probably stole from somewhere in Mahabre, as you can only get it from the Lord of Flies and Uteruses. You'll also get the Iron Mask, which, as I mentioned a while back while talking about blindness, this is the single item in the game that prevents blindness and also cures it for some reason. So if you get blinded by the Crow Mauler, just come find this guy, buy his maps, go to Mahabre, find 2 of his treasures, kill him, and you'll be cured. It really is that simple, guys. You'll also get a 3rd map, but this one is even more confusing than the other 2 since it doesn't appear to actually lead anywhere you've been to in Mahabre. This is yet another thing that'll end up coming up later because it is really hard to structure a video about a game where everything connects, usually hours later. After that, you might finally consider starting another playthrough. I mean, you've seen practically everything there is to see. You've learned all the tricks the game can pull on you, so now you can completely beat it on its head. You could even swap out and try a different character. So you then might start wondering, for example, about Lagarde. For being the single most talked about NPC in the entire game, all the direct impact you see is him showing up as a corpse. And that's exactly what everyone will see on their first playthrough. There really isn't any shame for being too late to save him, but not because this is scripted and he's always dead. It's just that the game, from the beginning, only gives you 30 minutes to get to him in time. So you actually can save him and actually complete the one thing every single main character set out to do instead of being left with this kind of anticlimactic le dead body, le hope of improvement. Unfortunately, this is really hard to do without prior knowledge. For reference, if you play it slow and careful, which most people will, looting everything, sneaking around, which is what the game definitely encourages to do in the early hours, you'll probably take too long to reach him and he'll be dead again.
Obviously, this just means you'll have to sweat out and try to basically speedrun the game to save him, which, yeah, on the surface seems like a nightmare, but already having experienced the game once, you'll know exactly what to expect. And at that point, the game really does lose its initial brutal difficulty.
All you're doing at this point is maybe picking up the more important loot, like bookshelves, and skipping everything else, dodging enemies, and fully focusing on going deeper with no regard for anything else. You'll notice that reaching Lagarde almost goes completely against all the advice I've given so far. But the reality is really just that knowledge and experience difference, which is also why doing more than one playthrough of Fear and Hunger is incredibly important, because that's the point where the game can't pull anything new on you because you know everything. The second run is the payoff for all the suffering the first, and it definitely is worth it. So to reach Lagarde, there's not really any specific strat to get to him faster, apart from what I said already. Just get dash and go as fast as possible. I mean, I'm sure some Reddit scholar wrote up an optimization spreadsheet and calculated the optimal path to take every single room and generate a good template. But at that point, again, you might as well just sit on the wiki and read what happens, or watch this video. You are so lazy. Although I will mention one thing. As funnily enough, Das, the person who cares the most about Lagarde, can actually get to him the fastest if you get slightly lucky. If you get a soul stone, you can unlock leg sweep. One tap the door leading to the spiral staircase in level 3 prisons, because remember, the game is still completely broken and the exploits are there for your taking now that you know about them. And you can basically skip almost the entire map. This is definitely the easiest way to do it, as well as taking little to no risk. And now the reward for outpacing the game is finding him alive and barely hanging on. This is the man you came for. Your journey has finally led you to this meeting. He's still alive, just barely. If you chose the Outlander for your second playthrough, maybe because you thought the first one was too easy and really wanted to punish yourself, you get a very interesting option here. As a reward for reaching Lagarde before he bleeds out, you get the brilliant option to just kill him yourself. The man is alive. The man who ravaged your lands. The man who pillaged your family.
Which, yeah, considering their history, it makes complete sense. But also, who the fuck is ever going to choose this option? You just put additional effort to find him alive, just to choke him to death yourself anyway. Completely idiotic from a player perspective, although I have to admit, the potential to troll people, get the dialogue along, clicking the option to kill him by accident, it's pretty true to the game and its aesthetic.
Everyone else has